Welcome to the Clash Masters Golden Edition. It is the playoffs day 2, where we will be giving away a golden ticket today. I'm Carbon Finn, joined here with Eric and Itsu. Eric, are you ready to be giving away that golden ticket?
This is the day. It all comes down to this. We've been waiting for this for months. It is time to settle this and declare a winner.
That's right, getting the golden ticket out there, but I feel like those teams had to go through so many stages of the tournament. Let's just take a quick look at what the format overall of this tournament looks like to really see what those teams we have in those today's bracket really had to go through. And we have things starting with the open qualifier stage. By the way, everyone out there could join with the Town Hall 15 and with the team. And in the end, after those two qualifiers, we had 16 teams getting into the Swiss stage. If you get those 20 wins during the Swiss stage, you actually got to the next stage, which we have at the moment. It's the playoff stage with 8 teams entering. And yesterday, we already lost our first 2 teams. 6 teams remain today, battling it out for, well, quite a bit, Carbon, because there's a lot on the line.
Indeed, a $50,000 prize pool. We've already given away, like you said, 7th and 8th place, $2,000 to those teams. But that's not what they're going for. They're going for first place with $18,000 and, of course, that coveted golden ticket. Once you win the golden ticket, you are then invited to the Clash of Clans World Finals later this year. That is what they're all going for, and that will be the 4th golden ticket given away this year, with only 4 more to go all at once during the last chance qualifiers here, Eric.
Absolutely, and every single round that they survive through is going to ramp up that prize money more and more and more as they continue to fight through the playoffs. And we are starting to wind down towards the end here. We are down to that upper bracket finals. We're down to just 4 teams surviving in the lower bracket. 2 teams have been eliminated of our 8, and it's all gonna come down to the final culmination of passing out that golden ticket and sending a team to the World Championship to go join Navi, Tribe Gaming, and Glory Forever as the 4th seed. Out in, I guess, November is the World Championships. It's really coming right up here, Itsu.
Yeah, that's right. It's, well, hopefully not too long anymore, but for now, let's just concentrate on today with the bracket which we have on our hands in this playoff stage, in the second day of the playoff stage. We have 2 teams remain in the upper bracket with Reported versus ChessMac Gaming EA. And ChessMac Gaming EA so far did incredible in this tournament, and in the lower bracket so far surviving but already losing that one tournament live is Inquisition versus Navi and Strat versus Midaseem. Is there anything standing out to you, Carbon, which we have witnessed over yesterday?
Well, the thing standing out to me would be definitely the Super Barbarians. There was quite a bit of attacks using them, and I know we're probably going to be seeing a lot more of those attacks, but we got some incredible matchups to come. And if you're also wondering, is there a bracket reset if you get to the grand finals? Yes. Any team coming from the lower bracket, once they face either Repotted Gaming or ChessMac Gaming EA, whichever one wins, then they're going to have to win 2 matches in a row to have a chance of getting that golden ticket. So that is the benefit of coming from the upper bracket, Eric.
True, but we have seen many teams in the past there take these out of the lower bracket. Like, it's definitely a huge advantage if you win the upper bracket finals, because then you go into the grand finals with 2 lives remaining. But if you do come out of the lower bracket, then we have had, like when Navi got their golden ticket originally, they end up sweeping the lower bracket and then they end up winning it. So we can definitely see the same thing maybe for a different team. Maybe we see another team sweep out there. So these top teams up in Repotted Game and ChessMac EA, whoever ends up making it through that match, cannot let their guard down. They have to keep on powering through, because if they slip up, any of these teams can slip by and take it. And so with this much on the line, you really can't let your guard down even for a moment here.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm just trying to think about it. How many teams actually were able to like return sweep or make the dream run out of the lower bracket? I think Navi might have been the only team, at least in a golden ticket qualifier over all of the years, which actually made it from the lower qualifier. So it's not easy to get that done, because having 1 match win in the the finals already going into that is a huge deal. But I feel like one thing would really have to take in consideration. I feel like those teams at the moment that don't have like, okay, if we win the next game, it's more prize money or something. For all of those teams, the one big thing which is on the line is the golden ticket. So, well, except maybe Navi, since they have already the golden ticket. But let's take a look at the rosters for the first match happening in just a couple of minutes. Well, we have Inquisition, who have done incredible well over this tournament. Stefan, Simon, Mark, Einstein, and Fabian. And, well, their opponent is not going to be easy at all.
It is not going to be easy at all. Navi is going to be who they're taking on. One of them will be able to advance, and their opponents will still be difficult as well. It will eventually either be Strut or Melzamine. One of them. So many amazing teams in the lower brackets. We've had some upsets, but are they really upsets here at 10-15? Because really anyone can take it. They deserve to be at this point. And of course, with Navi, you got the teams, you got all the names with Gaku, Klaus, Stars, Kazuma, and Bernal. And with Klaus that we saw yesterday, his attacks in the end, well, they were enough to get it done. We saw some too. We saw 1-star as well. Will he be able to turn around, Eric?
I definitely think so, but it will be really interesting if Navi does end up sweeping the lower bracket, because if they end up making it to the end of it, then since they already have a golden ticket, and if they end up making it to the grand finals, then the grand finals will just be for play money, and the golden ticket would automatically go to the upper bracket winner. So that would be very, very interesting to see if Navi keeps on advancing. And so, well, I mean, that definitely throws some extra drama into the show here if we end up seeing that. But we need to talk about some predictions, though, because over on the Clash Masters YouTube, there is a prediction roll right now, so you guys can vote for who you think is going to win this first match, either Inquisition or Navi. And I don't know, Itsu, how you feeling about predictions here? This is a tough one to call.
I mean, I feel like overall we have a clear favorite in this match, but since we had a lot of underdogs winning and everything, so I feel like I'm not sure if it's as much of an underdog match as we might have thought, especially with how Klaus performed yesterday. I think I'm not seeing him that often. First struggling to get the 1-star, and I think his first attack wasn't that great either. So it's really, I don't know, maybe him getting back in form, which you typically know him, the master of doing creative, crazy stuff and everything. But I think if we're going for prediction already, I would for sure go with Navi, I think.
Okay, you're gonna go with Navi. How about you, Eric?
You know,
Let's try it again.
I'm always going Navi.
Okay. Oh, chat's also go Navi. Well, are we gonna have a clean sweep of Navi? No, I'm going to go Inquisition on this one. Wow. And I'm going to try to make the comeback in the viewer predictions because we may have the screen to show how we're all standing in it. Because chat, you guys yesterday, 1 for 8. Look at that. You got only 1 correct out of 8 matches, and I'm trying to catch up to Itsu. So I'm going to try to get this one with Inquisition. If I'm correct, I will then jump up to 5 correct. And we're going for it, but chat, really, 1 for 8. And are you going to keep that streak going of 1 for 9? We'll see what this next match can do here, Eric.
Yeah, but then again, Itsu voted against Navi yesterday for that opening match in the upper bracket quarterfinals, and that's how he ended up getting ahead of us, because everybody else voted for Navi, and then he went against the grain there. It's a bold strategy, but it might work.
I mean, you never know. I mean, at this point, it's the only chance for the chat to get some prediction points is betting on Navi, I guess. So, well, let's just do that as well so we can collect those. But no, overall, I think it's going to be a really close match, and it depends on how Inquisition on offense is showing up. Because I feel like the defense is for sure capable of holding back Navi to maybe 12, 13 stars or something. But then again, you have to deliver on offense on your own. I mean, getting 12 or 13 stars on turn of 15 is not a given. And we have seen that yesterday that quite a few of those teams have struggled. So it's a big question. Can they do it? But we have Navi to start things off on this one. And, well, we see some Super Barbarians, but mainly it's a Queen Charge Lado.
Absolutely. Navi versus Inquisition as we have day 2 of Massacres and get ready to give out this golden ticket. It is going to be a queen charge into Lalo to start us off here. Gaku is going to be driving his queen into this defensive queen compartment. Notice how he gets the queen to hug the walls tight. That's his first thing. Doesn't deploy at the corner, deploys just down from the corner, and then gets his queen to first step forward and hug the wall so she can round into that open corner. Always the little things like that that can make so that they can control the queen's pathing consistently. But he does end up with a CC pull there. Some of it goes over to the queen and Itsu. Some of it is going over to the king, but he seems to have that area under control as well here as the super minions cross back over.
Yeah, and it's super minions, which is interesting as we have seen different clan castle types over this tournament, as we normally pretty much always see the ice golem or lava hound combination. Super minions are not that popular, or at least they were not that popular in the earlier stages of this tournament. And now he's trying to cycle his queen back with that jump spell into the town hall compartment, so she is behind the town hall. Right now there's a lot of damage with the rage effect on that expo, but there we go, a beautiful slammer, but that's just hitting 2 black mines right away.
It did indeed. So it's going to open up pretty quickly there. Dropping out looks like Dragon Rider, a couple of balloons. I do want to point out how nicely this jump was placed there. Like, it knows how when these pro players place their jump spells, they're not just open up everything. They're only open up the compartments exactly where they want to go and not anything extra. So the queen goes directly to the town hall. She steps her way in and she'll take it down there without any trouble. And the Lalo, moving across the top of the base there, does get the support of the ward ability to get the headhunters protected to go after that defensive road champion. And that sets us up very, very nicely. The queen's still surviving strong, and the balloons are just wrapping around her and taking the damage off from the top side, and everybody can then converge into the final defenses, and he shouldn't have too big of a problem powering through this Irritant.
Yeah, and especially with the town of boys now running out, this means that the queen is not having to worry about that at all. The royal champion, wait, is she already even deployed? I don't think
No.
It's like, okay, now
is.
for the back end. I mean, obviously, you just need the royal champion for like 3 defenses if you're Gaku, but this is a strong start for them. The king should not have any chance whatsoever of defending this, and that should be the first 3-star of the match. Navi looking really good in this first one.
Yeah, the swag of the royal champion. He didn't need to put his road champion at all there. He could have completely swagged her, and the remaining troops that he had there would have been able to overwhelm the base there. So a brilliant queen charge into Lado there for Gaku, and he just kept that queen alive and protected the whole time. I never at any point during that attack there felt like she was going to be in danger of going down. That was perfectly managed all the way through. Good spell placement, good jump placement, and just good pathing in general that kept her safe for the entire attack there, and just never was under any significant threat at any given time.
Yes, for sure. I feel like, especially with the Slammer then for the multi-phone tower, which was taking down a lot of the threat into the balloons, which, I mean, we all know balloons don't like those multi-phone towers that much. And the queen then working together with those balloons with the sweeper inside the core, because that was a big problem for Islado, since he could not freeze together the raged up scatter shot and the sweeper together. But the queen handling out of the core was beautiful. And this now means it's up to Inquisition to tie things up and get that 3-star as well, or give Navi an early lead. And we all know that this is not a position you want to be in if Navi is having a lead. It tends to happen quite often that they're just running away with that one if you give that to them. So Inquisition, up to them, but they need to perform at least a really good attack.
True. I think the stats from the previous rounds coming up to this put them both about a 60% hit rate. I think Navi actually dropped down a little bit there after their performances yesterday. So I think by the numbers, Inquisition would be the favorite in this match here. But obviously the history of Navi speaks for itself there. Let's see what Simone can do and see if they can make those numbers come to reality here as he drives in with, looks like, a zap to take out the monolith and the buildings all around it there, making sure that the Quake is able to hit the battle builders so they repair their own huts there and don't get any ticks of healing onto the actual monoliths. We know that that goes down very, very slow there if we end up having any buildings go down, and we could end up missing it. But look at this, the ward. What's he doing with the warden walk here? He ends up going to a warden ability as he lets that warden linger inside of the single infernal rage. That's a big mistake right there, Itsu. That could definitely cost him in the end.
Oh no, he really wanted to clear that gold storage to make sure the pathing of the Titans is as perfect as possible. They're not getting lured back into the town hall, but he did not really pay attention, used the freeze for the Signiferon Tower, and that really has cost him. without that vulnerability in the core, this might be a big problem, especially with all of those rage towers. The Titans now going towards the outside, and without having any support for the healers, for the Titans with the vulnerability, this could get really, really problematic as he is entering the next compartment. The Titans can jump into the Expo. The Queen is staying on her own in the core, with the King being around the bottom side.
Might be able to be okay here, though, because the bottom compartment of the base here and the left and right side are relatively spread out. It's not a very tight, compact area, so he may be able to get by without having to use the word ability, but he did just take an Eagle Artillery shot to the healers there, as everybody moved inside of the range of the Eagle Artillery, and it had the healers as one of the only options. I think it was probably shooting something else there, and the healers just moved up into the shots as it was probably firing at the Electro Titans there. So very unfortunate with that, but he has reinforcements up top there with the flame flicker open up into the Electro Titan, and he has the Road Champion joining right there. So he's got a King ability. He got the defensive Road Champion engaged to take it down. His Road Champion very realistically can clear this compartment, and she's got it under control. I don't know how this is ending up tripling, but it's going through it too.
Yes, the only problem is the Inferno Tower. Since he has no range troops left, which would survive that, it might end up being time. As we know, Titans are not the quickest troop to get through that. All of the skeletons, witches, and everything are going down to the Inferno Tower beam, and now it's relying on the King and the Titan. And time, you can see in this face cam, he is hoping for a not in time issue. Maybe the Titan Aura can take down the Inferno Tower. It's going to get so close. It's 10 seconds.
Maybe. Yes. Go all the way. The Titan, he's already... Oh, he just slammed his fist there. He missed it by just a fraction of HP. The Titan's aura was burning it up there. And it's a 99%. And ladies and gentlemen, Navi has the lead there. I didn't know what to expect there. Look at that that Inferno. It was so insanely close to go down there, Itsu, but it stays standing, and that is a heartbreaker, but it is still a very close war.
It is for sure. It feels like he kind of just traded the free spell versus the Warden ability, which I'm not sure if it was worth it overall. But in general, I feel like because it was just this trade-off and he did not go into a really, really high damage area, as you said, it was kind of spread out at this bottom side. And only the back end, that's where really the problems were coming in with a lot of damage, the Rage Up Scatters, the Rage Up Expos, and the Multi-Inferno Tower itself. That was then where the problems kind of happened, but I feel like
that second attack there rolling. Make sure that they get the triples on. Make sure that they at least at a minimum are staying pace with Navi. And then once they see Navi eventually slip up there, they just need to be in position to slip past them and take it.
That is correct. I mean, we have the next attack going. There we go. It's Bernal doing his queen charge thing. It's going to be with a Lalo, with the Hog Rider follow-up, I'm sorry. And with the Flame Flinger at that bottom side, since we have pretty much no defenses to cover this bottom Flame Flinger. That's kind of crazy. The mortars were protecting the scatter shots, and the Expos are all around this right side. So this Flame Flinger can pick up quite a few buildings, where the Queen is then charging in all of the Rage Tower damage. Yeah,
getting that Flame Flinger to funnel for the Queen, making sure she doesn't have any buildings out on the left side there that she will end up leaving the base to go after. And he only has one wall breaker here, so it's going to be interesting. But yeah, you're right, he's got the jump, so the jump could definitely carry him towards the Town Hall. If he's got the jump, then what's the point of the wall breaker here, Itsu?
Yeah, I'm not sure yet what the jump is for. Maybe for the King somewhere, I'm not sure. Depending on wherever, maybe to the Expo? Either way.
That could work.
Either way, with
there we go.
But the King is taking so much damage. Isn't he like even leaving that compartment? Oh, the wall break has not made it. He opened too early, or he was destroyed too early. There's now some red mines coming up. Are there any more red mines? We have seen a lot of red mine farms in the past, so that might be a problem.
Queen under heavy fire here. No invisibility, but she has her ability, and she's able to protect herself with the Royal Cloak there. Gets to single further down, but that doesn't stop the Monolith from working on her. More red air bombs going off. These ones on the healers right there, and there's a black air bomb, and the Queen goes down. Bernal might be in trouble here, but the healers are transferred over, and maybe he can get him to the Hogs here safely. There's only the Battle Builder in that area there that can actually attack the healers, so they could end up having a lot surviving. And he's got Super Hogs coming out of his Flame Flinger down at the very bottom of the base there, so everybody can converge at the end, but it's kind of taking some time to get into this Rage Tower area, and he took a lot of damage on the approach here.
And take a look at that. The Rage Scatter shot like twice or something, and this this Royal Champ is going down right away. Unfortunately, the Clan Castle reinforcement troops went right into the Tornado Trap and were stuck inside the range of the Wizard Tower. He's now trying to pick up every percentage possible, but this Eric is going to be on the really low percentage side for Bernal, for Navi, versus the base of Mark.
Yeah, I said you need to have Inquisition just hold strong until Navi makes a mistake here, and the mistake has arrived. It's a low percentage, 73% here for Bernal, and if Inquisition can triple right now, then they can take the lead, and they would take the lead with a pretty considerable percentage advantage as well. So this is going to be a high-pressure situation for their next attacker to be able to just surpass what Bernal does, but just surpassing him is not enough there. You have to have the triple to make up for that time fail earlier on in the war.
Yes, and I feel like this next attack itself has a lot of pressure, but as well is really important for the team, because just knowing having the lead is a huge deal in this match. And I've talked about it, it's the elimination match. Whoever is going to lose this is out of this playoff stage, is out of the chance of winning the golden ticket, for Navi winning the big prize pool.
Yeah, $50,000 of prizing on the line here, and the winner that takes the entire bracket is going to end up going to the World Championship. So 6 teams remain, but by the end of this match here, we narrow that down to 5. And I mean, this is a big match for Inquisition specifically, because like you said, Navi already has a golden ticket, and so they're just playing for prize pool. Obviously they want as much of that as they can get, so every round they survive here is going to ramp up that prize money significantly. But Stefan coming in for Inquisition, it is going to be a zap, probably a super minion bomb is my guess here, into Hydra.
Yes, that could be for sure an option with some lightning, so he's going to take down at least one of the sweepers. The question now, which one? He has not used the lightning just yet. Maybe I forgot about it. There's no reason to delay it. Oh, okay, there we go with the lightnings. Would you see actually any reason to delay the lightning? Because I don't know, the Clan Castle, you can't really lightning the troops, right?
No, there's no reason to delay it there. It's just about managing all the things going on at once there and just finding the time to do it. But he does drop in the super minion bomb. It gets into the core of the base there. It does end up survive. He clones it up there, raises it up, makes it invisible, and he needs the super minions to secure the talent takedown. He did get whatever CC's troops were that were able to be pulled, he pulled them out there. The Dragon's able to fight it. Anything else that was inside goes down with the CC. And now there's not a lot left on the base here because he also got the defensive road champion off on the left side there. So now his heroes can charge after the defensive queen. The king was on the right side of the base. They already got him out of the way early. So honestly, if the queen and his king can go deal with this defensive queen, if his road champion can make it past that monolith, then he's home free from here.
Yeah, the Royal Champion coming in, triggering some skeleton traps, which might be an issue for him. He has still some supportive spells which he can use. Headhunter doing a great job of taking down the defending queen. Royal Champion ability is still intact with the king ability up there as well. And he really needs to make sure that he's somehow tanking the monolith with those barbarians off the king. King ability is going in. But Royal Champion and Diggy are under fire of that monolith.
Gonna get past the monolith here with the king. But he's going to lose his Royal Champion before that happens. Diggy will survive, though. Does he go to the king or to the queen? The queen would be the more beneficial spot to have that Diggy right now. But Diggy steps in, takes the stun as the king goes down. And the queen's on her own, but she has her ability. And there's not a lot of damage left on the base here. And on top of that, because he got all the trash out of the left side corner, he actually doesn't have any alternate path for this queen to take, and so she should be able to step right in there, and with an invisibility, it looks like Stefan is going to pull off the triple on this one. I don't see anything that can stop this right now, and that means that Inquisition is going to take the lead above Navi, and he barely even shows any emotion there. Like, I would be cheering out my seat right there if I just got that triple in this moment right here, because that's a huge one to pick up, because that rallies the team there as they start to, well, they have now officially overtaken Navi, and they just got to maintain it now.
Yeah, that's the tough task, maintaining it. But I feel like the end of this attack was pretty iconic, with having 3 pets on the queen. Diggy, the unicorn, and Frosty all working alongside with that queen to finish off that base and get the 3-star in the end for Inquisition, for Stefan. And now it's back to Navi. The only thing that they can do in this situation, they have to do to actually have the chance of winning, is 3-starring. Pressuring, again, the other side, because then they are forced to 3-star as well to, well, make sure that the finish of this one is as close as possible.
Yeah, I think if my numbers that I've been tracking in my head, they're right, then Navi should be down 25, 26 buildings, right in that range there. So definitely a significant percentage advantage into Inquisition's favor now. And that would mean a big defense in the favor of Navi to be able to swing that percentage back. So big slip up there from Bernal. Definitely put a Navi into a rough spot here. And I mean, if they triple, then the percentage is going to be potentially irrelevant. But let's see if Kazuma can make that happen. It is going to be a zap, or excuse me, not a zap. It is going to be a queen charge into Hog Rider attack here. He's also got a bunch of sneaky goblins that he can use for some funneling. But sometimes we see people use those to go after the town hall. I guess he has options here. I will see where this queen charge wants to deploy.
Yes, and we have seen the queen charge hog from Bernal. It has not worked. Can Kazuma now do it better? I think he's one of the best queen charge attackers at the moment in the entire world. He's just crazy with how he's handling the queen, how pretty much always the queen is going to the direction he wants her to go and keeping her alive. Let's hope that I didn't jinx him, but right now, charging his queen to the Royal Champ compartment, and there's going to be a lot of damage on her.
Got the defensive Royal Champion engaged there. Easily takes it down with the help of the Headhunter right there. A bunch of ground skellies get pulled by the Headhunter as it surges forward. And getting those out of the way a little bit early there is definitely helpful. But the Queen powers past the ground skellies, steps her way in. There's a Rage Tower active, so he does decide to go invisible and almost ends up going to ability that the Queen was very close to being forced down. But he does keep her alive, and he keeps charging forward here. He's got a handful of super wall breakers so that he can get into the base there with, and I am a little bit concerned about that multi-inferno side of the base, but he does have the sweeper kind of knock him until his back and put them at a wider angle so they could round around the multi-inferno and stay safe. But there's the CC pull, Flamethrower still moved up top, and the King is doing some work down south as he goes to Phoenix.
Yeah, the Flamethrower though is under attack of that mortar as he has nothing to distract it, or he has something to distract it with the Barbarian and Archers, but he has not been able to do it. We have now Rocket Loons, and they are going for that scatter, and yes, indeed, the scatter is going down. The Hawks now have started. The Royal Champion, though, is sent in separately, which I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of that with Hogs, because I feel like the big strength of Hogs is that the Royal Champion is pretty much unkillable until later stages in the attack. With this approach, though, the Royal Champ goes down really quick.
Yeah, she goes invisible there. He's got the spells to support her to try to relieve that potential issue here. But the Queen steps in, pops her ability to secure the tunnel takedown. Royal Champion tags out that defensive Grand Warden and gets the stun of the Expo. Expo's already weakened up because she hit it with her shield earlier, and she's actually finally got behind the Hogs now, and she can start working on the ground skellies along with the Poison Lizard and making sure the Hogs keep on moving, continue to provide that shield. He's got it. Kazuma ends up having that Royal Champion survive, and that's difficult to do, like you said, when the Hogs are out in front of her. Excuse me, they provide a shield, but when we have the Royal Champion deploy separately, then she does become vulnerable, but he did manage it very well there, and he does keep her protected.
Yes, and I think that invisibility spell in the core was super, super clutch on the Royal Champion. Keep her alive, especially I think there was a raged warden next to her or something on defense, so that is always a big threat to worry about. But really nicely done. Getting the 3-star, that was super, super important, because I feel like at this point, for Navi, winning on percentage, so winning on a star tie is nearly impossible as long as like Inquisition is not messing up big time. So they have to keep 3-starring and have to keep pressuring Inquisition, because if we see another 3-star of Navi, then Inquisition has to now go 2 out of 2, which is not that easy versus the Navi bases.
Definitely not. And where historically both of these teams have been putting up an average of about 13 stars, with Navi already on track to be able to hit that. Even if they miss, Inquisition's going to have to, at a bare minimum, match that to be able to get ahead of them. But I feel like if they can match it, they can win. So if they can at least respond right now and they can get a triple, then they're gonna continue to hold this lead here, and they can definitely take down this defending world champion team. So this is a very high pressure situation for them. They know the team that they're up against very, very well. They played against them many times before, and they can do this. They can do this. I believe in this Inquisition team, but I also believe in Navi, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, believing in both teams. And now the question is, which of those teams is having the bigger nerve issue at the moment, with the stress coming online and really, really stressing out about some of those bases? Because even though, yes, the attackers who are taken later in the match have more time to plan, this doesn't always mean that it's like the safer attacks or the better attacks, because this is a lot of times bases which are really annoying to plan on, and those are the bases where the attackers might not have a plan versus this specific base. So attacking late is not always good versus the super annoying and frustrating bases in general. But Fabian is in with I think it was a zap, no, hero dive, Skelly Donut Lado, and Hero's already got some great value.
Yeah, looks like you got the CC and the Monolith right there with the Skelly Donut. The Queen diving in to go take out the collectors and storages on the outside of the base there near the Town Hall to make sure that the Sneaky Goblins can actually lock onto it. He tests a Sneaky Goblin now. He's going to dive in there. Looks like no traps, so he's safe to send in the rest. He's going very, very conservative with all those Sneaky Goblins. And it looks like they arrive safely. They will quickly and easily take the Town Hall down. He didn't need to use as many as he did. That was a little bit of overkill there, but I suppose better safe than sorry. And he'll now start in the Lalo with the Slammer beginning into the core of the base there to try to get behind these sweepers and take him out nice and early.
Yeah, the sweepers are always really annoying, but I feel like what is even more annoying is this Rage Tower, which is right now going off. So he has to be really careful with this Rage Multi-Inferno Tower and the Rage Up Scatter. Most of those loons are going for the core, not going for the scatter shot, and having that staying alive might be a big problem.
He does get the Royal Champion to get into the core of the base there and take the stuns. That other multi on the right side never went down. The RC shield sweeps through and ends up hitting it, and he ends up taking it down and pushing all the balloons to the outside. But a lot of the balloons have gone down now, and he still has the defensive Grand Warden and that Expo on the other side of the base, and that Rage Tower is about to reset. This one is not going through. He's running out of steam, and there's a lot of base left, Itsu. This is going to come close to tying up the percentage as this one winds down. He'll keep on moving into the 80s by the looks of it, but that is a big slip up here that is close to on par with what happened with Bernal. So This is going to swing the war into Navi's favor, and they're going to have advantage. They control this war now, and they can decide their own fate.
Yes, and I feel like no better man out there to actually, well, have Klaus doing exactly that, because I think that is the last attacker for Navi. And the question now is if he was able to like just reset after yesterday and get his head back into the state where he's just 3 starting bases left and right, because this is what he's doing. This is what he's known for. So let's just hope that is not in general like something which is just happening this weekend for him.
Yeah, definitely need to shake off. He had a 1-star at the end of yesterday there. I don't know if he was just trying to mess around, but he definitely seemed frustrated. Didn't seem very playful. When he ended up with that miss, he almost ended up with a 0-star. Like, a lot of things went really, really poorly with that last match that they played yesterday. Luckily, his team was in such a strong position that they were able to take the win regardless. But he definitely needs to come back into this one, shake that off here, and this is his chance for redemption. It is going to be a Skelly Donut, Sneaky Goblins. He's got a little bit of a kill squad, the Blimp, and a Lalo here. So mix of a couple different features, and we'll see if he can pull this off here, because, I mean, you have the chance to take the win right here if he can.
Yeah, 3-star, and they're going to win guaranteed. Everything else, Inquisition has the chance of coming back, since the percentage is still in favor of Inquisition. We're starting things off with a Skelly Donut. So far, not turning the Clan Cast invisible, which is always a good sign. And yes, indeed, Multi-Inferno Tower and Clan Cast are both going down. So, opening has worked. Now, it's up to the heroes to get the rest of the value.
Simple value right there. Didn't take in a lot of risk in that. Making sure that he went after something that is not going to be over ambitious and waste spells there, potentially leaving a lot of extra additional spells here, which he actually did that very, very efficiently. And so he has a few extra invisibilities that he could have used onto it if he needed to, but now we can reallocate those into the heroes here as he dives in. Looks like the Queen, I don't think she's trying to go all the way to secure the Town Hall. I think once again we're looking at Sneaky Goblins to go in and secure the Town Hall, but he does go ahead and make that Defensive King invisible unless his Queen coasts a little bit further. But she's got all the collectors, she's got all the storages, and he has a clear path, and he'll go ahead and test for traps and have the Sneaky Goblins take that Town Hall down. Oh, wait, no, he's going to use the Queen. The Queen takes it. Okay. All right, disregard. I guess Sneaky Goblins are swag.
Yeah, I feel like he had to invest the invisibility anyways for the Sneaky Goblins, right? So he could just save them and use them for cleanup. So he has, like, I don't know, he's not losing anything with that play. So I think it was really, really smart to do it that way. Now using a test stone for the Slammer to send that into the Tesla and into the Multi-Inferno Tower close by to the Rage Tower. Roger ability to take down the... No, not the air defense. I was about to say the air defense, but now the air defense should go down. And we now have the Lalo starting versus 2 sweepers. I mean, Eric, this is going to be crazy.
Yeah, but he does get a bunch of blues drop out of that Slammer now. They're going to knock back by the sweeper. And Tesla is doing a lot of damage right there under the Rage and quickly mowing those down. But on the other side of the base here, we do have that other Rage Tower yet to activate as he pushes in with the Ward ability active. But he did end up protecting Headhunters. They dive in, and a Golem... He used a Golem. Oh, I like that. The Golem actually forces the shots from the scatter shot to the ground, and the scatter shot cannot hit air and ground troops at the same time. So a Golem tanking for Lalo instead of a Lava Hound is completely out of the ordinary. But I like that. That's an extra flare on the attack here, and it's working. Klaus able to get the blues through the base there. He clutches the triple. He's overwhelming it. And ladies and gentlemen, Navi is taking this lower bracket victory and surviving the lower bracket with a 14-star performance. Love to see it, and I love the creativity with that extra goal at the end.
Not gonna lie, with the attack of Bernal, I already thought that Chet did it again with the jinxing power, but I mean, just going with Navi is, prediction-wise, it's just always a safe bet, it feels like. Except maybe in the first match yesterday, but either way, they're getting it done. 14 stars is giving them the guaranteed win. Whatever Inquisition does, they cannot cross this 14-star mark. And, well, Inquisition, they had really, really good matches. They have beaten incredible teams to get to this stage. But this one is not going to be their match, not going to be their day. But one more attack, that's all what they have.
Absolutely, and Inquisition still would have percentage advantage. So if Klaus ended up missing that by even a building, then Inquisition's last attack would have been the one that would decide the war. So I'm always curious when we go to this final set of attacks, when we have the win locked in on one side, if the plan would have been good enough there, or if Navi was going to be fated to win it the whole time here. So let's see what Inquisition has. Let's see what the final attack looked like there, and then we can just dream to see if they ever had a chance in the first place to actually take this win. So here we go, Itsu. It is going to be Mark. Mark is a phenomenal attacker, and he's sending in a bit of a zap and recall queen charge with Hydra.
Okay, that's a lot of spells combined right there. And he's starting things off with that queen. Going for the air defense, maybe going even for the scatter shot, but there's going to be a lot of damage. Either queen ability or just a phrase. That works as well. But with the ground expo, yep, he is going to need a rage right there. And that is a pretty heavy investment.
Definitely is. The lightning that you can see used in the core of the base there, it looks like he used 4 lightning and a quake, which was enough to take out the spell tower in the core of the base there and both of the sweepers. And a lot of times in these box bases, the sweepers are both facing the eagle artillery, so that could definitely indicate that he's getting ready to push the Hydra in through the eagle artillery, which would make sense there. It's a double poison tower base here from Gaku, and it looks like he does get the air defense down to the very bottom of the base there with some rocket blues. The queen pushing safely along the top side of the base there. No threats for her, and that means his remaining spells here could definitely go to working with the dragons, or maybe he kind of needs that rage to be used on the blimp to make sure that town hall goes down.
Yes, that's for sure an option as well, depending on whatever he's having in there, and if there's a tornado trap close by around that town hall. So far, the blimp is flying nicely, red mines are popping up, and there is loons, and yes, indeed, he is going to use that rage right there to have the Yetis taking down the multi-inferno tower, which would be out of reach of that queen, but the expos are untouched and staying alive.
One of the expos, I think, is set to ground. The top one's set to air here, but he does get the dragons to move most of the way through the bottom of the base there, but they missed that multi-inferno. It's looking like it's working on the water right now. Shouldn't be a problem for the world champion to step back in there and deal with, but it will deal some excess damage there in the meantime. King on the outside of the base there, able to get some tanking for the world champion, and she does continue to move across, ability intact, and he has an invisibility as well, so not looking too bad here, but we got to keep it in the queen because she's under modifier right now, and the storages are slowing her approach, but the archers are giving her some cover here, too.
Yes, the archers are giving some cover with the invisibility spell. He's able to keep her alive. The Diggy stun is saving that royal champion. And Eric, you were wondering if the plan would have been good enough to save Inquisition in this match. And the answer would have been probably yes.
Yeah, this is going through. This is going through, and that is painful to see there, because if they were able to stop any of Navi's players from tripling there, then they would have had the percentage advantage going into this attack. They're going to end it at a 96.2 compared to Navi's 94.6, and that means that with 3 seconds to spare there, Mark pulls through and parks them at 13 stars, but Navi outperformed today at 14 stars. They're taking the win on this one, and they're advancing in the lower bracket, and that means their next opponent is going to come as the lower bracket continues to collapse. It's either going to be Milliceme or it's going to be Strut. Those are both teams that played in last year's World Championship. The path ahead here is still treacherous, but Navi continues to march through.
Yes, and this really makes this 199% even worse in the beginning for Inquisition. Like, this 199% attack could have changed everything for them. But Corbin, what did you think about the match?
What a crazy match, going back and forth, and yes, that last attack, it was enough crazy to think about, but you know, it's all those small details that plays a role. But congrats to Navi advancing here.
Definitely big win right there, and they got, like, it's like they come into this as the only golden ticket holder that is in this top 8, and so, like, they're not just playing for money, but they're also playing for status. You know, like, you are the defending world champions, and they have a lot of pressure to continue to perform. They have a lot of fans out there that are voting for them, that are cheering for them, And that comes with a lot of pressure of its own, and they just continue to perform here. They're surviving. They're moving on. 14 stars is an incredible score when Town Hall 15 is as difficult as it is to.
Yes, that's right. 14 stars is really impressive, and I feel like 14 stars so far was most of the time enough to win a match. I remember yesterday we had a match which was a little bit different. That was a little bit crazy, but this gives us maybe time to take a look at the bracket and see what is still ahead of us, because we have this day just starting. We have a lot of matches to go through today because we are going to have this bracket getting played out entirely. We're going to have a champion at the end of this exact day, giving away the golden ticket and all the prize money. Navi winning in their lower bracket match means our next match is going to decide who they have to face, Strat or Millicent. And then we have the top upper bracket match, Republic Gaming versus ClashMate Gaming, right after that.
Yeah, Strut and Millicent is going to be a fantastic match, and we have storylines either way, right? Tons of experience between both those teams. If Strut wins, well, either Navi or Strut, we have defending champions in terms of those teams. One of them will be going to the lower bracket finals. Or Millicent, the storyline is, will Cynthia potentially go there? Oh, you never know, right? Eventually in the future. So one of those teams are going to be going down, and either one of them, and really, Eric, you were talking about Strut and Millicent. You were thinking one of them may get the golden ticket, but only one can advance as they do face each other.
Yeah, I'm looking at my notes here. Last year's World Championship, Strut ended up tied for 7th and 8th at the World Championship. They struggled there, but the team that used to be MSE Sports, now just a couple days ago, just got signed into the Millicent org that was MSE Sports. Now they are the returning 3rd place from last year's World Championship. And so I definitely think that both of these teams should be at Worlds. I mean, I guess only one of them can make it through today there. If either of them make it through, and the other ones have to play in the last chance qualifiers. So you never know what's going to happen. But Strut and MSE Sports, I guess now Millicent, have been in every World Championship since the dawn of their team there. I don't think the French team ended up making it through in 2020, right? Yeah, that's the only one they didn't go through. But that's the one that Strut ended up winning the World Championship at.
Yes, but I mean, with that X match on the line, we can take a look at the predictions, because I mean, you guys out there can vote as well and predict whoever you're going to think is winning with that next match on the line. And you can do that on the ClashMasters YouTube channel to make sure that your voice is heard and you get your voting in there. For us, I mean, I went first last time. Oh, let's take first look at the rosters and then go for the predictions. But we have the first roster right here with Strut looking incredible this week, in this tournament. Ast, Mask, Darkstar, and Philip with the legendary Rigu Torres.
Oh yeah, what a powerhouse lineup coming in. Rigu Torres was really strong. I mean, a lot of them were really strong. Ash Attack especially was crushing, destroying these bases with the Super Archer blimps into Super Barbarians. We'll see if they can bring that in here, Eric.
Yeah, and what's interesting is I think Strut is still the highest hit rate team in this current, what is remaining in the competition here, where I think Millicent is actually on the lower end here. So this is, by the numbers, a favorite for Strut, but then you have the World Championship experience there over in Millicent with Kingsman, Sinthe, Amwal, and Tryhard, and Uryam. This team is stacked with very, very high-profile players there. You can see Sinthe, the only non-signed player in this team, as he's kind of teasing potentially going over to Navi. So that could be very interesting. But we have 4 core members there, plus Sinthe as an extra addition that you would definitely want on any team that you could possibly field there. And we'll see what they got for us today.
Yeah, but now finally let's take a look at the predictions and see who is going to vote for which team. As I said, I have started the last time, so who of you guys would like to go next? Carbon, you maybe?
I can go. Yeah, I'll go ahead. I will pick Strut in this one. I'm gonna go Strut. What about you, Eric?
I think I gotta go with Strut as well.
Oh.
I think Strut is by the numbers the favorite. I think that they're definitely playing on fire right now. I'm very impressed specifically with what Dark Star's been doing, and I think that they could definitely they could take this win and knock Milsim out of the competition.
I mean, I've went yesterday already with Strut. I said in the beginning, I think the two teams who were my favorite to win this golden ticket are Strut and Repotted. So I will obviously go with them. And the only thing which concerns me is that Chet is voting for Strut as well. But at the same time, they were right. They were right with their last prediction. So maybe the curse is broken. But yeah, I have to make this a boring one. We all go with Strut. Even though I feel like the match is way closer than maybe our prediction make it look like. I think both of those teams are really close. Even though, Eric, you said it, Strut right now is having one of the best hit rates in the tournament. Stats are one thing. The other question is like, can you show up in this one important match and really make those stats count and get those 3 stars in again?
Yeah, that's the thing. Can you execute for sure? But here we go. And we've got the start to this. And we are coming in. Try Hard is in. And we're coming in with a, the Super Archer Blimp Lalo. And he does that right away to start and going in with that Warden ability, trying to get that Blimp all the way. Well, actually, wait, he's not going to get all the way down. It's a double sweeper here. He's cloning up the Super Archers. Some balloons actually got cloned up here.
Yeah, a lot of action going on there with this Blimp getting quite a bit of value right there. This is looking incredible. I mean, having this entire part of the base taken care of. But yes, surprisingly enough, an invisibility tower behind the tower. We see at the moment a mix of more spell towers, not only the rage towers anymore. I mean, yes, every base pretty much has a rage tower, but still, otherwise we see some more variety when it comes down to those spell towers, which I think is quite nice because, well, Super Archer Blimps are a thing, and the rage tower is not really good against them.
Yeah, whereas the Queen is going to path her way slowly around, the Super Barbarians are going to be taken and set in that funnel to allow that Queen to eventually, with, I was going to say with maybe a wall break, no, with a jump spell to get access straight to this Town Hall. He's going to have to invest some rages, and then he could use an Invis and a freeze, so the Queen ignores the Invis spell tower and goes for the Town Hall. Or it just activates early there. Never mind, okay.
Yeah, I think activating it early is maybe the better choice because then you don't have to worry about it later on. And especially if there's like any skeleton traps, you could be like getting trolled quite a bit by the Queen and by all the defenses around. But we have now the King going in. We have the compartments closed on that side, so he has to invest one wall break to get that King into the Tesla. But this means, well, the King is not going there, at least not just yet. We have the tornado trap behind the tunnel, and it seems like red mines, which would be not healthy for those healers.
Yeah, those healers hopefully are able to keep that Queen going, but that Royal Champion needs to remove the scatter shot. She does, as we got 7 more Super Barbarians to use as the Expo goes down. It's looking really good with the RC ability. The Super Barbarians can come up towards the top side to pinpoint each one of these defenses, and indeed it does. As the RC goes straight towards the Monolith now, even with the Diggy to help stun it, and the ability will go off, and Try Hard is starting it off with a 3-star. We'll just have to turn around and go for that hero platform. And there you go. Riga towards his base does not hold up here.
Yes, they have to travel back a little bit to get the last bidding, but with that time left, that should be no problem. Indeed, Tryhard with the first 3-star. Beautiful attack with that Yeti Blimp into the clone spell to get that entire compartment cleared out and create this incredible pathing then for the Queen right into the center of the Town Hall, right behind the Town Hall actually, to take that out and then the cleanup with the Super Barbarians. I just think it's really, really cool to see the Super Barbarians more and more often as a cleanup troop, as a kind of second stage phase for those attacks. So we have right now like Lalo attacks as a follow-up. We have Hog Riders in general, like Super Hogs, regular Hogs, whatever. And we have now Super Barbarians apparently as well as an option, which I think is just super cool that you have to now decide whichever follow-up you would prefer on whatever defenses are left.
Yeah, it's base dependent a lot of times for certain attack strategies. Like you said, Super Barbarians is very difficult to do in Legends, but here in these types of wars, it can be worked really well because of all the openings in the wall. And the nice thing is so many different strategies means that we can see a bunch of different styles coming in here. As we're seeing Philip, that is going to come in with a Queen charge into Electro Titans. But wait, we got a recall spell to pull this Queen back after this Eagle Artillery goes down.
Yes, and he's playing that strategy in Legend as well, so I would expect that he really knows what the limits are on this one. And then whenever I have seen him using this strategy, it was typically really successful, so let's hope that he can pull that off on this one again as well. Time is always a big issue though, so I think he would have liked to get the expo there, but at the same time, it's, well, a lot of time investment where he felt like it was not worth it to invest that. Now, everything has to go in. He's using the Warden. And something I have learned right now is typically you always see with ground attacks, especially the Lizard on the Warden. But with this specific attack strategy, you typically see the Frosty with the Warden together, which is really powerful as well. So for everyone who likes to try that as well, I would definitely recommend the Frosty on the Warden because it's really strong.
Oh, I'm waiting to see with the new level 15 pets, right? With the Yak or Lassie, will anyone eventually choose it? And then we'll go crazy if we see it. But we're seeing Philip continuing this smash in towards that Town Hall, but not going for the multi-target Inferno. He needs to figure this out because the Frost Mites can jump to it, slow it down, but unfortunately, he's completely ignored, so he's forced to send his Royal Champion into it.
Yeah, the Royal Champ now going in, but the King tanking the back end, so that's good for him. But the only problem is that the healers took quite a bit of damage and now going down inside that Town of Poison, which is the biggest problem right now for him. The Queen has user ability. Take a look at that. The Queen had like 60% hit points and has a user ability and still drops like 10% because of a rage scatter shot. Like that is just crazy to me how much damage this defense can deal. And well, maybe I have lost quite a few times my hero ability to that scatter, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Roach ability is there. I think that might be enough already to finish off the base.
Yeah, the Diggy helps stun that scatter shot. We got a Headhunter to the top side. That cannon is low health. Will probably be just one hit from the RC. And Philip looks like he's got just enough time. Oh, the double giant bomb. That's definitely would have been slowing him down for the cleanup here. But well done. He answers what Tryhard brought, and it's a 3-star with the Queen Charge recall into Electro Titans.
Yeah, really nicely done. I just love those recall smash attacks. I just think it's so great. I would love to know, because for me right now, and you're playing it as well, the Super Bowler smash with a recall spell, I would love to know why the pros, because we have not really seen it that often with the Super Bowlers, why the pros prioritize the Electro Titans just so much over the Super Bowlers. I would love to know that, because I feel like the Electro Titans are not synergizing that well with rage spells in general. So I'm not sure why the preference is with the Titans and not with the Super Bowlers, but either way, it's a really fun and entertaining strategy to do on Town of 15. And the good thing about this, what I feel like is why I would really recommend this for everyone out there is you don't have to do those crazy charges deep into the base, charging rage towers, like whatever, like where typically people lose their Queen ability and the Queen life at some point. But with this one, you kind of like peek into the base, as Philip did, with like taking down the Eagle, recalling the Queen into safety, and then just smashing into the base where, well, you have the Titans or the Super Bowlers tanking, so your Queen is going to stay safe for most of the time.
I would, if I had to take a guess, my only educated guess of why maybe they pick Electro Titans over Super Bowlers is because the Electro Titans, I think, are easier to predict where they may go. Because Super Bowlers will reach over the wall, they could then go somewhere where you're not expecting. While Electro Titans, since they only go for the, while they hit it, they don't reach over walls and things like that. It's a little bit easier to maybe path them and send them into a certain direction. It's only a guess. I don't know. We'll have to ask them. As we're seeing Kingsman now coming in to grab this air defense, and he does also have the same attack with the Queen Charge recall into some Electro Titans.
Oof. I mean, that was close. Freeze it again. He wants to take down the Monolith because he would like to get the Town Hall with that Flame Finger, which I think is a genius play. Now recall the Queen as soon as she is in danger. But this right now is looking really good That Flame Flinger now is going to take down the Town Hall, and it could even go further towards the multi and single Inferno Towers, which is having a lot of value right there. And I'm right now in heaven. I mean, we're seeing back-to-back recall smashes. I am happy.
Plus, this queen is going to charge her way to the top with the Electro Titans now coming right on down. Looking to get this push with the Baby Dragon off to the right side. That Flame Flinger, since the queen got a few shots off on the Town Hall, the Flame Flinger took it down even quicker and now can work on a few other defenses as the smash is coming through.
Yes, the openings are helping as well, and that jump now leading into everything is incredible. Take a look at that. He just can push that into every single compartment. The Hound explodes within seconds. I love this interaction with the Titans. There is no pups anymore. The Titans are just pushing through, and the base just slowly disappears. With one Rage Tower, though, on the back end.
Yeah, the Rage Tower will rage up the Scatter Shot, the defensive World Champion, but we do have a Yeti and another Electro Titan coming out from over there as he needs to continue his way through. Uses the Invis on his Queen because of the single target Inferno. She takes the jump, but has a beautiful access to continue their path right towards this backside.
Yes, that's right. Royal Champion joining at this bottom side. The Queen is still there. He has to be careful. That Queen might go down with one shot of that Rage Up Scatter. But nope, that wall break is working. Queen ability is there, and every defense is down. And I mean, we have now seen 2 recall smash attacks, and both of them were just demolishing the base. So really, really good showing for this strategy. And I just hope that we're going to see it more and more in the future, because it's just fun to watch and really fun to execute.
Yeah, what a brilliant attack right there. Great job. We saw now back-to-back Smash-style attacks, getting it done for the 3-star. And it was really, really nice to have that Queen move in, grab the Monolith, and then the Flame Flinger, because the Flame Flinger can't grab that Town Hall if the Monolith is in front, right? If we have a Monolith, we have Expos, either air or ground, and the Mortar, those things will outrange your Flame Flinger, so you have to be careful of where you deploy it. And a lot of times that's why those defenses are covering pretty much the whole base, so you can't really send that Flame Flinger or into a certain section. And maybe if you think you can, there's nothing there. It could be a bunch of Teslas and traps kind of baiting a Flame Flinger, so you have to be very careful on when you use that Siege Machine.
Yeah, that's right. It's like not like the other Siege Machines where you just, I don't know, maybe like you place a Testin or something for a Slammer, for a Blim, and that's pretty much it. No, you have to constantly support that Siege Machine. But if you do so, and if you're keeping it alive, then you're getting the value out of it. It's incredible when it comes down to how strong it is. And we see the next attack, and it seems like it's going to be a Super Archer Blim from us.
It is indeed, with that early Warden ability. Going all the way across here onto the lane, right onto that. The Ground Expo drops the double clone right away with the 4 Super Archers, so he doesn't wait, and he can instantly get the value, and he pops that Hound super quick, but he needs these Super Archers to lock onto this Town Hall. They get pulled off to the Electro Owl, which is actually taking out this Clan Castle, which is really nice. Oh, doesn't finish it all off, but he can at least take out that CC. No worries here, as the Town Hall's been secured. Going for the Monolith, going for the multi, but he's out of spells now. But at least he got that multi on the left.
Yeah, the multi-Inferno Tower went down indeed, but having the Scatter alive and being out of range completely for a lot of those troops, and even being on the Titan now, is quite a big problem, I think. He is having the Ice Golem, adding the King, but with the Rage Tower going, there's going to be a lot of damage, and the Titan at this point is already gone. And well, the Apprentice Warden is as useful as it always has been, because it's already down as well.
Yeah, well, we'll see what this Queen and her ability can get. Ew, not into the Eagle Artillery because of the ground skeletons that did pop there. Trying to get a little bit more value, dropping the Super Barbarians in front of the Giant Bomb is there, but the Unicorn slowly trying to keep this Queen alive. And remember, these heroes need to stay up for the whole attack running around. It's really reliant on the power of your heroes, but unfortunately, his Queen is down.
Yeah, Queen is down. Attack is not going to plan. We can see at this point the frustration in his face. He has to go for the percentage, which is normally a good, easy thing to do with the Super Barbarians, as you can just circle the base with them, and being raged up, they're going to collect quite a few buildings. but the Blimp not getting that scatter shot, the Titan going down so early, and the Queen being unprotected really caused some issues. And this is going to be the lead for now for Millisim, with having Strut fading this attack and us falling short versus this base of Kingsman.
Yeah, Kingsman's base holding strong. Just the few more Super Barbarians trying to run through, getting the percentage into the 90, probably at 91 with these archers towards that top side. A great effort there. Unfortunately, not getting everything he wanted to with those super archers. You could kind of put it up to the lava hound coming out, causing the super archers to lock straight onto that and distracting them and not getting all the shots off on the pinpoint the defenses they really wanted, but also leaving that eagle up, right? If you don't take the eagle down early, then you have to deal with the eagle shots raining down on your troops, which does so much damage.
Yeah, it just deals a ton of damage indeed, especially, I mean, great job defenses in general. Like, there's some of them who are just dealing an absurd amount of damage, especially if it's like versus that Queen. And even using that Queen ability a lot of times is not enough to keep her alive. And overall, the attack did not work out for him. But at least he was able to save it on a decent percentage, which means that it's not the end of the world, because we're still early in this match. Yes, Millisim has the lead, but it's nothing Strut could come back from.
Yeah, they've got the lead, but anything can still happen here. You never know. All the way until the final attack and the final stars come in. So the pressure is on. Remember, this is a lower bracket match. If you lose, you are eliminated. And if you win, you keep your hopes alive, but you keep your hopes alive against Navi. That is who the winner of this match faces in the lower bracket to try to make your way to getting that golden ticket, which is given out today. Yes, we will have all the matches for the rest of this playoff bracket here today and giving out that golden ticket. Cannot wait to see that fourth team getting it.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard battle for all of those teams. And we have our next attack in. And we see the Queen Charge Super Dragons with their recall spell, which has not the worst hit rate over this weekend, because especially with the Lightnings, we have seen quite a few of those players succeeding with it. And we have, wait a second, how many Lightnings were those? Were those 6 or 7 for the...
Good question.
For the Eagle? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But either way, we have the recall spell happening. And this means the Queen is trying to now funnel this left side to push the Super Dragons, into the scatter.
Yeah, with the Queen now down again, really setting a really close funnel so these Super Dragons move their way straight on in, as this Queen needs to then go left, it looks like, because that lightning spell helped take out an Inferno Tower so that this Queen and her healers will be protected as she walks right on by it.
Yes, Super Dragons are in. The Queen has to go to the left side. That is really important for her. If she would go for the right side, that would be pretty bad. Double Black Mine hitting those Super Dragons early. A lot of Black Mines are actually hitting those Super Dragons early. And remember, you want to have them as healthy as possible, especially with the Poison Tower, especially with all the damage which is located near this center, with the Monolith already start shooting. And the Town Hall, though, not activated just yet.
The Stone Slammer getting spun around right on top of the Town Hall. Probably it's another Super Dragon that will come out to help take that down, as the Queen is continuing her walk towards that multi on the backside, but the Eagle has now gotten raised up and he lures out the Lava Hound. But that Super Dragon did secure this Town Hall, and he still got a big push through this space still to do.
Yes, there's still a lot of base left. The raised up area around this Eagle is looking not too nice to face, with the air defense finishing off the last Super Dragon at the top side. And this could be the defense Strut was looking for, with the Queen still alive at this bottom side. I feel like she has not moved over the last 1 minute, but she was dealing with the Clancaster. And now he's adding the Royal Gem to make sure that those heroes together can finish off at least some of the expos and keeping that Queen going and somehow keeping her alive while, well, she picks up some of her percentages.
Yeah, he did have to use that rage spell on his RC to take that stuff down even quicker. The queen will loop around as the RC ability goes off, taking out the multi. Expo goes down, has to deal with the defensive queen, and unfortunately not going to be able to get this one here. Has his queen ability to remove the enemy queen, but no other troops around as she is looping to the top side with just under now 10 seconds left. And it's going to be in the 90. No, probably won't have enough time because of the storage there. Yeah, so 88 to 1 and just an 88% 2-star. So they are going to fall short here, which now will allow Strut to 3-star to tie it up on the triple or tied up on the star count.
Yes, but they would take the lead on percentage level because they just had the higher percentage 2-star attack. But first, they need to 3-star. We have heard from Eric before that Strut is right now the team with the highest 3-star rate in the remaining competition. But it's always about then really delivering under the high pressure moments, because having the highest percentage and beating them up over the open qualifier stage, for example, or something like that, or during the next stage or something, is not really helping you in this current position. You need to have this clutchness of getting the 3-stars in when it matters. I mean, there's no better way than getting 3-stars in an elimination match.
Yep, exactly. You got to get it when it matters, and it matters right now as Riga Torres is coming in with Super Barbarians. He's liking this attack strategy. Does have the queen down to the right side. We're going to see balloons. He's not waiting, so he's going straight away with the balloons, with the ward, with the blimp, as the eagle does activate, so it may get a shot or two off, but it doesn't. At least it goes for the balloons and not his queen. Oh, wait a second. That blimp, did he open it early on accident?
I'm not sure if, that warden ability, I'm not sure, was it worth it to invest it right there? He has not gotten the second scatter. Yes, he has cleared that entire compartment, but I'm not sure if that was worth it. Either way, I guess because you don't need that warden ability most of the time with Super Barbarians. They're working on their own. They're really, really independent when it comes down to the warden support, because, well, they're working on the outside, just helping the other heroes, supporting them in a nice way. I guess that's why they're so strong, because they're being really nice in supporting King, the Royal Champion, as they're approaching those different compartments. So I think at the end of the day, it wasn't the worst, but let's just hope that you kind of hope for that type of value while the queen is charging into the Single Inferno Tower.
Yeah, with that freeze to allow this queen to continue her way to get towards that town hall and still have her ability intact with 22 Super Barbarians still to use. But notice he's taking 2 more super wall breakers to potentially help with some charges, as he's going to help take out the multi-mortar with his queen. But the queen now finds the tornado trap as she's getting spun into the tunnel poison.
Oh no.
And the red air bubs.
No shot. That's always the risky thing when you're charging into the town hall section of a base with, well, having all of the right mines typically around there, because people are afraid of super minion blimps and so on. And now he has to really make this count. The skeleton spell is used to distract that monolith, but there's a lot of base left, and Strut are really struggling with those bases. It seems like it's I don't know, it's not those box bases, it's an anti-3-star setup with a lot of openings, which should typically work well for Super Barbarians, but just with having those key defenses further inside the base, well, that's just not working with the Super Barbarians, and it feels like it's going to be another 2-star for Strut, and Mediceam can keep their lead.
Indeed, with it being in the 80s, they can then, if they get another triple, take a further lead. Unfortunately, Riga Torres and Strut not getting it done with the Super Barbarians here, so maybe Mediceam is knowing, hey, these bases are working really well to try to stop those Super Barbarians, and it's the key. Is it going to help them try to advance to take on Navi in the next round? Well, very nice try to Riga Torres. I would love to know if that was planned, a warden build, or did he want that blimp to get a little bit further to get some other value? But I guess we will never know.
Yeah, we will never know, but I feel like even if the blimp would have gotten more value with his loons, the problem in the end was the queen charge, with the red mines kind of finishing that queen charge in their core, and that's normally kind of, well, you want to have your queen alive when doing a queen charge, especially when it's so heavy on the spells and everything, investing that into her and keeping her alive, and then having the healers just vanish is never a good sign. So really unfortunate right now, and we have seen Milliceme as well using the Super Barbarians. So maybe, as you said it, they were testing really specific versus that strategy, because I think Strat was the team which mostly used the Super Barbarians with different combinations, different openings, with the Queen charges, with the Super Archer blimps, with the different variations out there. And now we have Milliceme back with Ariam. He is going to go in with, maybe it looks like a Blizzard, which could be a really good into the compartment of the Rage Tower, I think. Because if he would get there, this would be a pretty incredible value. And there can't be any traps. He's not going to invest, that is surprising, he's not going to invest the freeze for that sweeper. But hey, he got the wall breaks, and this means his Super Wizards might just keep pushing through.
Yeah, with those Super Wizards getting the value on there. Oh, getting that Sonic with the scatter shot. Look at this whole compartment now going down. The brilliant thing is, when you send these blimps in to get this value, you also are able to pull that clan castle out so you can deal with it on the outside of the base.
That Blizzard was incredible. I think over the weekend we have seen a couple of teams, a couple of players who actually played again the Super Wizard Blimp, and so far it has been incredible. I remember yesterday the attack with the Blizzard, where like it was one of the biggest overkills I think we have seen of the weekend. But now the Queen is slowly making her way towards that Town Hall, towards that Monolith. He has to invest the Skating spell to distract it, and the King to funnel that Queen towards the Town Hall.
Yeah, well, as this Queen's going to make her way towards the Monolith and the Town Hall, is he going to... No, doesn't have any wall breakers here. So he's going to continue pushing this Queen up to the Town Hall. With that King ability going off, the Town Hall is not activated, so his heroes should be safe to be able to help try to secure it. But it's taken quite a bit of time. He's going to have to start the Lalo soon.
Yes, he has to start with a Lalo soon. Time is always the issue of those blimp attacks, because, well, you try to have the blimp, you try to have the hero part, and then having the next phase of the attack, if it's Super Archers, if it's Lalo, if it's whatever. So let's just see and hope that the time is going to be enough, because this opening looked incredible. But now he has to make sure that those loons are pushing through this multi-inferno tower section of the base, but it's looking good, I think.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good as these loons are making their way to the backside with that freeze onto the Eagle Artillery. The Royal Champion is running under right with it as he can drop some Headhunters. They're going for that Defensive King to slow him down. RC ability goes off, and these balloons are moving their way through. Ariam, what a brilliant attack here, taking the base down. As long as he's got enough time, it will be a 3-star. I'm assuming there's no other quarter buildings other than over here. 10 seconds, and he's got it. Balloon split. Well done to you with the 3, and that's going to give them an even further advantage. So Strut must triple just to stay 1 star behind in this match.
Yeah, the pressure is on for sure. And I think what impressed me the most about this attack is just knowing how those Super Wizards are going to path with not freezing the sweeper. I think I would have frozen the sweeper any day of the week, and I would have tried to like drop right on top of that Rage Tower to like reach out of the buildings. But what he did was incredible smart with not investing the freeze, opening the blimp a little bit further ahead, but then wall breaking to that compartment. And because there were no buildings on the outside, his Super Wizards just pathed into that compartment, and he got all the value he was going for. So really incredible play on that blimp, in my opinion, and getting the 3-star now. And well, Strut, it's not looking really good for them. They have to somehow turn this around, getting 2 3-stars and then another solid defense.
Indeed, they're going to have to do something now. They got to get that 3. They have to triple out here as his Dark Star is in with the Skelly Donut. Oh, wait, did he completely? No. We've got 2 healers. Super Barry, we got a recall, and he was able to get it. What was going on? What did you see?
I mean, I was just confused about the army. We have like Lalo, we have Super Barons, we have a recall spell, we have 2 healers, as you said. That is a wild combination right there. I mean, he's going for the multi-inferno tower right now. Then probably going to recall the queen. That is a really, really interesting army, and really like specifically designed to take down this base. It's just really cool to not see default strategies versus some of those bases, but instead really customized specifically to take down those bases. And right now it's looking really good for him. He got the top multi-planetary queen right now, though it's struggling a little bit, but he has the support of the Super Barbarians. Having to invest the freeze now, though, but, well, I think he got everything else, and now where is he going to use the king?
He's only got one rage. Maybe use the king to the right side to go for that scatter shot, but he's got one rage, and that's it. Nothing else. Queen ability's already been forced, so this queen looks like she's going down to the defensive round expo, as if we're starting with the Lalo of this Warden, with the Warden ability going off. Headhunters are pulling the healers actually over to the left side, as he wants to remove this multi. He wants with the balloons. He wants to remove the town hall with the blimp, which he gets it. He's breaking down this base compartment by compartment with his troops and heroes.
Yeah, now the king for the backhand with the Royal together. I feel like he is doing more things at the same time, as if you would do 10 attacks at the same time. This is just insane. Having the Lalo, one of the most complicated things to do in general in the game, and then doing a hero part at the same time on the right side. This attack is rushing the space, it feels like, and the Expo is having no chance of fighting back whatsoever, and it's completely crushed. I mean, that attack was genius. Recall a 2 healer queen charge into the Sketty Donut, into an incredible blimp, and this base is just gone. And Darkstars shows yet again why, of the July season, he was the person, he was the pro with the highest hit rate, if I remember correctly, in the competitive scene, which is not easy to accomplish over like 50-something attacks. So really, really strong showing. And this, well, puts Strat into a position where if they get a defense, they might have a chance.
They may have a chance indeed. Darkstar does not disappoint right there, coming in with not just a nice 3-star, a beautiful, crushing 3-star. It was like pixel perfect, pushing his attack right on through. Whereas sometimes these players may, if they hit a base and they fail, they may build it to test and really, like, you know what, want to learn from their mistake. Well, this seems like, well, they learned really from it, and he's like, this is the perfect attack strategy to take it down. Really dissected it and knew exactly what he could do, setting the Lalo to the left while the Queen's going down south, King to the right. How he broke it down, and he didn't need all 5 healers. You know, I think 2 healers is enough for the Queen to get her value. And of course, when you remove that clan castle with the Skelly Donut, you don't have to worry about the defending CC coming out, which makes it that much nicer.
Yeah, it was just really, really nicely going through the base. But now it's back to Millicene. If they have 3-star, this match is over. I mean, they have it in their hands. But if they don't, then, well, there is the chance of Strat making it with the comeback. But we have to wait for the next attack of Millicene to know if exactly that case is going to happen. And I think who's left for Millicene? Is it actually Cynthia?
I think so. Yep. Oh boy.
That's not good news for Strut.
It's not. It's not. Oh boy. Cynthia is going to try to close it out to keep their hopes alive. And if they win, they would take out Navi. And only one of those teams will be able to advance in the lower brackets. Well, the storylines will be there. Either way, storylines with any victory from either one of these teams, they're all so good. But what do you think Cynthia's going to come in with here?
I mean, I feel like predicting Cynthia is nearly impossible. Maybe the only thing you could think of is that he's going to do something with a Sketty Donut or like a bad donut or something. That might be the only thing I could think of. But otherwise, we have... Oh, yes, the Clan Castle is down. So he did do, I think it's... No, wait. No, wait, he did the Skelly Donut for the Town Hall.
Oh, he did
the Skelly Donut for the Town Hall and for the Clan Castle. Sadly, we have missed it, but really, really nicely doing that. And now it's the Super Barbarian with the Lock Launcher going into that core and trying to take down as much base as possible.
Yeah, I believe he needs roughly around an 89% or somewhere around that to lock it up with a 2-star victory. So the Super Barbarians, like we know, they can get a really high percentage. As that Town Hall is down, you don't have to worry about that as he can move his way around this space with Super Barbarians all the way around the edge with 26 more to use. As his heroes are removing these Infernos, the King does not go for that multi because it is a closed compartment there, but the Queen, with her ability, can still get all these Expos, that multi, this whole side. He's not looking to just 2-star. He's looking to go for the 3.
And this is just looking so good. I mean, with the Skelly Donut, if you look at the base, he even got apparently the Expo. So he got Expo, Clan Castle, and Tunnel with the Skelly Donut. Like, are you kidding me? Who is doing that? And just an incredible attack right there with the opening. And we have now the Super Barbarian swarming the back end. The Royal Champion is in the mix as well, taking down that Monolith, the Queen with her ability. And he even turns her invisible to take down the scatter shot. This is not fair. What are you doing to this space? This match has showcased some of the best attacks of the entire weekend. And Millicim in the end is going to take the victory and is going to upset, or is it upset? But is going to take down Strut. Because, well, at this point, 14 stars feels like to be the magic threshold to pass if you want to have a chance of winning at this stage.
Yeah, you're going to have to be getting 14 stars indeed. We saw it from Navi in the previous match. We saw it even in a lower bracket match before where it was 14-14 and United Gaming GS lost on getting 14 stars. Remember, we were looking at the previous community tournaments leading up to this. Teams were getting like 11, 12, 13 was like looking really good. But now it's starting to become 14 stars, where that's what you're going to have to be putting up as these players and teams have really started to identify what is working at the Town Hall 15 meta.
Yeah, I just feel like the difference between the top teams is just going further and further apart. I mean, if you think now, okay, the competitive scene is just going crazy with those 14 stars matches. No, that is just those few teams. This is not representing the entire competitive community. There's other teams out there struggling to get the 10 stars from time to time. So, I mean, this right now is like really showcasing what the top 6 of the teams in the world right now can do on Town of 15. And this is impressive to watch. I mean, that's fair to say. Their attacks really customized for the bases. And I think this is really what sets them apart from most of the other teams out there, which I guess mostly are using those default strategies and just try to apply them to the base. While we see right here, really customized attack with the Skelly Donut for the Town Hall, with the 2 healer charge, with a recall. I mean, those attacks are going crazy. And we see another attack though now. When I was talking about customizing attacks, we see a Super Archer blip.
We are with the Super Archers looking to probably move the Clan Castle, the multi. Wait, he can grab all the multis. He can grab the Eagle Artillery, grab the Monolith. He's seeing all the value right in here. So he decided to invest that. Wait, can he also grab the Town Hall? They're damaging it, but he does unfortunately pop this Hound, which means that these Super Archers are not grabbing all the Infernos and Expos that he was probably hoping for.
That's actually kind of crazy. I mean, with the position he landed in, this base kind of looked like, okay, this is done. But at the same time, with the Super Archers not going for the Expos, this is now a really big problem. I feel like, as Eric always says, the question is like, if the plan is good enough to, well, if Millicim would have not get the 3-star, would have been this plan good enough to get the 3-star now? And so far, I'm not really convinced that this can get a 3-star, but hey, it's Musk. Maybe he can turn this around.
Yeah, with those Headhunters slowing down the defensive Queen, pulling some giant bombs. Unfortunately, that scatter shot is getting a hit off onto his Queen, and she is very low health. Needs to have her get healed back up, but the other giant bomb basically almost forces her ability. His Royal Champion does go down, as now he's continuing his way all the way around. Now, his Warden is now gone, since it was on air mode, getting hit by any traps there, as his Queen needs to push her way all the way to the Town Hall. Does not have any spells left, so it's reliant on that Queen ability to secure the Town Hall as he's continuing his way up and around with the Super Barbarians.
Yeah, they're swarming the base, they're swarming the back end. Queen took down the Rage Tower, but I mean, they're still defending Royal Champ and this Raged Up Expo. There are so many Super Barbarians, but if they're clumping up like that, the Scatter might take them out. But wait a second, there's still a Titan in the mix.
What?
He might just get it. That's just
He's
crazy. But again, this is because all of the openings, he had to use impressive zero super wall breaks. Like, just imagine a normal base with those compartments, with all of the openings you went through. That would have been at least 5 super wall breakers. This is like
Yep.
40 housing space. This is like 8 less super barbarians. That is a big deal. So really, the space meta of the pros is kind of inviting for the super barbarian attacks. So the plan would have been good enough, but Millicene, just with the last attack of Cynthia, crushing the bases and getting this victory in this lower bracket, and they now have to face Navi later today.
They do have to take on Navi for sure. The storyline is here: Navi versus Milsim into the lower bracket, but then we have in the upper bracket, which is the next one that we're going to be covering, which is going to be Repotted Gaming taking on ClashMSTRS Gaming EA to see who goes to the grand finals. Because it comes down to this now: if Navi makes their way to the grand finals, then whoever wins the upper bracket next gets a golden ticket, right? Because Navi can't get another one. So the team in the upper bracket might just be rooting for Navi to win, so they don't have to worry about just winning that grand finals match. Granted, they still want to win it to get first place in the $18,000. But Eric, what was your thoughts on this one here?
Well, I would love if production could get us a replay of that Skelly Donut the synth they did, because that would be, I think a lot of people are asking for the chat right now. Everybody wants to see what happened with that. But that is insane. That was actually what ended up deciding the war right there. And if he missed it, if he messed it up there, if he took that big risk there and it didn't pay off, then we obviously saw that Mask was able to pull off that triple, and we could have seen a completely different story there. But that's insane. That was a crazy match.
Yeah, I think what I enjoyed the most is just like those complete different attacks every single time. We saw like a Blizzard, we saw a 2 healer recall charge, we saw like a Skelly Donut for the Town Hall. Like, there was pretty much every strategy in there, every possible combination. And I think overall the match quality for a viewer to experience this was really, really high. And we said it though, again, it would be really cool to maybe have the replay at some point of that Skelly Donut of Cynthia, because that one looked crazy. Town Hall, Clan Castle, and an Expo. That is pretty decent value, and I just hear that we are getting the replay really in short time. So that's kind of nice. Everyone can experience it as well with what Cynthia did to that base.
Yeah, what he can do is crazy. You don't see any player really ever go for the Town Hall, right? There's tons of them that go for the Clan Castle, but Cynthia is one of a kind. He goes for the Town Hall as well to use your spells. It is crazy to think that he's able to even do that and come through with a crushing attack, especially when you need a 3-star. Well, you don't need a 3-star, but it was a 3-star to close it out and gets it done to help advance in the lower bracket to take on Navi, the pressure, and Cynthia delivers.
Absolutely. And with that, we actually only have 4 teams remaining left in the competition. That only leaves Repotted, ClashMSTRS EA, Navi, and Millicene. But here is a second look at that Skelly Donut, the synth they did on replay. We see how many skeleton spells was that on the Town Hall? Obviously, only need 1 onto the Expo and 1 onto the CC, and the one under the Expo came in later, if you notice there. And so a ton, an absolute swarm of skeletons onto that Town Hall were able to take it down there and pre-trigger the Poison Tower as well. So that's insane. That's every spell except for 1 invested into that takedown.
Yeah, that is really, really crazy. I mean, he was nearly even able to take down the spell tower right there. That would have been even crazier. Just imagine the mass of skeletons going from the Town Hall to the spell tower and getting all of that value as well.
Yeah, it's just incredible what he can do. But let's take a look at the bracket here, as it is updated with the final 4 teams here in the playoffs for the ClashMSTRS Gold, where yes, we are giving away the golden ticket at the end of today. The next match we are jumping into is going to be Repotted Gaming taking on ClashMSTRS Gaming EA in the upper bracket. And if it comes down to one of these teams, obviously they'll advance there. But if it comes down to a bracket reset, then the team from the lower bracket will have to force that to try to get that golden ticket if it's not Navi, right? So either ClashMSTRS Gaming EA or Repotted, they could lose and then come back into the grand finals to get a rematch, but you never know what's going to happen in these matches. So what we're going to do is pretty much try to see what your prediction is, right? Who are you guys going to be predicting? Is it going to be Repotted Gaming or ChazMac Gaming EA? So make sure you guys get your predictions in on the poll over on the Clash Masters YouTube. But now between the rest of you, what are your thoughts on who's going to take this?
Well, I know that whoever wins this are going to be cheering on Navi to sweep that lower bracket and get them a golden ticket. And so that last round is just for extra prize money. But my goodness, this is a tough one here. I think that I do have to go with ChazMac Gaming EA. I think that they've had the strongest performance out of every single team in the competition. I think between them and Strut, they're the two highest hit rate teams in the competition right now. But I think that ChazMac EA might have overtaken them, or they're like dead even there. I've been trying to track the stats there roughly, but I don't have the exact numbers to see. But I think that ChazMac EA is definitely at the top of the competition here.
Yeah, I think ChazMac EA is looking really, really strong, but in the beginning of the tournament, I said, okay, I think Strut or maybe Repotted are going to make it all the way. Since Strut is not here anymore with that last match, I would just go with Repotted and stick to what I said before that. And I think a lot of people will predict ChazMac EA, so I just think, okay, at this point, let's just try to mix it up and not always predict the same team.
Oh, well, Eric, you're going ChazMac EA. Itsu and Chad are going Repotted. I am going to go ChazMac EA. So we're going to be split right down the line here of who we're all predicting. So, you know, it really could go either way. The chat prediction is really close at 55%. So you guys are still on the fence. And I guess if you guys still want to get your predictions in by just typing in the chat, let us know. We can see it, as this is going to be a fantastic match. Remember, the winner of this advances to the grand finals, is one win away from getting a golden ticket.
And I don't know, I feel like ChazMac is a smart choice here, because chat doesn't have the best track record right now. They got, 2 out of 10 attacks there, or 10 wars there that they were able to predict right, and it was only when Navi won. That was when they went and all voted for Navi. Yeah. That's the only times that they were right. So I don't know.
That's true.
I think my odds are pretty good here for ChazMac EA just based on that alone.
Well, let's not talk about what chat said. I mean, let's see. Maybe they have a lucky punch here, but we have the match starting, and that's with Hydra attack.
Yeah, the Hydra's coming in here. We've got I would call it like a super Hydra, whereas we've got dragons, we got rocket loons, we got the Inferno dragons and dragon riders all in the mix. As we used a couple lightning spells to start, as more rocket loons coming down to the Archer Tower to the bottom side, as he wants to fly all the way across to that town hall.
Yeah, but Carbon, it looks like he's got enough spell support here to potentially do a super minion bomb, would be my guess there. And if he can land like almost directly on top of the monolith right there, he can turn back around there and get the CC taken down. He's making sure to delay his heroes here. He gets the puddle formed completely without using them, but he did put that drag right over the right side of the base there to go after the Eagle Artillery, and he ended up missing that. So he's gonna need to get that back under control here. Hopefully something will split off over there and take it without distracting too much for the main push, but the blimp does land in. Super minions do pop out, and they land right into a tornado trap and get pulled, but they still get the bottle down, but leave the CC standing. That could potentially be a problem.
As long as his dragons are now pathing to it, and they do, freezes up that multi, really wants to remove that clan castle as it goes down. Now his heroes don't have to worry about pulling out any of the CC, which could be ice golems, lava hounds, things like that, which could be really, really hard for his heroes to really make their push through. But his dragons have done their job. Now it's up to the heroes and what they can do. The queen's not even deployed yet. Finally now goes down, as his king is going to try to path into the multi with the royal champion following behind.
It's nice to see the versatility of the players as well. Yada normally is a bowler expert, a smash attack expert, but he's breaking out this strategy, and it may be out of his comfort zone, but it seems like he's handled it pretty well here. The king continues to make his way forward. They're taking the royal champion, holding the tension of the scatter shot there, and he's not looking too bad here. He's got a lot of force movement. You can already see him smiling there. You can already see him getting excited. He goes ahead and makes the Inferno Dragon invisible to transfer the scatter shot over, and he does step in and take it down. He's got it under control there. The Queen ability, the Queen alone, regardless what the other heroes are doing here, could probably take out the rest of the base on her own, but he's got more than enough force there necessary, and that means that ChazMac EA will continue their reign of terror here in the upper bracket with their insanely high hit rates. Now, they got to be pushing 70, nearly 80% there on their hit rates right now.
It's so impressive, taking this one down with the Hydra, the perfect base that this attack strategy was used for here. With those super minions cloning up to help grab the town hall, the mile, even though there was red air bombs and a tornado trap for the super minions, he was able to still get the value to allow them to go right on through. And notice, when the dragons went into the core of the base, removing that clan castle was critical, so his heroes did not pull that out and get stalled up, which really helps when you move your way around. You don't need your dragons to stay alive for the whole attack. You just need their dragons to get through the core and clear the core, and then your blimp to grab the town hall, and then it's up to your heroes to clear the rest of the base.
Exactly. Keep the heroes clear of the CC range there until the dragons are able to take it down. Because if it is an air targeting CC that all goes out and the dragons face it, then usually they can just power through, because most of the air targeting CC is a very low HP troop, and the dragons just easily handle it. But if they do leave up ice golems or lava hound inside, you want them to destroy that building. And the super minion bomb, I think, was intended to actually destroy the CC building, but the tornado trap pulled it forward there. And it was almost baited there. Like, it was almost baited because it did hit the tornado trap. There was a bunch of red air bombs that definitely could have gone another way there in a hurry there if it ended up having those super minions die out of the blimp. But now Americana dropping in with a, looks like a super archer bomb coming in on that side of the town hall. All right, well, this is interesting, Carbon. Let's see what we can do here. Follow up with super farms after the value that he claims here.
Yeah, he went, oh, giant bombs. Okay, there we go. We got Invis double clone. He's going for the town hall. Well, first he's locking on to potentially the lava hound, because the lava hound is out in front. Oh,
no! That's bad, Carbon! He locked onto the lava hound, and then he put an archer in the top of the base there. Hound pulled all the archers out of the invisibility, and now we see a pause. We see the hesitation. We see him trying to recalculate and try to figure out how to recover this now. That's a big mistake right out of the gate here for Opponent Gaming.
That's the problem with the clone spell. Even though if you have the Invis spell down early, before the blimp even lands, you drop a clone, there's just that little bit of a CC will get lured out, even though it's in an Invis. It's just the mechanic, the way the clone spell works, they become active just for a fraction of a second, which is enough for the clan castle to get lured out, especially a lava hound like that. So unfortunately, the lava hound was there, causing distractions. Pulling it made it even worse. If he pulled it a little bit closer to the super archers, the lava hound could have become invisible, so they would have ignored it, and that could have been a whole different side to this attack.
But you'll notice that at the start of the attack there, what lured the lava hound off was an archer, and a lot of times these players will put an archer down in advance that's just chipping away at some trash building opposite of where the super archer bomb is dropping, to make so that if any ice golems or lava hounds pop out, we don't want ice golems to freeze up either way. We don't want the lava hound to lock on. We definitely don't want what just happened to happen. But we need to make sure that we had that archer in place in advance, and there wasn't really a place on the edge of the base here to even drop in an archer to lure out of the way there. So he's trying to just kind of do it on the fly. It ends up costing him pretty big there, but he'll keep on gathering percentage here. And yeah, if you just look around the perimeter of the base there, all the defense, all the cannons and the archer towers are so close to the quarters, there's not really any exposed trash that he could have just parked an archer on.
That's the one issue. You're not able to instantly pull those CC troops out of there, as we're seeing now a lower percent here, Eric, in the 70s, and that's going to really hurt this one, especially when ChazMac Gaming EA has been hitting at such a high hit rate that this is going to make it very, very difficult. It might come down to the fact that you need to put up like 14 stars to be able to keep pace with a team like ChazMac EA, and Matt Rolling right there is just not going to do it.
Yeah, I feel like you have to, at a bare minimum, have 13 stars with good percentages to have a chance to beat this team. And right now, that's a rough start. It's a rough start. They're going to have some ground to make up for, but there's still a lot of war left to play here. So they definitely are capable of it. They arrived to this stage here. They beat some insane teams on the way here. They're a seasoned pro team. They know exactly what they're doing. They just need to re-rally after that miss and just ride through the rest of the war here and just get some triples on the board. Maybe they can rely on their base building. There's a lot of people behind the scenes that are working with these teams to help them prepare and test bases. And you know that they're going to be breaking out the best of the best bases at this stage of the competition. And there's nothing left to hold back. You make it through this stage here, and historically, you're probably going to be the one who gets the win of the tournament and get that golden ticket. So this is the most important match in my opinion right here. So let's see what happens. Chihuahua returning fire as Chazmac EA will now fight to maintain their lead.
Yeah, this literally could be the golden ticket match right here. Depends on what Navi does in the lower bracket. So this is why it's so important to win this one to get to that final matchup in the grand finals. As we now see the Grand Warden down with the balloons, the blimp to fly all the way across, and again, he wants to land in a safe area to try to have the Super Archer blimp. Oh no, not the Super Archer, but the Super Minions to then get cloned up. He just dodged the tornado with the blimp, but he is finding him with some Super Minions, taking out the multis. Can he take out a Monolith and the Eagle? Oh, that would be really nice. Monolith goes down, and the Eagle.
Wow.
Yes! Eagle too.
On top of that, Carbon, he took out every threat there in the immediate vicinity of those super minions. So they turn around out of the invisibility, and they're still continuing to pick up extra things. They're grabbing that sweeper in the middle of the base there as an extra bonus. Would have been nice to pick up that ground expo, especially since the rest of the attack here is going to be on the ground. But he does have the CC pulled, obviously. What came out of there was a super minion that's floating around there, but he quickly deals with that one shot from the queen, and it's out of the way. And now he can push the queen, the king, and he's got the apprentice warden to replace the grand warden, and he can boost the HP of everybody as they march their way forward here with a ton of super barbarians to provide some exterior support on the base.
Yeah, that apprentice warden is definitely helping a hero and Electrotite now really get that HP up
Nice
as he's charging into the X-Post, and that wall break is perfect to allow that queen to path her way straight to this town hall, casually just moving his way around. There is really nothing he's worried about this moment. It's all going to plan.
Yeah, just need to get the queen to hold on to her ability until he's able to secure the town hall takedown. He can freeze it right there, or he can just wait for the ice golem to pop. It's in a position where we'll freeze the town hall, so we can just hold on to that. And that freeze would be very valuable when we get into the Rage Tower. We see Teslas that have popped in the right side compartment around that scatter shot and around the Rage Tower. That Rage Tower is the most lethal area on this base that remains. And that's, I mean, even with all these super barbarians, he can lose a lot of troops very, very rapidly in the area. So he's definitely not out of this yet, but he is looking pretty solid. He's just going to try to swarm it and overwhelm it. He's got a ton of troops there, and he's coming in every single angle simultaneously.
Oh yeah, with that freeze as well. World champion ability to still move in. These super barbarians taking that king down. He's celebrating. He's happy. What an attack here, taking this base for the 3-star as the shield of the RC skips through and gets it done. The super minion double clone blimp into super barbarians. To think at the beginning of Town Hall 15, oh yeah, Eric, you're gonna see attacks at Town Hall 15. Well, you're gonna see super minions coming in the blimps. You're gonna see super barbarians. You're gonna see super archers. We would have been like, what? It's crazy. Those were not really used all too often, but now they're being used everywhere at Town Hall 15.
Yeah, it's insane how the meta shifts there. That's why you gotta follow the esports scene, because every time you turn around, they're developing a new strategy. They're working on finding out what is the most effective way to take these bases down, and they sometimes find a simpler approach that a lot of people that are going to be able to replicate and bring into your own wars, which is it's definitely helpful to have the inside of these pro players and see what actually works in wars instead of just a montage of triples, right? You get to see how they can fail too. It's very, very interesting to see exactly how they deal with these attacks and what they do when things don't go perfectly right. But Right now, Repotted has not had this war go perfect for them so far, and they have some ground to cover here to make reach back here to try to get to this grand finals through the upper bracket. And this one, look at this army comp here. It's like a mix of super barbarians. We got Lalo, we got a lot of sneaky goblins, lightning. He's got the flame flicker coming down at the very bottom of the base there. Definitely an interesting mix of troops here. And I guess if you're going to customize that much into the specific base that you're attacking, then a lot of planning has gone into this.
Absolutely, as the Flame Flinger is down at the bottom side of the base with 2 Expos down there, but he's at least looking to help remove that multi-target Inferno, as he does send a handful more troops down there to remove that defensive king, as his king's going to look to path into the enemy royal champion, bomb tower, and scattershot.
Just needs to get the king to dive into the defensive royal champion, the left side of the base here. Going to take that down with the help of a headhunter. The king with a funnel goes inside of the base. Yeti work on the outside over there as well. And they're all working in that corner to try to collapse in and force the queen to secure the town hall. With the flame flicker working down, oh, the queen. Do you see the queen? She stunned us up there for a second and was trying to take the turn off to the left, but the king barely gets her corrected, and she's going towards the town hall, but she's going to an early ability, and she's chasing the CC. All right, he's got sneaky goblins though. It's okay.
He does.
He's got sneaky goblins. That is his plan to secure the town hall takedown.
Ooh, and that Phoenix pulling some red air bombs here to help protect them with the Lalo that will eventually come in, as the sneaky goblins are securing this town hall while the Flame Flinger grabbed that multi-target in front, and he activates and found that tornado trap, which is going to be very, very helpful when he starts this Lalo potentially from the top side of this base with the Raw Champion running right underneath.
Gonna get the ward ability not being needed right away here. He could hold on to it for quite a while, and I feel like he should. I wonder why he even deployed the warden over there. I feel like it would have been better to put the warden over to the right side, and so we get the approach right at the defensive queen. So he does have a long path here for headhunters to cross through if he does want the protection of the warden ability. So we'll definitely keep an eye out for them. But okay, warden goes to ability there. Is that a good time for it?
I mean, he popped it right after there was a bunch of sneaky airmines. I think he's okay because of the value that he was able to get with the Flame Flinger, his heroes, and then the Lalo now moving in with the assistance of the Royal Champion right underneath. With all these spells left to still push his way through. Look at this with another freeze coming down. What a brilliant attack. The Zap, a Lalo with a handful of super barbs, really dissecting the space down and taking down Hades' base. And he's got even that swag invis. And, you know, army camps in the core of the base, looks like they didn't do too much right there. Probably just wanting to make the pathing for the troops really awkward. But hey, it was a 3-star, a brilliant attack here.
Yeah, definitely. And with to have swag spells after that, when you're breaking in a weird combination of troops like that, he had like, there's so many different parts that had to go right in that attack there to make it work, because that's what I'm saying. It's very, very meticulously planned. You had every single different piece of the base there individually planned out, and it's not just taking all of the same type of troop right there and then just spam it across the base and hopefully that is able to take the whole base there. Every single different compartment of the base there was specifically planned for, and he found a counter with different troop type in almost every quadrant. So now here we go, Hiroya going to be responding, and once again, because of that triple, we're back to the same position that we were in at the attack before this. Hiroya going in with, it looks like a Skelly Bat Donut into a mass twin hog attack. I love this attack, Carbon. This is my favorite attack in Clash of Clans, outside of witches, of course, but we don't see a lot of witches in Town Hall 15.
Well, you know what we also haven't seen? Well, obviously regular witches because of a lot of multis and rages, but super witches, you know? Super witches are relatively strong. They can work, but they can be finicky on time, so you have to be really careful when it comes to that. You know, maybe we may see it at a later stage or even when it gets to the World Championship. You never know with meta always shifting. As that king pops his ability, clearing the section, and that queen looking to push her way, continuing all the way through this town hall. And notice there's no healers. So we have no queen charge into hogs. It's just pure Skelly Donut into sending your heroes, the hero dive into the hogs.
Yeah, but the last hero dive didn't actually get the queen to the town hall and relied on those sneaky goblins. This one will not have that luxury, so this queen is going to need to arrive to the town hall, and then Expo picking up on her. She's able to get away from it. She has the Phoenix top her up, but she's trying to figure out exactly what path she wants to take to get in there. She does find a way in. The golem is out in front of her. She's got grass skills. She does reach the town hall. Perfectly calculated right there to get the queen to arrive right as she needed to go to ability, and now the hogs can sweep in on that left side and sweep after the Eagle Artillery. Notice they're not using heal spells. No heal spells in hog attacks at Town Hall 15 because rage towers are going to completely negate it, and you're better off just popping your ability and combining it with a rage and surging past the defenses and just trying to clear defenses to try to reduce damage rather than heal through it.
Yeah, you just want to overwhelm it as the World Champion is trying to do that on the backside. As the defensive rage now is going off over there, but he's got 2 invis. Gotta use them on your heroes here. There's the first. We've got a second one potentially. Do we still have the Diggy up? Yes, I believe we do. Stunning that scatter shot. The RC getting the ability, or already did get the ability off, as there's the last invis. No spells left. Needs the RC to go for the ground expo. We got a couple hogs with the warden assistance. It's looking pretty good. The second one can go down. Yes!
There we go.
Wow.
There we go. Carvity gets it. I love that invisibility. That invisibility was not just protecting the World Champion, but was also making all the defensive ground skeletons invisible. So the World Champion stopped getting distracted and got back onto the defenses. And those invisibilities came in clutch to carry him through to that triple. And there, I told you need at least 13 stars to beat ChazMac EA, and they're already at that mark and pushing to exceed it.
Absolutely. ChazMac Gaming EA. What a performance they are putting on here. If indeed they continue to move their way to the grand finals and get a golden ticket, is totally deserved. What they are doing right now, what they've been doing the lead up to here, is really putting on a showcase, and we love to see it. Some fantastic attacks, bringing really so many different attacks. That's the thing. There's a lot of, like, Strut was bringing a lot of super barbarians. We were seeing other teams bringing other attacks, but it looks like ChazMac Gaming EA is bringing kind of a mix of attacks, so it's really hard to try to force bases upon them, as they can just break it down with really almost any attack, it seems.
And it's not just that they're bringing a variety of attacks there, but consistently taking the same attacks from War to War. Every individual player is bringing different attacks than they did in the previous war, so they're definitely customizing to the bases that they're fighting and showing their versatility here to be able to break out a variety of different strategies and identify which one will work on the base that they're attacking. And now, once again, we need to see Repotted with some triples to be able to try to stay pace here, because we got a lot of pressure being placed on them from ChazMac as they are just not letting up. But Mech dropping in, looks like a Yeti bomb. A Yeti bomb with a Queen charge, and he's also going to be pairing it with a bunch of Super Barbarians. More representation from the Super Barbarians. Seen a lot of them throughout this playoffs bracket.
Yeah, these Super Barbarians are meta here at Town Hall 15, but pay attention as this Queen's trying to charge her way into this Monolith with some Teslas popping out in front, but this Rage spell keeping her healthy, as he can use a Poison spell as these Super Minions are approaching it. Nope, he decides to freeze, and he finally now drops that Poison.
You see how many traps went off to that Kokoloon? A lot of red air bombs right there, and I feel like if you see a pocket of red air bombs like that, you're probably going to see more. And it's on the exact path that the Queen healers are going to take here. So you'll notice that he doesn't have any more balloons on the bar. And that means he doesn't have any more opportunity to protect the Queen's healers from any red or air bombs or black air bombs. So if this is continued to be baited as he continues to drive this Queen in here, he may be walking right into a trap, and it could end up stopping his Queen charge.
Yeah, as this Queen is trying to grab this Town Hall towards this backside, but now it's all up to these Super Barbarians now moving their way around. But look at this. Expos, Grand Warden, all this stuff, forcing that Queen ability as the Poison spell is also crushing through and slowing her down, so he invests even another rage to keep this Queen going.
The healers are still hanging on, though. A lot of those red air bombs were triggered by that first initial Coco Loon, and so he only has a half stack of red air bombs hitting the healers here, so they're still hanging on. They're still surviving. The Queen is actually not putting them into any danger. She hits a tornado trap, but that still keeps them safe there. She does end up being able to heal through that expo. He's got 8 more Super Barbarians on standby here, but this multi-inferno down south seems to be the biggest trouble for him right now as he engages that defensive king, but unfortunately his world champion was the one getting targeted, not the king. Not the king with this Phoenix on standby, but maybe he can just let the Queen go down there. Oh, I think he's got it here, Carbon. I think he's got it. He'll swarm in the last Super Barbs. Mech able to push through with the pressure on, and Rapoded gonna stay in this war.
Yeah, those Super Barbarians going through the backside, taking out the Builder Hut now, and that Phoenix is so nice to be coming through with your king. And you know, it can also pull some traps to help potentially protect, let's say, healers. Obviously wasn't the case here, but what a brilliant job. That Queen getting so much value. And it's just these Super Barbarian attacks are so versatile in terms of Super Archer blimps, Super Mini blimps, Queen charges, and having Super Barbarians to clean up is just proving that these Super Barbarians at their current space, right? At their current housing space, since you can have so many of them, they're so strong.
Carbon, I think my heart rate is going up and up and up every single attack we go through. This is getting crazy here. They're hot at their tail. They still have to just continue to hold strong. They have to wait for an opportunity. And right now they have positioned themselves that they could end up overtaking Chazmac EA. They are very, very close behind them. It is a percentage left on the board there. If they can just pick up one big defense is all it would take to swing the war right now.
That is indeed all it takes. You don't want to make that mistake by dropping a troop on the wrong tile, one tile in a certain direction, as we got 2 earthquakes here used in with this Zap Lalo. How does he want to invest that second earthquake? We got one. We taking out the multi, and he does drop the second one in this area as well. I'm curious.
I think he did 5 lightning and 2 quakes, which is also an alternative to taking Expo out instead of going with 6 lightning and quake. You see Klaus do that all the time there as well, so we can definitely get a lot of the base there taken out there, and the log launcher gets the walls waking up there with more earthquakes used and more damage on the buildings that aren't getting directly zapped out. So definitely some very, very good punch into that area of the base there, but does leave out the multi. Does kind of want the Yetis to turn back, or Electro Titan. I guess they're kind of getting burned up there pretty quick, but you know what? He's left a nice lane there for the World Champion to punch in that area, and she could definitely go to that area and make up for what was missed, and he could pull that through.
Yeah, as this Queen is continuing her path up and around, that one balloon's looking to try to remove the Eagle, can't because of the raged up multi there, so he sends another one as here comes the Ice Hound to fly his way straight over this town hall.
Yeah, got the Eagle. Okay, he's gonna be very meticulous on how many troops he deploys to the Eagle Artillery, put in the absolute bare minimum to go take it down. But he's got Ice Hounds crossing through. He gets to the town hall, pops the word ability, pops his own rage, and the rage will carry him out and away from the town hall poison, while the Queen tries to get in here with the poison and work down these super minions on defense, able to get them under control here, and he's not looking too bad here. Road Champion now deploying for the bottom base here with a skeleton spell, locking out the defensive Road Champion, and he just needs to power through these multis. These multis are going to be a little bit of trouble for him as he runs out of spells, and he needs to keep some heroes alive because I don't know. This Carbon, this is looking like a defense right now. Maybe.
RC ability.
You're right.
Depends on the defensive rage. If it comes back, it looks like it's coming back. He sends one balloon up top, sends another one up top. RC ability skips.
Oh, it pops! Oh, that's a lot of damage!
The multi on
the multi taking the balloons! He's got the stun and giant bomb! He's gonna miss it! Oh my god. Carbon, wait, the electric owl's still alive. The owl could take out the defenses. I think they're low HP.
Wait, they are.
Seconds.
Okay, Owl, can you save the day? It should go to those defenses next. Come on, Owl. Come on, Owl. Come on, Owl. He's got it, right?
Owl could get them to the World Championship if they pull ahead and put it so far away from Repotted Gaming that they can't get the
Oh,
comeback. He steps his way in, taking the
Oh!
chase. It's very low HP.
What?
Owl
No
working. One more
way.
shot, and he's got it! Kuma with the triple 12 stars on the board to go for the perfect war.
Oh, you didn't have to say that, Eric. What? Oh, now you
Did I
jinxed
jinx
him. You jinxed him
rip
now.
the dream. Rip the dream.
Oh,
Wow.
boy. Oh, well.
That was... Oh, my goodness, Carmen.
The Owl saves the day right there, getting it done when he needed it. You know, the Owl was just enough. Yeah, hey, 3-star is a 3-star at the end of the day, and now they're 4 for 4. They can't go perfect anymore because Eric's jinxed them, so it's just how it works. It's guaranteed the next one can't work for him, unfortunately. Sorry, ChazMSTRS Gaming, because Eric has done that to you. But hey, you know, they're gonna try anyways. They're gonna try their best.
Yes, they will, but we are back to that same situation. We need to see if Repotted wants to stay in this, then they need to land this triple here and the next one as well. They do not have any other option. This is do or die right here if they want to stay in the upper bracket. Otherwise, they're going to go down and face the winner of the lower bracket and see who ends up coming out down there. But it is going to be, looks like a blimp. What would you put in a blimp here? I guess a Yeti bomb, probably, right?
Yeah, looks to be. If he goes all the way to the town hall, and he's gonna grab that Air Expo as well. Look at these balloons. Grabbing the monolith, grabbing this multi, really grabbing some fantastic value so far early, and they're still going.
They're gonna march a little bit further there, but they are gonna, with that entire half of the base, they're removed. He can now put in his heroes, and looks like they're going to come in directly from the very bottom of the base. There are a couple Super Barbarians off the left side here. Electric Owl is actually still working on the defensive CC, but the Super Minions will win that fight, and he does need to get the defensive CC troops under control, so he needs to stop dropping troops in that area. Nope, he's got some up top. Super Minions are kind of out of control right now, and he needs to manage them a little bit better here before they potentially cause problems later on.
Yeah, the Electro Titan, I don't know if it's still there. I think it died off, but it's not too big of a deal. Is it? Okay. Oh, yeah, it's hidden there. But the Electro Titan can definitely help. But, I mean, the Queen should be able to take them down no problem here. It's not like a Lava Hound or anything. As these Barbarians, regular Barbarians from that King ability, are running right through that scatter. And now the Super Barbs are joining in with this Royal Champion to the right side to continue their way around the base.
Not looking too bad here. This could give them a chance to make the comeback in the war. But obviously they still needed a big defense after this, and they still have to continue through to the last attack as well, and triple there as well. So this one has that Royal Champion staying very well protected. The Queen actually steps into the channel there, and she can walk out because there's an opening, and there's a bunch of regular Barbarians and Super Barbarians out in front of her. He's got 2 Headhunters and 5 more of these Super Barbarians on standby. More cleanup troops there. He's got Headhunters deployed in now, and he'll lock on and take the defensive king out there. Guys, he's done it. General X is going to force another performance here from ChazMSTRS EA, but because of that early miss in the war here, ChazMSTRS EA is still going to be needing a big miss here to be able to not go into the grand finals of the ClashMSTRS Gold Tournament here. So this is still down to the wire here, and my goodness, they're going for a perfect war as well.
And you just keep saying it. You just can't help yourself, Eric.
Sorry.
Oh my. Well, let's see if they can do it here. Can they get 15? We're seeing a lot of these matches. 14 stars, 14 stars, and 14 stars. And it really seems like 14 is the number you need to get, unless you're United Gaming GS, where you needed to get a higher percentage at when it was 14. Yeah, because losing out of 14, it's absolutely insane. But the best that we could see here from Repotted Gaming would be up to 14 as well, if they do get a 3-star. So, but they are hoping for a defense. The thing is, this is an upper bracket match. So if Repotted lose, they still have a chance. They would go down to the lower bracket, and they can win again to come back to get a rematch to try to still getting golden ticket, Eric.
Very true, but if you win in the upper bracket, it's double elimination. And so you'll still have 2 lives remaining. as you go to the grand finals, where the other team that comes from the lower bracket only has 1 life remaining. And so the lower bracket team would have to win the winner of this match. They had to beat them twice to be able to actually get the golden ticket. So you just want to win it here because that makes your path way, way, way easier. But Hades will come in for the final blow here. If he gets this above, if he gets it into the 80s, I believe, then they are going to the grand finals as he starts in with that blimp, but he falls way, 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 way short on that blimp there, Carbon. That is an immediate problem right out of the gate as he misses the monolith and the expo there that I think he was going after.
Yeah, he was definitely going for those 2 defenses. Not only that, but he also wanted to lure out that clan castle. Probably wasn't planning for the town hall to go down, but he definitely wanted to pull that CC out early enough so she didn't have to deal with it as the charge went on through. And now this queen, where is she going to path? Does she go in the multi? Okay, yeah, she does walk her way into the multi, the wizard tower here, with like a wall break, now giving him access to the town hall. The angle of these healers, though, may be a problem if he gets in range of this air expo.
Potentially, definitely leaving up a bit of damage there that he wouldn't have had accounted for here because of the blimp falling short. And if this queen goes down, this could definitely be the catalyst that swings the war right here. But here comes the CC. Rage Tower is active, so raged up set of super minions and headhunters. He did have the queen go to ability there, and it transferred the headhunters over to the king. The king under Phoenix is able to handle those and get the queen back into action to go towards the town hall. I don't have a problem with her getting to the town hall here. I don't see that being any issue, but surviving past that and continuing with the monolith still standing is the bigger issue that he's gonna have to face later on.
So he secured at least the town hall and that first star as he continues his way around. Remember, that blimp was supposed to take out that area expo, which just killed the queen. Was supposed to take out that monolith as he's now continuing this approach. But can he get into the 80s? Is he gonna have enough push here?
Oh, Carbon, there's all that trash on the backside is defending. He has no extra troops on standby. The raged up multi-infernos tearing him up. He's got the healer switched over to the world champion. He needs a couple more abilities. He pops that RC ability, hits one Tesla, but RC's dropping. I don't know if he's got the percentage. I think he needs a 77. Is 77 the right number? I'm pretty sure it is. Is that what the miss was? Oh, I don't think he makes it. I don't think he makes it here, Carbon. He's gonna give Rapana the chance for the comeback.
So if we have the numbers correct, let me see what he needs. So 95.4 is the best that Repotted could get. Basically, they need a 70, like a 77%.
Oh.
Wow. A 77 to tie and 78 to win. A 75 here. So, wait, Eric, I don't understand how this is fair. So, Chazmat Gaming EA has 5 players, but Repotted Gaming has 6 players for some reason. They have the players playing, and then they have you. How? It's not even fair.
Yeah, you're right. I'm out here jinxing them. I'm out here jinxing.
You're
no
on Repotted Gaming's team here with your jinx. What's going on?
I'm sorry. I take responsibility. I'm sorry for your loss. But that is going to potentially swing the war, but that doesn't make this last attack for Repotted Gaming any easier. And now the pressure just went through the roof here because if they triple this last attack, they're going to the grand finals and they're one step away from getting the golden ticket and the lion's share of a $50,000 prize pool, Carbon.
Crazy that he only needed about the 77, 78, like 3 more buildings to guarantee a spot in the grand finals, which is thousands of dollars difference in terms of prize pool as well. But here we go. This has got to be a 3-star. We know that for sure, as Temper is in. And if he triples, they can win by 2 buildings, it looks like. As Temper's coming in with the Skelly Donut Lalo to try to get to the grand finals. No pressure, Temper. No pressure.
See the tension there on the camera there as he started his attack there. Put his hands up, stretching out, preparing, getting your head in the game here, going after the Skelly Donut. Simple Skelly Donut here.
Oh!
Able to take out the CC and the Monolith, and now he has the initial setup here. He needs to get the heroes to get the value he's looking for. And it looks like that value will be the Eagle Artillery at the very bottom of the base here. And he also, ideally, in a Lalo attack, we're trying to get our heroes to take out either the World Champion or the Queen. So we only have to go after the other one with our Headhunters under the Warden protection. So the Queen starts at the right side, and she's going to go after the World Champion. That'll leave the Town Hall and the Queen area for the end for the Lalo to move through it.
Yeah, and the Eagle Artillery is not activated yet, which is brilliant, so he can continue to push his heroes through. We've got the Golem out in front for this Queen to provide the protection as the defensive range now does go off on that scatter onto the multi, sends the World Champion, and the Eagle is now going down.
Going to get the World Champion to go in right in between the King and the Queen there. The Golem has now faded. The Queen under heavy fire. They're about to go to building, but he delays that with the freeze. Their Rage Tower is active. The World Champion steps into the Multi-Inferno, gets the stun on that. But the Grand Expo across the base there, picking up some damage. And he does get the defensive World Champion out of the way there. The King got the Eagle. All of his primary targets for the heroes have been claimed. He's not looking too bad here, Carbon. And it looks like he's going to use the Blimp to go after the Town Hall. And that will make so they can use the ward ability to protect Headhunters and go after the defensive Queen as well. This is looking very, very good right now, Carbon. Chazmac EA might be shaking their boots right now because Rapana looking to push by.
Freeze that multi, the bottom side, or he's just going to have the balloons come from the top side up and around. He's got the spells. He's not using it. Why aren't you freezing the multi?
What do we do?
His balloons are going down.
Queen,
He's
look at
got
the Queen.
four
Look at
left.
the Queen. Queen is still alive. Queen steps in and helps get the assist on the multi. He's got the Dragon Rider. The Warden picking up the Ground Expo down at the bottom of the base there. Warden gonna pick up the Sweeper. Warden gonna help push everybody through. He's joining in. He's got the freeze. He's got the invisibility. He's got two freezes. He's got two freezes.
He's got it.
He's done it. Carbon. He pulls it back. Reporting Gaming. Take the win. They hold strong into the end, and they're going to the grand finals to play for the golden ticket.
Look at his hand shaking right there. Gets it done for the 3-star Temper. Well done. Now sending Chazmac Gaming EA down to the lower bracket, and Repotted Gaming are into the grand finals, which means that if Navi make their way to the grand finals, Repotted have earned a golden ticket just like that, Eric.
Wow, that's insane. That just goes to show you, no matter how strong your opponent looks, you just keep charging. You fall behind, you just keep going, because you never know what's gonna happen. You have one bad attack on the other side, and it ends up potentially swinging the war. And in this case, Itsu, it did. What a crazy one, and the craziest comeback we've ever seen.
Yeah, it was a crazy comeback indeed. But I mean, Chet knew this was going to happen.
I don't believe
I knew this was going to happen.
It's okay. We can imagine what he's saying here. He's probably
right.
Wow, that was crazy.
Only in Discord.
Oh, there he is.
Only Discord. Okay.
I was
now
only
we can
muted on
hear you.
Discord, so everything was fine with the stream. But I mean, as I said, like, Chet knew what was about to happen. I knew what was about to happen. I mean, Repotted taking the win in the end, but now I mean, it was really, really close. So really, really strong showing by them. And you said it, never give up, always try your best, and somehow paid off.
Yes, it did indeed. It paid off. Repotted Gaming are now into the grand finals. We can probably take a look at the bracket now for you to see where we stand. Repotted Gaming is in the grand finals. Chazmac Gaming EA has gone to the lower bracket, but they will wait. The winner of Navi versus Melisim. The winner of that takes on Chazmac Gaming EA, and then that will get back to take on Repotted, which the lower bracket will have to force a bracket reset in order to get a golden ticket. So Repotted Gaming are in the best position right now for the 4th golden ticket, Eric.
Yeah, but they got to sit there and simmer for a little while there while the lower bracket plays out here. So let those nerves build for a little while there, because just because you made it to that grand finals, it doesn't mean you got this in the bag. And so they need to keep their head of the game. They need to go relax, let their nerves settle for a little bit there, and then be back and ready to play there once we have a team arrive out of lower bracket. And every single one of these teams out of lower bracket are just insane teams here. You have two of the teams that were in the World Championship last year, and then the team that just put up 14 stars against them and had them on the ropes most of the war there. So that was crazy. But we're down to 4, and 3 of them are facing elimination now.
Yes,
It cannot get any closer than this, but we will jump into a really short break to give the players some time to rest. I think after that last match was really well needed. So we are going to be back after that, so don't go anywhere. We will see you in a bit.
Welcome back to the matchups with the Clash Masters. So now we are in the lower bracket match. We are now going to find out who's going to take on Chasmac Gaming EA to then try to make their way to the grand final. So it is time to get your predictions in. But while you guys are thinking about your predictions, let's take a look at the bracket and where we currently stand. And man, we've had some incredible matches. 14 stars and so many wars here, Eric.
Yeah, I'm working on my breathing exercises right now to lower the blood pressure after the last one. Holy cow, that was insane. But this next one is just as big as a matchup here down to the lower bracket as teams face elimination. Navi is in preparation right now to take on Milliceme in one of the most iconic matchups in Clash of Clans esports. And we'll see who ends up taking the win here, because it's interesting on this one here, because we've actually seen Sinthe playing with Navi in a couple of different tournaments recently. And so with him playing in Milliceme and then play with Navi sometimes as well, like these teams are very, very familiar with each other. Probably one of those matchups that would have more familiarity than almost any other matchup in all of Clash of Clans esports too.
Yeah, I think especially with this background story around this match, this makes this even more spicy. And with one of the teams already having the golden ticket, so fighting pretty much only for the prize money, and the other team like really, really close to winning the golden ticket. I mean, it's not many teams in this tournament left anymore. So this, it cannot get any more crazy than this. But let's take a look at the predictions for more like, what are you guys predicting with this one? I think, Carbon, you were able to dodge most of the time predicting first. So let's just go with you first.
Well, I'm taking over the new chat. I'm going, I'm going to get every single one wrong. So it's going to be opposite of what I'm saying. I'm going to go, Melasmine. Yeah, I'm going to be saying Navi's going down here. So it's going to come down to the grand finals who can actually get the gold ticket. We already know, Eric, who you're going to pick.
Yeah. Milliceme's really good there. And if Sinthe breaks out these Skelly Donuts, the snipe town halls, and these crazy weird attacks again, then I guess they're a little bit of a wild card with that. But then again, Navi pulls off some crazy stuff all the time as well. This is going to be a very entertaining match, no matter who wins. I'll tell you that. But I'm going with Navi. We got to go with Navi. I'm part of Navi. Got to choose them. I'd be turning my back on my team there if I didn't. So.
Okay.
I mean, after this one, go with the team which I low-key hope to win, because as I said already, I was hoping or cheering kind of like for Strut and for Reported in the beginning. Since Strut is out, I now have to go with the team which, if it makes to the finals, then Reported is going to get the guaranteed win right there. So I would go with Navi as well. And we have already the first attack underway. And Eric, I think we're going to see it again. 6 skeletons, an earthquake, rage, and 5 invisibility for a Town Hall Skelly Donut.
Town Hall Skelly Donut, Sinthe's new attack. He's been developing this, but to break it out on this stage is insanity. He's going after the Monolith, the Expo, and the Town Hall by the looks of it, as he just protects with the invisibility. He takes his primary targets down outside of the Town Hall, and it looks like the Town Hall is going down as well, but... Yes, maybe. Oh. Yes, okay. Oh my goodness. I was starting to get worried there for a second, but every single spell is invested into that Itsu.
Yeah, and to me, it's crazy with like how the skeletons actually from the Monolith joined up with the skeletons on the Town Hall to take it out. And now we have this log launcher with the heroes diving into the middle of the base. He's trying to take down all of those multi-inferno towers with this dive. This is what he has done the last time as well, and trying to take down as much damage as possible, which is located in the middle of the base, because this is where those super barons cannot reach, because they cannot get that far into the base. But right now, they have a problem. That queen is not going to the core, and this means we have to reinforce stuff with the Roy champion.
It's fine, though. He still has the Electro Titan that was fighting off the defensive CC, which is always nice for Ice Golems. Electro Titan is a very, very good way to fight off the CC. There's actually 2 of them right there, so even when they're frozen up there, they continue to deal their aura damage, and they continue to work that CC down, and they make so they can power through Lava Hounds and Ice Golems very, very efficiently, which is why we always toss them into these big kill squads. But the heroes just push it across the left side of the base there, and he did get the defensive queen out of the way on the right side, so the World Champion steps in there. Diggy takes the stun, and there's nothing that's going to slow this down right now. He's absolutely got it under control. Sinthe, with his monster Skelly Donut Town Hall takedown, is taking another triple. Back-to-back wars here with this insane new attack.
And how do you defend this? I feel like the only way on how you can prevent this as a base builder is putting an invisibility tower next to the Town Hall, which is not optimal right now. Like, typically you don't want to do that, but I feel like this is the only way on how you can stop Sinthe doing this. I mean, if he's going to do that to every single base, what are you going to do about it? This is the only way to stop it, and he just keeps smashing those bases with this one. It is crazy.
Yeah, it's weird that you have an attack be so consistent here, when it's the only person in the world that is using that attack there. Like, to have such a very, very signature, unique attack that nobody else is able to even think to attempt there. And then to be able to pull it off on this kind of a stage while you're down to the top 4 and playing for $50,000 and a qualification in the World Championship of Clash of Clans. Like, to have that kind of a pressure and you're doing this, that's pretty impressive right there, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, having to play every single invisibility spell perfectly. I mean, for most of the players, even including him maybe, the hands are shaking. So getting those spells right is not easy. And we've seen many times over all of those tournaments that people are messing things up, turning the wrong buildings invisible, like the Town Hall. If that would have been turned invisible, this attack is pretty much in somehow save the 2-star attack or even the 1-star, because he has invested all the spells, but the Town Hall going down, it's a lot of risk on the line, but he's just making this work in such a consistent fashion. But now it's Navi. They were, well, the teams we both picked and predicted to win. So let's see if they can go in a throw with this one. And I mean, Eric, we have another Super Barbarian attack. What is going on?
All right, this one coming in from Bernal, though, and it's against Sinthe. So I mean, it's like a duel between the alternates for the Navi roster, who's been playing in a variety of different tournaments with them. But Bernal was the team that originally qualified to the World Championship with Navi, as he comes back to the roster for Clash Masters and is going to drop in the Super Minion, able to secure the Talent takedown, was able to get the Monolith down, will work on the CC there, and takes it. So any troops that were still inside are no longer going to be able to be deployed, which is kind of the strength of the Super Minion Bomb there, because a lot of times in the Super Archer Bombs, you pull the CC and stuff to deal with it, but in a Super Minion Bomb, since it's all air, if you take the CC down with the Super Minions themselves, then you don't have to worry about any CC troops at all, and you can just have the light air, or the light, what is it, archers? Yeah, you can quickly power through archers and then get into the base here with the Super Barbarians.
Yes, but right now the King is running into all of the damage of that defending Warden. The Queens keep getting protected by Giants, Ice Golems, or the Electro Titan early on, but not right now. She's on her own with the Roy Champion diving into the Multi-Inferno Tower, the King getting pushed into the Eagle, but the King is not having that many hit points just left.
Yeah, so what's even more interesting about this is if Navi ends up knocking Milliceme out, then we could end up seeing, if Milliceme doesn't get a golden ticket out of this competition, that we could end up seeing Sinthe getting signed into Navi potentially. They've been teasing that a little bit there as a potential, as we've been seeing him play over there. So like Sinthe, he's that gives a little bit more incentive here for Bernal to pull through here to make sure that they want to keep him on the team there and keep him on for the World Championship. And if he wants to stay on the team, I guess we'll see what happens there. But Sinthe continues to just mow down some of these Super Barbarians on defense here as Bernal continues to drive this Road Champion in on the right side. Headers get him through the defensive Queen, and Bernal doesn't seem to be slowing down much here. He's got extra invisibility that he did not use at the start of the attack. There's the Road Champion able to utilize all these extra spells here while the Rage Tower is active, and it's kind of close here, Itsu.
It is really close. The Rage Tower running out, but the Royal Champion now on her own without Diggy. This one Expo seems to stay alive, and yes, he's getting a high percentage, but 3-star is out of reach with the 1 Expo and the Tesla being alive in that core. It was really close, but it's not enough for the 3-star. It feels like Bernal is not getting 100%, 98% though. So it's not the end of the world. It's a really high percentage, and we have seen a lot of those matches coming down to the percentage during it.
Interesting, but that means the Skelly donut for the Town Hall is actually what ends up putting Milliceme into the lead here in this match. Sinthe, MVP status potentially right there with a triple with that insane attack there against the defending world champions, and then turns right back around and thinks of the defense as well. So good on offense, good on defense there, as the Super Barbs end up falling just slightly short there. The 1 Ground Expo is all it took there to be able to maybe have that attack turn around there. If the Queen would have stepped up there and taken it, then it would have been a completely different story, but just didn't quite have the protection to get the heroes through the last little bit there. And now we're looking at a 2-building split and a 1-star advantage for Navi.
Yes, and this means, well, Milliceme is up next, and they have to now really get those 3 stars in. or well, otherwise getting a lot of pressure on Navi is always important. So otherwise, maybe they're going to come back, and this is really the do or die situation for them regarding this golden ticket. And yes, they are in. Amiel in. I think so far it's not his tournament. So the question is if he can step things up and get the 3-star for his team. And he's starting things off with some incredible lightnings to take down a huge part of this base.
Yeah, was that an Expo, Scatter Shot, Wizard Tower, Archer Tower, all in a nice little block there. Also, we picked up the mortar as well by making so the lightning was used half on one side of the heavier defenses and half on the other. You can see the symmetrical block of defense on the other side of the base there for comparison of what all he got out of that. But then a Warden block steps in and gets the defensive world champion down, which I always am a big fan of. I think the Warden is excelling at taking down the defensive world champion because he tends to just pull her attention so she stands on the approach side of the pad, and then she can not attack him because she can't have the range, but then he can attack her, and she just stands there and takes the hits there. So actually, a Warden walk into a world champion is actually a very, very safe approach into the base there. And it does, I mean, as a defender, you could recognize that information and make so that the royal champion side of the base there would be traffic and smash attacks. But we'll see how Stars' base is set up here to receive this as he makes his way to the artillery, and he still needs to travel through and guess the blimp probably to secure the town hall. Would you guess?
Yeah, the blimp is a really good chance. That's why I used the rocket loons. But I feel like the healers were out of range for a long time. And with the ice golems being in place, it took them quite a bit of time to actually heal up the troops. We see a lot of Titans dropping low. Even a couple of them are going down already. The town hall is down indeed. But can those Yeti mites get that? Yes. The monolith just exploded. And with having now 3 Titans alive and the King and the Royalty in place now as well, this is looking incredible for Amiel.
Yeah, that's what he needed right here. He's struggled at the earlier stage of the tournament here, but he comes back and gets it done when it counts there. Pops the Queen ability, gets the defensive Queen down. Royal Champion moved across the bottom of the base there. Diggy taking stuns. He's got the Giant down there providing some extra support. And RC ability to go off there, and defenses are going down. Plenty of force here. Tons of remaining time. There's all smiles over here from Almoalin as he does get a second triple for Milliceme and put some pressure over to Navi. If Navi ends up with another miss, they could fall 2 stars behind. So we'll see what Milliceme can do on defense here as Almoalin puts some heavy pressure on.
Yeah, and I feel like it's really important as well for like the team aspect here, having the player who so far has really struggled in this tournament to get those consistent 3 stars, stepping it up, getting the 3 star is such a big deal. So that was a really important 3 star, maybe even more important than we think in this position, because for us, well, it's another 3 star on the list. For them inside the team, the inside motivations and like combinations of the players is like really, really nice to have him step up and really get on the same level as his team, which is so far performing incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. That mental game is just as important to be able to maintain your performance there, because there's nothing that'll kill a team faster than end up with their morale getting hit there. You got to keep the morale up there. You got to keep people's head in the game there. If they start to hang their head low there, that's where the team needs to rally, and you need to bring those players up there and get them back in action. And that's exactly what he was able to do there. And that's a big pickup right there. That's definitely going to give his team a lot of confidence moving forward here if they can continue to sustain their lead there. But at the same time, with 2 triples on the board there and a miss, we have the opposite story for Navi. But we know that these other Navi players can handle the pressure. They can operate independently. They can make sure that they can stay in the game there because they have so much competitive experience and so much time under the pressure of so many people watching, being the most watched clan in all of Clash of Clans esports. So we definitely know that they can handle this, and now it's a matter of can they handle it today.
Yeah, that is the question. We have Gaku with a Queen Charge Twin Hogs, but he is mixing in the recall spell. I feel like the recall spell has been as well the big factor in this tournament so far, with the Super Barbarians getting used a lot, but as well the recall spell getting added to a lot of strategies, to a lot of armies, which I think is really cool, as the recall spell just adds a lot of creativity to a lot of attacks. So I just love the fact that it's getting used more often inside the pros and inside Clash of Clans in general. With the Queen though struggling a little bit. Ooh. And she's even losing her a bit.
Ooh.
What? No!
Oh!
Oh,
Okay, all right. Well, that's where the nerves start to come into play here. Gaku ends up with a lot of mistakes right there. Ended up forcing his queen ability, recalled her out a strike too early, and then he had to dive his road champion to go pick up the slack there where the queen left off there and make sure that town hall went down. But he's trying to salvage this now. It's definitely gone off the rails, and he'll try to gather whatever percentage he can out of this. But his hogs are going to push to the core of the base. So the king's working on the outside. The queen was redeployed over the right, and he was able to get the super means to come out of the flame flinger and assist with the defensive road champion takedown. But he's definitely in a lot of trouble here at 2.
yeah, there is going to be quite a few problems right now for Gaku, with the Hound as well being on that water and going down, which means all of those lava pups are dealing so much damage. The queen inside that rage tower on the bottom side is struggling quite a bit as well. He has a couple of more freezes, but there's just so much base left to overcome. He's trying to take down the monolith with a couple of loons and is getting it down,
okay.
barely. But no wall breaks to get into the base.
Now, the question is, with that, can he still pull this back, actually? The queen has 2 freezes. He could lock out the defensive grand ward. He got the CC under control. The king is down there with the phoenix. The king's tanking, and he gets a party wizard into the arch. There's no way. Is this actually having a chance to come back and so triple? I am in kind of disbelief right now. I can't believe that he's this close right now.
This is just crazy. The scatter shot, though, did not go down to the king.
Okay.
I mean, it did finish way closer than we expected based on what happened early on, but just imagine recording the queen 1 second later, and this attack would have been completely different. But this means another high percentage. They're getting the percentage right there, but it's always missing those few buildings to get the 3rd star, and well, so far Team have not missed those few buildings, and they are looking really good in this match with a 2-star lead.
Yeah, that mistake, the recall, and the little extra damage on the queen there, losing ability wasn't the problem. The queen ended up surviving to the end. That wasn't an issue, but the recall pulled the queen out there. The strike before the town hall went down with her ability active nonetheless there, so she was dealing significantly more damage when she pops that royal cloak, and that just waste of his road champion as a result ultimately could have been the difference. Definitely would have been the difference there, because as he came that close there, if the road champion is supporting the hogs properly without having to deal with the town hall, then that 100% would have gone through.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, having to invest the royal champion there was, I mean, on his side, really quick thinking, because we had the builder huts and stuff on that town hall, so it was really smart. But then again, just recalling the queen just tiny bit early was really unfortunate. The plan, though, was great, but now it's back to Team. If they 3-star yet again, this could be possibly a 3-star lead with just 3 attacks on both sides, and that would be really, really problematic. And we have now Tryhard coming in with a Super Bowler attack, and he is bringing the heal spell to this one. So what do you make of that?
Heal spell and a Super Bowler attack, definitely out of the ordinary. But I guess we'll see. I mean, a lot of times we say that the heal spells are almost useless against these bases to have rage towers, because you can't heal through the extra damage that you're going to be receiving. So you might as well just freeze and rage and try to get more out of your healers and just try to prevent damage rather than heal through it. So that tends to be the way that most people decide to do this. But if he's going to go through the town hall, which it looks like he is, he puts the warden and the queen onto the town hall side of the base there, and he's just, I guess he's gonna blimp it. I guess he's just gonna blimp out the town hall and then make his way off to the right and shoot in through the scatter shot instead, by the looks of it. Weird approach here, it's you.
Yeah, it's a really weird approach, and I feel like the tornado trap now messing things up a little bit. He wanted to get the expo, which was on the far side, but because of the tornado trap, he is now getting the expo, which is close to the queen, which the queen would have gotten anyway. So now he has to be careful that those archers are not luring all of his boulders into the wrong compartment, which right now it might look like it.
No,
the archers are luring.
Bowlers. That wizard tower is going to go down to the art. The bullets might redirect south. The queen redirects
queen.
south. The queen's taking the hill as the bullets and the queen are separated. This might be Navi's chances to come back here. This one is also going a bit off the rails, but can he recover it as far as Gaku did? as the Queen completely separates from the pack here. The bowlers are going to take the jump back into the base there, and he will try to stay alive. The Rage Tower activates, and there's a lot of incoming damage here. He's going to be taking some heavy losses as soon as he comes out of this protection and the rages wear off.
Yeah, and with no rages left, those bowlers are not having as much impact anymore. He's trying to get them further into the base with the wall break, but there is just no troops left. The Royal Champ trying to somehow save the day with some more percentages getting picked up, but a 3-star with the defending Queen being alive, the defending multi-Inferno Tower being alive, looks nearly impossible. He's still trying his best with the freeze still left to place, but I mean, there's a lot of base left.
There is. So at this point, Navi just needs to make sure that their next plan is set. They need to make sure that they are prepared to go into the next one and try to swing this stars, or at least level the stars a little bit there and narrow the gap, as they did get really good percentage on their attacks there. What was a 95 and a 98 were their misses, and this one will have the combined total of percentage left on both of them less than. So it is going to be a lot of percentage left on the board here, and that gives Navi the opportunity, but that means that they have to clutch on these next attacks here to be able to still swing it back here, because they're still trailing as Tryhard still racks it up to an 88%.
Yes, and for Navi would be the first 3-star of the match. I mean, they have not gotten the 3-star so far. They were twice somewhat close, but not getting it done just yet, and they now really need to get most likely 3-3-stars back to back, as we have seen like 13, maybe even 14 stars is what is needed on this level if you are in this top 5 position of teams, or top 4 position. So it's not going to be any easier, but 3 stars are really now needed for Navi, and we have a lot of really good attackers still left, so I'm not that concerned, to be honest.
Yeah, but if you start taking wins here, if whoever wins this one here, if they go on and they win the match after this and then win twice more in the grand finals, then they're into the world championship. So the path is very clear here, and Stars will try to send them down that road. It is going to be a zap into Lalo here. He's got a Stone Slammer selected at the moment here. A little bit of zap value around the Monolith there if he wanted to take it, but usually the Lightning for these attacks ends up going after something closer to the edge of the base there, so we can use it as a funnel, and that's what he does there, taking out the defense on the left side of the Town Hall. And it seems like he's trying to just reduce the damage in that area enough that he can charge the Town Hall here, and that could be some good value for him if he can keep the Queen safe.
Yeah, for keeping the Queen safe, he has the Golem in theory. He could use it right there, or maybe for the Golem for the King for later stages. But nope, there we go. Ground Expo then is hopefully getting tanked by this Golem. That's at least the plan. So the King is not taking as much damage overall. But at the moment, the King is getting funneled into that compartment as well. So this to me looks like it's a maybe like an overkill for this compartment, because there's the Golem, the King, the Queen in there.
No,
I would have expected to use the Scatter, or get the Scatter.
I think the King's job there is not to go to the Town Hall, because the defensive Queen will naturally draw him over to the right side of that compartment, and so he goes in there and deals with her, and that pulls him off to the side, which clears the way for the Queen to step in, and I don't think the Queen would be able to get through that on her own, and so the King, I think, was necessary, and at the same time, the King was providing tanking for the Road Champion to get through with the assistance of an Ice Golem as well. Diggy taking stuns over there. Queen continues fighting off the defensive CC, but he has not used his poison yet, and I'm kind of curious what he does with the CC right now, because it's kind of running amok.
Yeah, but the Roger ability is keeping her healthy. And now with the poison approaching those super minions, should take those out. He's about to approach the rage up area where there is no more Inferno Tower left, which means for the Loons it's not as dangerous as you might think. The Expos are not as threatening. Nice invisibility spell to keep that Royal Champion now alive, and he's keep pushing further into the base. The Slammer just popped, and the Dragon Rider is spawning.
He's got 5 Headhunters on standby here, and he hasn't used the ward ability. All the Headhunters come in now. Giant Bombs going off here. He has Spring Traps going off. Headhunters getting sprung all over the place there, but a couple of them arrive in. They take the defensive Road Champion down, and the Warden ability carried him through. It's a triple. Stars gets it done, and Navi is starting to stage the comeback. They're ahead on percentage. They're a star behind. If Millicime makes even one more mistake here, then they'll leave the door open, and Navi could swing back this 2-star deficit, and they could actually move into a lead here. So very, very big pickup right there for Stars.
And we have seen now already some comebacks over those matches. So it is possible for sure. Getting those comebacks is always really important to stay in this. Try your best and just concentrate, hopefully, on your own attacks, because the defense, you can't really change that anymore. So just concentrate on your attacks. Try to somehow stay in this mentally and keep cheering up your teammates to really perform on their highest level. And so far, for Navi, the door is open with the 1 fail of Milliseam and now getting the 3-star and having the percentage lead. All they need is a star tie to win then on percentage. But still, it's 4 more attacks, 2 attacks each for both of those teams to go for. And things are still completely open. Everything can still happen.
Definitely can. And when everything can happen, sometimes everything does. If we use that upper bracket finals match as any comparison. So like this could definitely go either way here. It's still anybody's game. Kingsman will try to make sure that it is his game as he dives in with a queen charge into Lalo. Flame Flicker in for the left side of the base here will start us off. And it is only archer towers and air defense anywhere in that area. So we should have moved to that area, assuming there's no traps. But conveniently, while the Sneak Goblins are going in there to take out the collectors, they're luring out any potential Teslas, they're luring out any potential ground skellies, and also he could actually get any giant bombs out of the area as well. He does have a party wizard, I guess, drop in to go intercept the extra archers that are there. And with the CC drawn early, he's actually able to fight it off in safety, but I don't think he got a full pull there, Itzy, so I think he still has some work to do.
Yeah, but just crazy that he's using those regular wall breakers. I mean, I have tried that from time to time. It's so hard to pull that off. I mean, it's like you're not used to it anymore. Like always having the super wall breakers, they're just so nice and easy to execute, but regular wall breakers is not easy at all. The Queen, though, charging now in with that jump spell, so I think he didn't even count on the wall breakers to open up the second layer. The Flame Flinger well protected by the Rocket Loons to take down the Mortar, and the Queen about to take down the Town Hall.
He did open up multiple layers with the wall breaks there. I mean, maybe the jump had a different plan there, and the Queen was veering off to the left a little too far, and he had to make a correction. I'm not entirely sure, but the Queen goes down. She steps into the Town Hall blast, and she goes down with it. And he does get the healers to transfer over, but they're under a lot of fire right now. This is a good sign for Navi, but a rough sign for Kingsman as he tries to keep this one alive.
Yes, by keeping that alive with the Queen not getting the Eagle, not getting those sweepers is a rough time. The Royal Champion now taking over, though, and doing exactly what the Queen was supposed to do. But she is in a lot of danger there with the 2 ground explodes and the Rage Tower now going off. And take a look at that. The health of the Royal Champ is just dropping like it's nothing. Her ability might keep her alive a bit longer, but the Rage multi-inferno tower is causing a lot of issues.
Gonna get the stun, not able to get the stun in time there. And he's still got some blues moving. But the Rage Tower is still active, and the multi-inferno is gonna burn a lot of balloons up very, very rapidly. And I don't think he can get through that multi. He's very close here, Itzu. He's got a lot of time to work with here. He's still got a lot of HP on his ward, and he's still got the Electric Owl. He's got the Phoenix. He's got Ground Scale. He's distracting him, but he has to get the multi down. It's the only thing that can fight back, and he has some HP pool to work with here. This could still go through.
We have seen the pets clutching an earlier attack, but the Black Mine taking down the Owl.
Oh.
But there is no more damage, except maybe some red bombs, Black Mines. We don't know, but it's 15 seconds.
We're missing a building here. We're missing a building. I see 3. Where's the 4th one? There it is up top. Minions on it. He's got the storage down up top here. 5 seconds to get through the bomb tower. Red air bombs. Take it, Warden. 2, 1, and
no way.
Kingsman falls short, and Navi now has their opportunity. They have to triple to take the lead now.
Wow, what a finish. I mean, first off, it's just insane how Kingsman and Ganku earlier turned those attacks around. I always think that you see the true skill of the players just based on attacks which do not go to plan. And just saving an attack where your Queen is going down inside the Town Hall bomb like that and getting a 99 and making it so close, that was really impressive to pull off. Really saved that attack to perfection. Just so close to getting that 3-star. And as you said it, now it's an open door to Navi. They have the chance of tying things up on stars and overtaking Milisim by a lot on percentage.
But once again, as it seems like it does happen so often, the war is on Klaus's shoulders at the end there, and he's still going to have to perform when we get there, but I think Kazuma needs to set him up properly here, so we need to see a strong attack out of Kazuma. Let's see what he can do here as we come down to the opportunity for Navi, and we'll see if they can take advantage of that miss. Otherwise, they're going to rely on another one. It's anybody's game regardless of the outcome of this attack, but if Navi can get ahead here, they now control their own fate. But it looks like Kazuma going to start him with a Yeti over to the side of the base there to go drop a Flame Flinger inside of the close range of the defenses there. And the Yeti ends up turning north and throws Yeti Mice into the mortar up top, which ends up keeping the Flame Flinger protected. And it should be able to go get the Multi-Inferno down, which is very similar value to what we'd see out of Yeti Bomb doing the exact same thing. But he saves his CC troops there, and he can have them support later on, even throwing in some Barbarians up there to make sure that he has the Teslas pulled out and the traps triggered in that area there. He set up that very nicely, and at the same time, he's running the Queen Charge down south.
Yes, and I think it's just really interesting that a lot of those teams are using different pieces of the defense, like using different type of bases and just putting them together. Like this Eagle compartment with the 2 scatter shots dealing just so much damage in between the Rage Tower. I have seen this setup many times and a lot of people like to run it, but I have never seen this type of tunnel compartment then in combination with that. So I just think it's really interesting that the teams going for some combinations and then like mixing up other parts of the base, because well, this specific part has worked. And Kazuma so far is doing a great job pushing her towards the clan castle, but there's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I did go to Queen ability right there, so he still has a long path ahead of him. We're looking at the defensive Queen up ahead here. Expo, Single Inferno, Monolith. This Queen's path is very, very treacherous, but she keeps marching forward. And we'll see if he can keep her alive here. He's not going to have a lot of spell support for the balloons themselves here. He needs to focus on making sure the Queen alive, while at the same time, he's got to manage the Lalo. Lots of multitasking going on here. Also, at the same time, he's dealing with the CC over the left side of the base. There, the Town Hall is engaged. The Queen steps in. He overwhelms the Single with the Lalo, but that's about all it takes on the initial approach there. But more coming in from the right side to reinforce there. The Queen going to lose the Diggy that was passed out by the World Champion as she goes to the Town Hall. She does take the Town Hall down, but he's got to keep it moving. He's going to get this Monolith down with the blues here, hopefully. And this Queen gets one last freeze. He's out of spells, Itsu. He's just coasting from here.
Oh no, the Town Hall Poison is just dealing so much damage. The air defense at the top side is still left alive. Maybe it's coming down yet again to
Warden?
Hero and its pet. Oh, wait a second. I think the Owl's already down. The healers are trying to tank, but this air defense seems to be the big difference maker.
Yeah, he's got that Wizard Tower as well. If he gets all the collectors and storages down, then he might be able to use the Sneaky Goblin to go pick up the Wizard Tower. Then maybe he could use... Oh, I don't even know if you even attempt that. You got to go into the army camp up north, I think, there, and make sure that the Sneaky Goblin grabs that instead. And so it is going to end up being a miss. He's very, very close there. He put a lot of his attack into that Queen charge, and he just couldn't quite keep her alive at the end. And then, unfortunately, the remaining balloons there all went right through that Town Hall Poison while it was still active, and it ended up burning every single one of them up there. But it's still a very, very solid percentage, but this percentage wasn't what they needed to get the win here. So we actually end up with the lead for Milisim, and that means they get to control their own fate. If they triple this next one, even though they have a percentage disadvantage right now, we could see them eliminating Navi if they can clutch this.
Yes, a lot of pressure on the shoulders of that next attacker. And if it's a 2-star, it doesn't matter if it's 99, 50%, whatever, Navi has the chance of trying their last attack as well with a 3-star and winning that match possibly. But Ariam is having different plans. He is going to go in with the Super Archer Blimp, with the Super Barbarian, which we have seen a couple of times over this weekend, and with great success most of the time. Rocket Loons for triggering some traps, and that has worked already beautifully.
Yeah, got the first rocket balloon to just go get all the traps cleared, then a wave of additional rocket balloons come after that, get the Monolith down. push his way to the core of the base there, ducking under the sweepers there. He's got the double clone. He can actually clone forward to make sure he can reach all the way to Town Hall, and he does. He clones over the wall, so he's got super archers on both sides of the wall, protecting both of the groups there at the same time, and he had wall breakers inside. That's why he delayed the clone, is so he can wait for the wall breakers to clear and open up some walls, and he's able to take out a big chunk of the base there, but some key targets he did not get down are the Molten Inferno and the Town Hall. And I don't know, did he get enough value? I think he did get, I would say that that was sufficient value because of the fact that he didn't use the ward ability to take it.
Yes, I think with having the ward ability left, it is a huge thing for him. And especially on those Super Barbarian attacks, I feel like the Town Hall is not as important to get as you might have to think about a Lalo attack as a follow-up. So the Super Barons are pretty good and decent at taking down the back end of the base and overwhelm it if the walls are open, and that's exactly happening. But wait a second, nothing is really going off the heroes into the core. There's the Ice Golem, but that queen cannot reach it, so he has to reinforce with a couple of Super Barons on his own and invest even the freeze.
Yeah, that's a lot of incoming damage there that he's trying to account for there. He goes invisible with a couple of the Super Barbarians, trying to secure the Town takedown. The Ice Golem eventually freezes, and the Super Barbarians are able to claim it, but how many were invested there? I mean, on the bright side, he didn't have his queen end up taking the blast there, even though they were taking extra damage for a little bit, but he still pushed to the backside. He's got so many Super Barbarians. I'm just waiting for the cheer, and there it is! Uryam pulls through, and he will deal the finishing blow. Ladies and gentlemen, they just took down the defending world champions, and they're surviving to the top 3, advancing in the lower bracket. Uryam gets it done when it counts the most.
Yet again, those open bases are just so bad versus those Super Barbarian attacks. He had not to invest a single wall breaks to get through the entire base. I mean, that already says a lot, and I feel like at some point we need to have a base meta changing where the base builders are not opening every single compartment and really making their base so vulnerable to the Super Barbarians. So really nicely done, smashing the entire base, just running it down with the Super Barbarians and getting that 3-star in that clutch position and winning this match for them, which means they're going to face ClashMSTRS Gaming EA in just, well, a couple of minutes. The teams are getting into the match and stuff, but for now, Navi has their last attack. And as I always say, we want to see if the last attack of Klaus could have turned this match, if this would have been a defense.
Or if Kazuma was able to get those last couple buildings, or if Bernal was able to get those last couple buildings, or any of the many time fails in this war end up going the other way here. Like this whole war could have swung by even just a couple of seconds onto either team to get the attacks through that came so incredibly short. But now, I mean, Klaus definitely has the pressure taken off here, so he can relax a little bit. And unfortunately, they are going to be knocked out of the competition, but they still are going to get 4th place. So even though Navi was not able to get the golden ticket, they're definitely playing for prize pool and getting 4th place. They definitely achieved that goal there. Not as much as they could have earned if they kept on moving on, but that does make the final rounds here a little bit more interesting because all 3 remaining teams that are still in the competition are going to be playing for that golden ticket now, and every single one of them are eligible to receive it as well. So Klaus comes in for the final attack of the war. He's going after the Skelly Donut into Mass Twin Hogs.
That is typically a strategy which I think is really strong if you combine the Twin Hogs with like spell support, which is Lightnings or the Skelly Donut. Just feel like it's so strong looking, but again, it's relying on the heroes and how much value he could get with those. Heading the blimp just to take down this compartment. I don't think that there's going to be a rage needed. Headhunter in there as well, but the Headhunter is going down quickly from the scatter shot, but I think the Queen is already down by now. And now he's going to try to charge his Queen towards that Town Hall.
Yeah, with a nice lane there. Like, you can see all of the buildings that the Queen wouldn't be able to reach there are removed on the inside of the base there. And the Yetis are staying around way longer than I would have expected. Usually the Edomites ended up dying out there. but the Yetis are actually going to get right out ahead of the Queen, and that's just the bonus. Like that's something that you don't expect to happen, and that's just going to improve the efficiency of the Queen, charging him up to maybe save some other troops there that he otherwise would have spent. But the King getting out in front of the Queen there. The Queen did take some damage to the start there, which we do like to have the Queen take a little bit of damage there before we have additional tanking step out in front of her. That way the Unicorn is going to maximize his value, utilizing the entire HP gain of that Unicorn, and then step up and then have the ability ready to secure the tower takedown. Perfectly executed, perfectly planned here from Klaus.
Yeah, what a perfection. How he's just managing his heroes to walk through this compartment, funneling perfectly, timing especially is key with the vulnerability used early on for the Twin Hawk part of this attack. More Hawks rise on the outside, reinforcing the Super Hawks to really push through their core. With the bomb tower, they're losing hit points quickly, Eric.
Yeah, but he's still got the RC ability. He's got freezes to relieve the damage after it comes out of the board ability while the Rage Towers is still active, locking up that multi-inferno. He's got skeleton spells up in the top compartment there, locking out the defensive King and the scatter shot there, reducing the damage onto the Hogs. There's still a ton of Hogs remaining. He's got the Hogs on, or the Riders on foot there, down south, breaking walls with their double damage, and they're going to join back in the fight here. More Hogs on the top side, RC ability attack there, and guys, that's tragic right there. This is absolutely crushed. Klaus gets it done, but unfortunately, because of all of the time fails this war, Navi is like on the verge of like a perfect war if they had a couple more seconds on a handful of extra attacks there and a little bit more out of Kazuma. So that's insane. That's insane. Navi definitely played very, very well today, but Milisim played better, and Navi is eliminated.
And I think overall it acts more exciting to the next couple of matches, because this means every single team in this competition does not have a golden ticket just yet. So every match matters to as much as it could, with golden ticket always being on the line. And well, that match was really, really crazy. Carbon, what do you make out of that?
I just make that I was correct. I finally get one right in this one. Where I think you guys were both Navi, right? Eric's obviously Navi.
Chat was Navi.
Okay, so I was trying to go away to make my way back, and I do get a prediction correct. So, hey, at least I can put my fist there, just like what Arian was able to do when his attack was able to get the 3-star bolt. What a performance there. Navi still taking home $5,000 for 4th place. Not too bad, but then it starts increasing. 3rd place, $7,000. 2nd place, $10,000, and 1st is $18,000 and that golden ticket. So it starts ramping up really quickly. We'll go and take a look at the bracket to see exactly where we stand, but not too many matches here left, Eric.
Yeah, down to the final 3. We got one team with 2 lives remaining, waiting in the grand finals. Rapata Gaming trying to make a return to the World Championship after they last year end up coming in. Let's see, what was it? I'll have to look at the placement last year. I think they were in the bottom half of the teams there for last year's World Championship, but still they were there and they want to make it back. And on the lower bracket there, we have ClashMSTRS Gaming EA versus Milisim, and we get to see that match coming up next.
Yes, and that one is going to be a really, really crazy one. Milisim so far did really strong on defense in this lower bracket run, and ClashMSTRS so far did really good on offense. So let's see how that is going to work out for those 2 teams having really strong showing so far in this tournament. And well, then it's up to the final. Then it is up to whoever is going to face Reported in this championship qualifier final match. And that's going to be exciting. We have some really exciting matches ahead of us.
Yes, indeed, we do. Look at the teams remaining. Only the top 3 left here in the Clash Masters Gold. To think, they worked all this way through qualifiers, through the Swiss stage, and now it's coming down to this. Repotted, you know, they kind of wanted Navi to have an easier road to that golden ticket, but now they're going to have to earn it. Yes, they've got to get that golden ticket by winning at least one more match, but the teams either between Melvin or ClashMSTRS Gaming EA, one of them still has an opportunity. They just will have to force a bracket reset. But what have been your what has been your thoughts so far, as we will go ahead and take a look at the prediction leaderboard as where we currently stand. So where are we? Itsu is just on his own up there. Itsu, what do you know that we just don't?
I have actually no clue. Like, normally I'm always I'm kind of doing what typically chat does. Like, this is normally what I'm doing. I'm not normally going 0 out of 10 or something. So I have no clue what has changed, but somehow apparently what I'm doing is working, even though I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, it's fantastic. But Eric, you're with me here. Obviously, you were going all the Navi matches, but what did you think of that last match there?
I was amazed that Navi were able to almost pull that back there after going 2 stars behind. It's so rare that you have a team fall multiple stars behind like that and then pull a full reverse on the war there, and they came so close. They were so close there, and all they needed is one of those time fails to convert and they would have had it. So that's insane. And they ended up, they had a percentage at the end, I think, or very close to it, I guess. But that was an insane match there. Definitely exactly what we were hoping for. And the fact that it all started with Sinthe doing that Skelly Donut attack on the Town Hall again, like, that was absolutely crazy. And I wonder if he keeps on doing it as we move forward.
That's the question. Will we see more of that from Cynthia? Yeah, my assumption, I think so. I think it's pretty safe that we're going to see more of that since it is working, especially with the crazy super barbarians. So Chasmat Gaming EA is going to have to figure out how to stop this attack strategy, maybe in this little bit of a time window while they're getting their bases prepared and getting the war spun. They pick something that they think might be right for it. But before we get into this very next attack, we are going to jump into a quick little video where me and Itsu sit down together to take a look at some of the bases you guys submitted, part of the Clash community. Let's take a look. We asked you to submit attacks, and you have delivered. We've got Bunch coming in with a Sarch Lalo attack. And we've got sweepers and pointing in kind of different directions here. It's near this town hall, but one curious thing is those rage spell towers. I don't know if those are the best placement on this base, because Bunch is gonna, my guess, take full advantage of the value of some super archers.
Yeah, I feel like it's a super compact base, but at the same time, those rage towers are not covering that much. I feel like maybe the Bitter Hut, for example, at the bottom of the clan castle might have been a better place, but let's just take a look at where he's going to fly with his blimp. As with those super archer blimp attacks, it's always all about the blimp. If they connect, it just feels like it's the easiest attack of your life. If they go wrong, it feels like impossible to save sometimes. So let's take a look with the blimp flying across, flying towards that monolith, interestingly enough. So he's not really trying to go somewhere from the bottom side. Instead, he's even catching the sweeper and now cloning towards the town hall.
He is now reaching the town hall with the cloned up super archers. The only other suggestion, if he flew on the other side from where the sweeper wasn't pointing, could he have made it a little bit closer to the town hall? But you have to keep in mind, because the sweeper's not pointing that way, the base builder would have maybe knew about that and put more traps. So it's kind of risk and reward. What do you do? But this super archer blimp got some crazy value here. And take note, he didn't invest the warden, which means he's able to then use the warden for the rest of the attack with the warden ability to protect the balloons. Typically, when you want to be as safe as possible, you would have used the warden ability in that scenario to get that blimp all the way to where it needed to go to grab the town hall, everything else around it. But he took the risk, he made it, grabbed it, and then this base will definitely stand no chance from the value that he got right there, Itsu.
Yeah, at this point, the heroes are walking around. This is crazy. He got already so many defenses out of the way. At this point, it is some of the X-bows and single inferno towers. That's another really important thing. Like, you have to choose your follow-up after the super archer blimp according to what is left in the base. And at this stage, well, we have single inferno towers, and big surprise, but single inferno towers are not good to take down loons. They are really bad at it, actually. So with that, really nicely done. The sweeper is going down as well. This means the Lalo can just power through that with an early warn ability. He should be still really fine with this one hound flying across in the warn ability.
And even though those pups were instantly vaporized, didn't matter because they were able to pull some of the traps, or at least all of the traps in this bottom section, to allow these balloons to continue their way through as the heroes are running right underneath the Lalo. But brilliant value he got with that blimp. The only thing is, if you send that blimp in and it has to fly a far distance to where that Lava Hound is not going to be covering a certain section, then you have to be also thinking about, should I use my Warden to get there? If you don't have to, and you're able to do exactly what Bunch did here to get to the tunnel, grab the value without the Warden, then it's going to be an overwhelming attack as long as that Town Hall does indeed go down. Great attack here from Bunch, and thank you so much for submitting it here for us to take a look at. And it's time to review some of the attacks you submitted. And this first one, Itsu, we've got a Queen Charged Lala from Hazala, but the only clue we got is Winions. What do you think he's going to do in this attack here?
Just based on the name, I would guess that it's getting close and that minions or Winions are going to finish things off. That would be my random guess, but I think we're going to take a look at it to see if we are true and if we are right with that one. But the first things which are happening, wall break, and he takes his time. He takes his time with placing that queen.
Yeah, he does. With this queen towards the monolith and trying to charge her into a rage up double multi-target inferno. We got that rage freezing up the monolith. Good call, but not only freezing up the monolith, also freezing up that rage spell tower, so it's not doing that extra damage to.
That's right, and I feel like the biggest thing which is going his way is just the fact that the base builder did not pay attention. Take a look at this flame flinger. There is the mortar to defend it, but it's really close to the wizard tower, which means it's going to go down. At the same time, we have the queen charge between the two multi-inferno towers. No expos, they're all close by to the town hall, so that is right now looking really good for him.
Indeed, we have now that clan castle coming out, but like you mentioned, the fire spirits of the flame flinger hitting and taking out the mortar, which is really, really useful because it is too close, only the one wall tile. And that queen charge getting some fantastic value. And look at the wall breaks, allowing him to charge all the way into this town hall. That is an insane charge here.
Those wall breaks are insane, but we have the assassin ice golem as well on that siege machine, which had to be opened right there. And I feel like at this point, does he even need the Lalo? It's kind of crazy, it feels, with how much value he has gotten with this queen charge. The last two wall breaks were incredible, getting his queen to the core. The Lalos are starting, but there is still one rage up multi-inferno tower and quite a few expos. And the queen, she's gone.
Yeah, that queen did go down, but that warden ability did come through here. And notice we have the Frosty. I think that's definitely a mistake for a Lalo like this. You're going to want to put the Electro Owl on the warden so that it could fly through and not potentially pull any traps. Let's say a Lava Hound or something inside the CC if it wasn't already lured out. But what could be the reason of the Winions? Is it the minion that clutches the Sitsu?
I mean, right now it's getting really close. The loons are dropping. We have one back and wizard tower, which is going down, and the Roy champion non-stop shooting. And you said it, he could have had right now the owl doing the work, but instead he has now the minions and that Phoenix. And I feel like they're now going to win versus that Roy champion, and that's all we have the name. The Winions, the Phoenix is even tanking for them, and this is giving him the victory. Like, that was... Wait a second. Is this one?
What?
It's two.
A few.
It's two minions right there. What a close attack.
Indeed. That's why it's called the Winions. Thank you so much for submitting this attack here. And it was a pleasure to be able to watch your attack, part of the community here for the Clash Masters. Welcome back. It is now the lower bracket finals where we will be determining who is going to go to the grand finals and have a shot at trying to get a golden ticket. But they have a hard road because it will have to force a bracket reset in order to do that. Eric, Itsu, it's time to get ready to see which of these teams, ChazMac Gaming EA or Milosby, which one will have that shot to be able to go on to take on Republic. Will ChazMac EA get a rematch, Eric?
I don't know. They slipped up there, and if we have the same performances carried forward from the previous round here, we're looking at a lot of teams. Every single team that is currently in these last wars here are coming into with 14-star performances. So, I mean, that sets the bar very, very high here. Like getting a 60% hit rate here is insane, but these teams are all pushing 80% as they go into this.
Yeah, but I think we should quickly dive into the predictions before the match is starting really soon. So I will start things off and go with ChazMac EA, as, I mean, they have done incredible. I mean, I'm pretty sure that a lot of people will root for them. So, Colin, what about you?
Me, ChazMac EA. Oh, chat's also going ChazMac. Okay, no, I can't. I gotta stay away from chat. I am not picking. I'm not picking them. Yeah, no, I gotta be on the other side. That's my side. Okay, what about you, Eric?
I'm going for Milosym. I think Milosym is a incredible team. They were third place in the World Championship last year, and they are definitely on fire right now. And they're coming off of a big win. I think their spirits are high. I think they can got this.
Yes.
You guys are cheaters, depending your choice on the chat. Just knowing that they're going to jinx it again, just because you saw their success rate. Okay. I mean, chat, we have to work together here, cheering up ChazMac EA, because they have to defend first, and Tryout is attacking first on this one. So let's give our energy to all of those players to perform as good as they can.
And with Tryhard coming in, that early Warden Blimp sending it all the way across, we have the Super Barbarians. And he's used this before. He landed right on top of... Oh, he's pulling up the Yetis. Okay, not any Super Archers in here. So Eagle goes down. Monolith goes down as well. Definitely trying to remove this whole compartment. But he was not able to send the balloons towards that multi. But it should be too big of a deal, especially since that defensive range spell tower is now gone.
Yeah, that's always the big deal. Having those spell towers gone, and especially with how much impact the Rage Tower has, I feel like that's always a big, important step. Right now, having to deal with the Clan Castle first, already an Archer, which I really like on the far right side to clean things up. I mean, we have seen how many times one building can be the difference maker, so starting to clean up early is always such an important thing. I feel like it's really underestimated. And now he has the Queen keep charging forward into the direction of the Town Hall, and he could use the King or Super Barbarians to push that Queen really into the town compartment, but I think he has already lost quite a few of those healers.
Yeah, he needs to try to keep as many healers alive as possible, but no balloons here at this point to be able to use to protect them, to test for the Seeking Air Mines, as it looks like some Teslas are popping up near this left side as this Queen can path her way in towards this Town Hall. Maybe use that King to help really set the funnel to push the Queen in as he does invest the Rage. He has another Rage and some more spells, and that's the really nice thing of not taking a Super Archer Blimp, where you have extra spells to utilize for the rest of the attack, where usually the Super Archers require the use of basically all your spells.
Yes, the Super Barbarians are just so good on their own. You have the freeze now for the Town Hall, as he has already lost a couple of healers. The healers otherwise staying alive for now. Roycham doing her job on the far right side. He could add now some cleanup there as well with like one Super Barbarian or something. But the King pushing to that defending Queen is a big deal, especially just tanking the entire back. And the Royal Champ can move in and take down the defenses around the King. While Carbon, I think the Queen just went down though.
Oh, that was fantastic value from the King on the defensive Queen. But yes, with his Queen going down, is it going to cost him this raid? As the healers do transfer off onto the Raw Champion, healing her back up to full health with 4 Super Barbs to use and an Invis. Could he either try to protect the Raw Champion or make the King invisible? Most likely trying to... Oh, with the freeze as well. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, the freeze was as well in his scroll bar. Minions are traveling through the base. And take a look at that. There was one Warbreak, I think, from earlier.
No, he
who
could have made
opened
the king.
compartment,
Oh, he becomes invisible.
but the king is invisible
No!
right now. It's 1 building difference again. Okay, it's 3 buildings, but it's just so close.
Oh, 97% right there. So close to try hard. He came just this. He just needs a little bit more to be able to get that done. And if the queen stayed alive, obviously it would have been able to get a 3-star. The queen's damage would have helped out so much. But unfortunately, didn't have the back and cleanup. Maybe just a few more super barbarians. You never know when it comes down to that. You know, he would have attacked that base again. It probably would have got either really close or would have been a triple. Very nice try there to try hard.
Yes, and I feel like especially versus ChessMake, it is really important to get your 3-stars in as quickly as possible in general in.
Yeah.
Because I feel like so far, even though they're just so good on offense, their defense somehow struggled quite a bit. They have received from most teams like 14 or even 13 stars. And, well, this means that you have to take advantage of that because their offense obviously is one of the best in the tournament. So you have to make sure that you're 3-starring their bases as well. And Yatta is coming in with his super bonus. And I have to say already, I'm a huge fan of this because his super bonus are incredible exciting to watch.
Absolutely. They can get so much value through the bases. He does have 1 jump spell as an investment. Typically, you'll use it after a series of wall breaks. So if he's able to wall break his way after the Eagle Artillery behind it, and then jump somewhere near that clan castle to the town hall, he basically has access to the whole base, other than that scatter shot off to the far right side, which you can invest the Royal Champion for, as these super bowlers need to keep their push through. But the key, pay attention to the healers. You have to have these healers transfer off this Warden exactly like that to the super bowlers to keep them pushing and healed up fully.
There's a super wall breaker moving in. The first one did not open the wall where he wanted to get. Next wall breaker is coming in, and that should open up the core to give all of those super bowlers access towards that tunnel, because he is not investing the log launcher. Instead, he is with the flame finger right now, and the jump spell is opening the entire base. Everything is working perfectly. The pathing is incredible on this one.
The super bowlers getting some skips onto a storage, which took out the other scatter shot on the left side. Was fantastic. Now with a freeze onto the town hall, these super bowlers are looking perfect and absolutely smashing this base. 1, 2, 3. Itsu, there's a minute 20 left on this attack. Absolutely insane. Yeah, we did lose super bowlers here, but they got the value, and now it's just his heroes to clean up.
Yes, and this really truly shows how strong super bowlers can be if they are in the right hand. And I mean, I would love to see them more often in those pro matches. It's kind of sad that we don't see them that often. I would love to know why, because take a look at that. He just demolished this base, and most of those teams at this point are recycling their bases. We have seen this base already quite a few times, and this was the base where Gaku from Navi has failed versus it. And I mean, Yatta just made it look like it's a low legend trophy base and like what not. And so really good attack right there, and showing the true power of the bowlers.
So when it comes down to selecting your base, because you have some competitive experience, Itsu, when you choose to rerun a base, what are the criteria that need to be met to say, yes, we'll rerun this base, even though they could have watched it, seen it before, and know where some traps are?
I feel like at this stage, it's like everything is for the players just so hectic, everything, that you can't really watch the other matches and like remember every single trap. So I'm not sure how important it is that if you're rotating your bases, if you have like a couple of bases where you are really happy with, like you have tested a lot of different entries and they have defended those, then you're just running it again and go for the best, except like I think I would always not go for a fresh base which has maybe not tested as much. So I think overall doing that is a really wise choice, and so far it has worked out great for Millicim. I mean, they have done an incredible run on the lower bracket. They went down with the lower bracket since day one, since match one, and since then they're just keep going. So the defense so far is really impressive. Now the question is, can they turn this around on offense as well? Because this is what we have said. ChessMate Gaming EA so far incredible on offense, nearly always 13-14 stars, but getting around the same on the defense. So it's for Millicim important to stay close.
It is important. You gotta be right there to have your chance. It's gonna go back and forth. 3 building differential is the thing, because Tryhard did get that 97% 2-star as another Super Barbarian attack Milliceme with the Super Barbarians. This is what they've been liking here in the Clash Masters Gold. So let's see if Kingsman can bring the Queen charge. No recall spell, so starting off with that Queen, gonna let her go through, and we've got no blimp early. We've got a battle drill selected right now, Itsu.
Yeah, maybe. Where could he play the battle drill? Maybe onto the multi-inferno tower or something? I'm really not sure where he's trying to send it. Maybe going through the expo and stuff. But either way, right now, he's already starting early on with his king, with his warden from the far right side. And having the battle drill selected means that they are having a really tough job ahead of them, because they need to push through this entire Eagle section. That's exactly where they're going to put the battle drill. Warden ability early on. But take a look at that, Cauldron. The entire base is open. It feels like there's not one single closed compartment in this one.
Yeah, it's going to allow his troops to continue to walk right on through, as this Queen now will try to path her way to the Town Hall. But first, has to take out this defending clan castle. There's a poison spell, the balloon pulling a Seeking Your Mind. Yet is coming out of the battle drill. Now, taking out the Eagle, taking out the defensive rage, and now the multi as well. But the King did go down. The handful more Super Barbarians to then send in towards that Miles and try to take it down.
Yeah, but the expo going down is super important. That is another baiting which is not on that Queen. Queen just keep diving forward. There's going to be the Rise Tower going off anytime soon. And now we have the Super Barbarians going in. There's a lot of multitasking going on as he has to go for the Town Hall. There's the visibility spell. Red mines are popping up as well. Royal Champion on that Monolith, but getting targeted by the Monolith as well.
Ooh.
Everything is happening at the same time.
It is. He's got a multitask as Super Barbarians coming to the right side. Royal Champion needs to make her way into the multi. Queen's ability through the defensive King, as he got a Party Wizard and one more rage to use. Decides to invest it on his Queen to keep her going. Sends that balloon into the multi-target in front of the Royal Champion. Does take the multi just down. And now it's a matter of cleanup with 40 seconds remaining.
Oh, 40 seconds, and then one Bitterheart in the middle has to go down as well, with the Royal Champion dodging it. Is the Bitterheart going down? No. Can the Royal Champion, though, take it out? The Wizard, and he's already celebrating, kind of spoiling us for us, but 25 seconds is by far enough to take down this building. And there we go, Milliceme on the board with their first 3-shot. What an attack this was.
Brilliant. A Queen charge, Super Barbarians, but not using the blimp. This is a different version to use, and it only works, it seems, when it's all open walls. You know, those open walls are there to distract wall breakers, but it's not distracting Super Barbs. We have found the counter to those base designs finally, when it's been such a struggle to try to get those Queens charging in, or even when you try to use a log launcher. There's open walls causing your troops to run left, to run right. You don't know where exactly they're going to go in. Well, this is the perfect attack against those bases. So I'm definitely going to have to be practicing this.
Yeah, and I feel like the reason is that what is the biggest problem with those open walls? That you cannot control your heroes. But what is a really good troop to control your heroes? Well, Super Barbarians, because they're funneling anything. Like Sneaky Goblins would go for storages, for collectors and stuff. But, well, with the Super Barbarians, you can funnel anything and just make sure that the heroes are getting forced into those gaps in the walls. And with that being said, I think he has not invested a single Super Wall Breaker. And considering how close that was, imagine that he had to wall break for every single wall he was going through for his Queen. That would have been a completely different story. But hey, it's the day of it's the tournament of Super Barbarians. We're having more Super Barbarians are coming in, and this time around it's going to be a Super Archer blimp or a Super Minion blimp.
Yeah, it's going to be something with this blimp trying to get just a single clone we got in here, pulling out the CC. It lands, and it is... Oh, we got a Super Wizard in there as well because of the chain from the Super Wizards, which can be very nice. And then the Super Archer gonna help grab the Town Hall. Okay, hang on. Let's count how many Super Troops we got here. We got a Super Barbarian. We got a Super Wizard. We got a Super Archer. We got a Super Wall Breaker. We got 4 different Super Troops in this attack so far. That's crazy.
And the Warden is still alive. Like, keep going forward.
Wow.
With no air defense left there as they keep going. The only problem which he has right now is that the Eagle did not go down. Or maybe, wait a second.
Oh!
Can the Eagle
Almost.
somehow go down? He maybe has to invest. I don't know. Like, he can't really put anything there. Minion would not take it. Maybe a minion would
No.
take it down. But the Warden for now is locked onto the king.
What if he made the...
This,
Oh, Tesla's pop.
yeah, this Eagle is staying alive for way too long. But let's see. Maybe he can still do it.
Yeah, he's got the Golem down south, which can help a lot with the King ability. Now going off, can path his way into the multi-target Inferno, and this is where the wall breaks, because these are some closed-off compartments to allow him to break in, right? Because when you have all open compartments everywhere, then you don't need these wall breaks. So he's forced to invest some of the housing space to open these walls, which perfectly targets it. As we got an Ice Golem with the Royal Champion now down, and he's got so many troops still alive. Jeez.
Yeah, there's just so many troops left alive on this one. Queen ability has to be forced. Royal Champion joining as well in that compartment. And with the Super Barbarians on the back end, with the Headhunters dealing with that defending king, and more Barbarians are getting put in. I mean, he has 10 Super Barbarians. Okay, at this point, 9 Super Barbarians left. And the base is already done. This is just smashed.
This, I guarantee you, we're going to see so much more of this. And look at all the spell swag and more super barbs that he didn't even use. Absolutely insane. So Itsu, we've seen a handful of super troops. Obviously, the ones we haven't seen, like Super Valkyries, I don't think we're going to see that because the rage that comes from it. But when I am curious, you've talked about Super Giants before. So some troops, like the Super Giants and Super Witches, we haven't seen those at all. What do you think it would take in order to see more of those? Or do you think those troops require a very specific base design? Or it's just the Super Barbs is just, you know, why go Super Witches when you could just do this Super Barb attack and it's just way more successful?
I feel like one change would be needed is either have 3 super troops available in the same army, or make the current super wall breakers base kit. I mean, no one is using regular wall break. Okay, maybe except Kingsman, I think, did it earlier, but pretty much no one otherwise is using regular wall breakers. So turn the super wall break into the normal wall break or something like that. And then you have actually access to more super troops, because I feel like every army is using in some way the super wall break, and it is removing a lot of variety then with the super troops. So maybe that change would help, but otherwise, right now I feel like, well, the Super Barbarians, they're smashing bases left and right.
They are indeed. We got to take our notes. We got to practice it because the pros are showing exactly how to do it. This is how we learn to use these attack strategies, is from them. They save it for these moments. They save it for these tournaments, and then they bring it full force. And of course, when day one is complete, the pros rewatch what's going on with the streams, the bases, and everything. They see those attacks, and then they spend hours then practicing if they haven't already, so that they can bring it for day 2, because they are so good. They can learn within literally just watching it. They can learn it and then bring it in their very next attack. So you have to be very careful when you try to bring your attack. Maybe do you save your most specialized attack for the grand finals, because then they can't really copy it at that point? But you know, you got to use it early enough so you can even get to that point.
Yeah, I feel like with how good the teams are, they cannot save it for too long. Like, even if you're dropping to the lower bracket, I don't think that should be the moment where you're starting it. I think Strat overall did a solid sort of thing where they have done it really early on.
Oh,
and something we're seeing early on as well is Cynthia with another skinny donut for the Town Hall. And even for the Clan Castle. Is it working though? Yes? No?
Oh, what?
Wow. That was
He
close.
gets the Clan Castle. The Town Hall gets destroyed, and there's just a little bit of a delay that the Clan Castle was able to go down. If the Town Hall explodes instantly and does the damage, then those skeletons would not have been able to remove that Clan Castle. He does it yet again, and he continues to bring the Skelly Donut, removing the Town Hall, the Clan Castle, with even some builder huts near the Town Hall.
I mean, at this point, the question is even anyone attempting to try to copy this? Because it just feels like so incredibly risky, because one misplaced invisibility and you're done. But at the same time right now, this is looking really good for Cynthia with how open this space is. I mean, they can just leave and join the compartments as they want. The Queen now being stuck right now in the middle, but he has the Warden ability left. The first question is, when is he going to use that?
He still has a Warden. That is insane now. like there's nothing left, especially with a Warden ability and a King ability that if the Warden goes to follow him, doesn't look like he will at the moment. It's going to take him some time to catch up, but this is absolutely smashed here by Cynthia.
The Warden could use now perfect Warden ability. That's exactly where he does it. The Queen is now inside that core. She has still the ability left, but she's running now and following the other heroes. And he has 10 Super Barbarians for this back end. But wait a second, this Get a Shot compartment is closed, so that might be an issue for him.
Yeah, the World Champion will have to use her ability as he continues his way through. RC ability skips. Ice Golem goes off. Took out the defensive Queen. Wait, did I speak too soon here? Hold on. The closed compartment here is going to cause some issues here for Cynthia. Oh no, the monolith. He can't get into it. Wait, because of the closed compartment, it is open to the bottom side, but the Queen never walked there. I'm assuming he was probably hoping the Queen to walk into that compartment to take that down, and she walked right, and it's a 2-star. I guess, did I jinx it?
Maybe, who knows, but I feel like
Maybe.
the Queen just one tile more to the left where she went through the wall. She would have opened the monolith compartment. No, with her ability, she could have actually taken that out. So it was one wall piece off, which made all the difference. Otherwise, would have 3-starred this base. So really unfortunate by Cynthia. But, well, this now gives ChessMac the opportunity to really push ahead of this one, as Milliseam really seem to have a problem versus those bases of ChessMac Gaming.
So it shows you that in a Super Barbarian attack like this, that the Warden ability is not necessarily as important, right? The Warden ability used for the Blimp is very important to get the Blimp where it needs to, but the Warden ability where it's protecting Super Barbarians is not necessarily as strong as you may think, as we saw from Cynthia not able to push his way through. But it's you. Again, it's the Super Barbarians. That's the meta, as we've got tons of Raccoons, and he does not want to invest the Warden ability here. Okay, what I was just saying, it was not as so you could invest on the Blip. He says, you know what? I'm just going to go Raccoons to try to protect and double clone Super Archers to really clear this base up.
Carbon, do you know what I'm most excited for? It's just the stats at the end of the tournament from Chase the Ace, and see how many times we have seen Super Barbarians on this weekend. Somehow, from the last golden ticket to this one, it changed from like 40% to Lalo attacks to now 40% Super Barbarians. Like
even more, I would say more.
It could be possibly more. I would love to see that. I really hope that he is pushing those stats out again, because that would be crazy to know how many Super Baron attacks we have seen over this weekend, because this is just, they just came out of nowhere, at least for us as like spectators and like not really being inside the pro teams and like knowing what they're talking about and stuff. But that is really, really exciting.
Yeah, with this smash now coming around the base, the biggest question is time. You have to be careful. And this Frosty with the Frost Mites jumping over the wall, hitting that monolith, taking it down, slowing it down, which is also so helpful to push your way through. And we got regular wall breakers. Who needs super wall breakers when he's got rocket looms? He can't take the super wall breaker through as he continues his path around. King ability going off as that EU artillery shots are still raining down.
Yeah, really unfortunate that the Warden is not following right now. He cannot really use the Warden ability for the spawn of Barons, which is unfortunate. But what he can do is use the Warden ability for the Royal Champion now in just a second as this Rage Tower goes off. Nice timing, protecting the Queen and the Royal Champion versus all of the damage. And it is reinforcing everything from the outside with the Super Barons. But Carbon, with the Royal Champion on the back end on defense, do you think his own heroes are going to make this?
Well, with the abilities, I would say yes. The ability should be enough. Taking out the multi, taking out the Wizard Tower, which is like one hit. The cannon's going to go down, and the Queen will help finish her off. And there you go. We've got another triple coming in for ChessMac Gaming EA. Even though they get pushed to the lower bracket, they are looking to bounce right back to get the revenge against Repotted.
That's just crazy. That Paper Dragon is either, I don't know, having a nice time, a great time, or like the worst time of its life. But either way, it is a 3-star, and this means ClashMSTRS Gaming EA is being 3 out of 3. They really want to have this revenge versus Reported Gaming and trying to push them to the limits for this golden ticket.
They are up by 2 stars. We saw Tryhard coming in with a 97% 2-star. We saw then Cynthia coming in with a 90+% in the 90s. So that's 2 fails from them, which is really gonna hurt, especially since ClashMSTRS EA are coming in with 3-star after 3-star after 3-star, and it's Super Barbarians everywhere in these attacks. So really, when it comes to the next tournament or things to come, or even, well, for the final team, Repotted is gonna have to look to defend the Super Barbs. How do you do it? Just close your walls?
I mean, that would for sure defend it. I mean, you cannot do it on the fly now, as your base would have a cooldown otherwise. But just for future tournaments, that would be interesting to see how those pros are adapting to the Super Barbarians, and if there is actually, if it is as easy as I'm assuming with the closed compartments, or if this is actually not doing anything whatsoever. But we have the next attack in, we have Amiola in, and we're getting back to normal, because we have a Lalo.
Yeah, normal, right? We're so used to seeing the Lalo being everywhere, but the Super Barbarians took over. I remember when the Super Dragons first came out, they were everywhere. And it kind of comes in a wave of different metas, but Lalo always, no matter what, stays at the top. And is that going to be the case now that the Super Barbarian meta has been discovered? As it looks like Abu Allah wants to charge this queen towards that town hall, but remember, there are no healers on this queen, so it doesn't look like he wants that queen to secure the town hall at this point.
Yes, with those couple of rocket loons, he's getting that expo out. Now the blimp for the town hall, he's going against the sweeper, but there seem to be no traps whatsoever. The Royal Champ and the King got that scatter out of the way. No! I think the Eagle shots took actually down the Royal Champ. I'm not 100% sure, but either way, we have the Lalo now starting from the far right side, but there's a lot of base left, and that Monolith on the back end is going to be an issue.
It is, as the Headhunters do now run off to the Warden, so he's forced to drop that freeze. It looks like onto nothing, but no, it's on Headhunters to protect the Warden from getting hit by him and forcing an early Warden ability as he pops it now. But the Headhunters, only one of them was clipped in the Warden Eternal Tone, which is trying to go for the enemy world champion. I don't think it's going to be enough to take her down in time. No!
Oh, no. But more loons are swarming the base, but with this rage up back and multi-infinite tower, they're just dropping like flies. The Royal Champion staying alive as well, as you said. It is, well, it's just going downhill from this point for Midiseam. They just cannot overtake those bases of ClashMSTRS EA, and I have not said anything. I mean, the bases somehow defend incredible for ClashMSTRS at this stage, and I mean, their offensive showcase is just on a different level.
It is. They are on a different level indeed. And is Chat gonna get their 3rd win in terms of a prediction? Oh my, because I believe they also chose ClashMSTRS EA as the minions are clearing the bottom side, but they work their way all the way through the bottom bracket, losing the very first match, going all the way here, and then ClashMSTRS EA wants to bounce straight back and get the revenge against Repotted. And this is the brilliant thing now, since all 3 of these teams remaining, none of them have a golden ticket, which means that they have to fight out for the golden ticket in that final grand final match. If Repotted wins, they get it, it's done. But ClashMSTRS EA must force a bracket reset in order to try to win it. So essentially, you have to beat Repotted 2 times in a row to get that golden ticket. It's going to be difficult, but it's possible.
It's going to be really difficult. I mean, beating Repotted twice. If there is a team at the moment in this tournament out there which is capable of doing that, it is for sure ClashMSTRS. Yeah, I feel like they have done incredible over this tournament. I mean, stats-wise, I think they're at the top of every chart possible. But, well, now for them at this stage, even though this match looks really good already, for them it's just all about building up the momentum. Because remember, they are now playing the match right before the finals. And let's imagine they're getting up to 14, maybe even more stars, depending on how the next 2 attacks go. They're building up a lot of momentum, a lot of motivation going to the last final match where Well, Reported still have to like probably cool down from the heart attack they had during that match earlier versus ClashMSTRS EA. But next attack is in, and we see another Lalo attack from Kuma with some lightnings.
With the Zap Lalo, 27 balloons to use. As a few minions off already down to the right side. How is Arium's base gonna defend? I love this scenery. It's so nice. And you gotta use your CWL medals in order to unlock it yourself. But we have that queen all the way to the top side. And the king is gonna path his way in towards this eagle artillery. Taking his time, and we got a log launcher joined in here. And no warden, it looks like, because you want to save that warden for the town hall, because that log launcher, that will definitely not make it to town hall.
Yeah, I think like that's the classic setup where you just try to die for value, which those loons are going to struggle with on the opposite side, which is typically the scatter shots, for example. And that's exactly what he's trying to do right now with his heroes, with this Royal Champion getting added as well in the mix. And then he's going to play the Lalo into that tunnel compartment as the sweepers are pointing into the other direction. But the clan guards right now dealing a lot of damage, and we have seen some of those Zap Lalo attacks getting messed up completely because nothing ever took down those super minions. So we have to keep an eye on those to go down and really make sure that they're not getting the cleanup and the loons out of this attack.
And the other issue is the scatter shot is still up to where that king died off. So now the Lalo is coming straight across, but the Ice Hound pulled every single red air bomb in the area so to protect these balloons. But he does, I don't know if he actually did pull a tornado trap. I remember it was up towards the Eagle Artillery, so there should be no tornado. So they should be able to get past this town relatively quickly and off to that monolith.
The queen somehow stayed. Oh, never mind. I haven't said anything. No. The queen stayed alive for a couple of seconds, but now just getting shot by that monolith. But the loons are going for the multi-inferno tower, and there is an Ice Hound still alive in the mix.
Oh wow! ChazMac EA, just wow, shocking what they're doing here. Amazing performances. Yet another 3-star. So it will come down to Hades for ChazMac EA. And that was the last time. That's what actually sent them down to the lower bracket. Hades got a 77% 2-star in their last match, and they lost on 14 stars. So Hades at this point is looking fine. It won't come down to his attack, but he still wants to get a 3-star nonetheless.
Yes, and just, I mean, this is just, at this stage, as Reported Gaming, I would be shaking. I mean, it seems like ChazMac Gaming are getting angry. I mean, it's like we dropped to this lower bracket. It was a couple of percentage being the difference. I think it was like 2 buildings being a tie in that match was Reported, 14-14 otherwise. They are looking hungry for this final match, and they're looking like a really big threat right there. But they said as well, Medici want to get their attacks in as well, even though the match is decided already at this stage, unfortunately. But for each star difference, after 4 attacks each, that is impressive. That is incredible.
It is super impressive for sure, but it's crazy what ChazMac EA is doing here. And hey, they totally would deserve it, making their way through and really proving that, you know what, we can get knocked to the lower bracket. We can force a bracket reset and try to get that golden ticket. But here we go with Arium for their final attack. The best he could do is tie this match up on 12 stars. And all ChazMac EA will have to do is get a single star for the victory nonetheless. As we're seeing the blimp come for the town hall with an early warden ability to have these balloons all push their way in towards the eagle and that multi-target inferno.
Yes, the blimp getting pushed away a little bit, but the town hall is getting targeted, with the loons now going for the next couple of buildings. This is something we see from time to time from those pros, but Carbon, I feel like he did not get out of the value. The multi-inferno tower stayed alive, and that eagle as well.
Yeah, that eagle definitely was supposed to go down. And unfortunately, now the problem is the multi and the eagle paired up together. He's going to do a lot of damage as the eagle artillery now activates, as he's going to path his way around with that Predator Warden to try to help here. With 25 more Super Barbarians to use. We got a Monolith on the far backside by that defending Queen. The Eagle shots are now raining down on the Electro Titan and might just take her down.
Yes, the Eagle dealt quite a bit of damage. The King ability now, and the King feels like he's in the wrong compartment. He has not got the memo. Like, this is not supposed where you go. You're supposed to go with that Queen around that bottom side, and she's on her own, trying to turn invisible. But as soon as this Rage Tower goes off, I think this Queen is in danger with the scatter shot, maybe shooting at her, depending on how quick he can take that out.
Yeah, with more Super Barbarians, luckily the Ice Golem can freeze this section up, but it does slow that Ground Expo down. Scattershot does get frozen, but the RC ability is forced as he's trying to use skeleton spells to provide the distraction on the defending Queen. More Super Barbarians used all around with one more freeze, as that Monolith needs to get distracted. Luckily, it's not on this RC just yet, as he drops the poison to help, and the open walls is allowing his heroes to just continue to walk around.
Yeah, it's not a single wall break or super wall break has to be invested. This allows him as well. We have talked about that earlier, that he's actually using different super troops. He's using now the Super Barbarian, obviously, but as well the Rocket Dunes, really doing an incredible job for him. Headhunters coming in, and now 35 seconds. And a Dream, and the Queen ability.
Yep, trying to make their way through with the Queen ability to help save this. That RC did some work, and one more Super Barbarian onto the cannon. 20 seconds left. Queen, pop your ability. Not just yet. He's trying to get every little bit with the 3-star Arium. Looks to get it done. At least putting the 3-star here on the board, but they know too little, too late. That is tied exactly on stars, but ChazMac have used one less attack. All they have to do is get a 1-star, and they advance to the grand finals to take on Repotted Gaming, which is coming up next. Yes, we will be giving away the golden ticket here today, so you do not want to leave. Otherwise, you'll be missing the 4th team this year getting that golden ticket.
And remember, we had this situation earlier this weekend, and the tank, which just had to go for the 1-star, was, let's say, close. So never think that it's a given that you're getting those stars at Honor 15. If things go wrong, they can really easily snowball into a lot of bad effects for you. And let's hope that that's not going to happen. But just saying, never say never when it's Honor 15.
Absolutely never say never, as we still have one more match after this. But this final attack from Hades, he's looking to turn around his previous attack, which was about 75. I think he needed like a 77 for the victory.
He's just flipping the town.
Oh, yeah, just flip the town hall and bam, it's done.
And they won.
That's it, they won. All right, now it's time to go to the grand finals, right? Right? Oh.
Okay, he's keep going. But that was the smartest possible thing that they could do. Just blimp the town hall. Just, get that out. I think he would have liked to get that expert as well. I think he raged up that blimp. But, well, it is what it is. The tunnel went down. That was the most important thing. At this stage, it's all about the momentum. They could even build higher with possibly even a higher score than right now what they are going for with the 14 stars. So, either way, it's looking good for them. It's not looking good for the Unicorn, though. Wait a second. That
stays alive.
Surviving.
With that rage, keeping that Queen going. No recall for her, so wherever she's going, it looks like charging straight in towards the double multi-target infernos. There's got to be a ton of red air bombs in this area, right? I can't imagine these healers being able to continue to keep this Queen alive.
Well, King is getting lured back in for the Queen. Really nice right there. King should go for the scatter shot. The Queen right now out of danger, and a great wall break to give him access into the core, into that monolith. Right now there's not too much damage on the Queen with the Lowler starting at the top side. He's just putting everything into that top side section of the base and freezing the Rage Tower, because we all know how much pain this is going to cause.
Oh, it will cause a lot of pain as the Queen is going down to the ground. Expos as the Warden Billy's trying to protect all these balloons. There's the red air bombs next to the monolith as the Raw Champs going to the left, and the healers have actually switched to the RC.
Now it's a Roy champion charge going on, trying to take down the remaining defenses, trying to take down this base. Scatter shot is about to fall in just a couple of seconds, and still 55 seconds left. The minions are doing great cleanup, but Carbon, there is no more spells, and Diggy's going down as well, and I just don't think it's going to be enough power. But I think he's going to be fine with this one, as they're getting 14 stars versus Mediceum, and this means they're qualifying for the finals of this Clash Masters Gold qualifier.
And they are looking for that revenge against Repotted Gaming. Can they get it in the grand finals, which is coming up next? That is the match that everyone now wants to see between the top teams. Literally both of them from the upper bracket. Chazmak get thrown one time down and coming right back. So these are the teams that are deserving it. And only one of them will be able to get a golden ticket here today. There we go. 97% 2-star, but congrats to Chazmak Gaming EA as they are now advancing to the grand finals and have the shot. But first, they've got to get that bracket reset to get a golden ticket.
And I think if I remember correctly, Chazmak Gaming EA now had 3 matches back to back to back, 14 stars on offense. This is incredible. I mean, that is really impressive. So let's see if they can keep the streak going. But Eric, how did you enjoy this match?
Well, Chazmak EA definitely representing well. They came so close to being in the grand finals already, and they just slipped up. But now they are back and they're ready to go again. So I mean, the fact that they came into this from the Swiss stages with one of the highest hit rates in the entire tournament, but then have continued these 14-star wars over and over and over. They've got to be highest hit rate by now. They absolutely have to be at this point.
Yeah, it's been so impressive seeing what they're able to do throughout all their attacks. But now we can probably bring up the bracket to show you where we stand between the final 2 teams. With first place taking home $18,000. Second place taking home $10,000. But Chazmak Gaming EA must force the bracket reset as we potentially have 2 more matches here today. But we have at least guaranteed 1 more. If Repotted Gaming win, they take the golden ticket. But really, at this point, with what Chazmak Gaming EA has been doing, it literally could go either way. It's just going to be so difficult to try to win back-to-back matches against Repotted, Eric.
Yeah, but then they've been able to take the other matches so close there and then win most of them already. So if they can just put up the same performance they did last one, but just finish it, get that last closer, then they can. So we've seen a couple misses out of Hades there. He ended up missing that previous war. He ended up missing this one here. Right now, he's been the weak link there. We need to see him just shake that off there. You got to get back into it. You got to get your head game. You got to get your confidence going to this one here, because if he's a closer here, you don't want to be that position right there and throw. So we'll see what happens here. But what do you think about this, Itsu?
Yeah, I think it's right now really important for his team to beat him up. I mean, this is really important in a team overall, like just the chemistry. And if you have a bad day like Hades has, I mean, we all know how good he is as well, like pushing really high on Legends and stuff. So we all know how good he can be. But it's now really important for his team just like to cheer him up, get him up, back out of this hole, and make sure that he can perform in this final. But I think either way, I'm really happy about those 2 teams being in the final, because it's always like the question in the back of my head. It's like, could this possible golden ticket winner perform in the at the world stage? And I think I'm pretty confident with both of those teams giving us a really great show then later this year with the golden ticket. So I think it doesn't matter which way it's going, at least like for me in this current position, it's going to be a really great final and even better than World's final event later this year, I think, Carbon.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be amazing finals here. But Eric and Itsu, you guys actually don't know this, but we got a surprise for you. Yes, we got a surprise for not only you two, but for everyone watching. Are you ready to find out where the World Championship is going to be held this year?
Nice. Let's go.
Let's go ahead and find out right now. And there we go. It will be in Helsinki, Finland, coming this year in November. What are your thoughts, Eric?
I'm excited to get back to Finland. The arena they had for the last one was incredible. Like if we got something like that again, I would be over the moon excited, because the production that they put on there, the entire atmosphere of the entire stadium there was it was amazing. It was actually amazing. It felt like you were in Clash of Clans or Clash Royale. It was such a very, very I don't know. It was very impressive.
Yes. Oh yeah,
I mean,
very impressive.
I can just sing the song like Clash tonight. Like hearing that non-stop, I think it kind of like got into my brain. It's like not leaving anymore. It's so crazy. Nice. So like hearing that with the announcement again, like that was wild back then, and I'm looking forward to hearing it again, or maybe we have a new theme song. I don't know, but either way, it's going to be amazing.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be amazing. It's an amazing city. We cannot wait to see the teams that are going to be competing, because one of these teams here, maybe both, depends if the other team goes for the last chance qualifiers, but only one from the Clash Masters Gold can get it. But before we're able to see who gets that golden ticket, we're going to take a short little break and break down some bases and do a little base review here. Welcome to the Clash Masters base review. We asked the Clash community to send in their bases for us to take a look at, and we've got a handful of them here. It's 7 to be exact. So this first base coming in from Ninja, saying that a base builder from FLC Lock, sending this one in. Itsu, what's your thoughts on this kind of uniquely styled design here?
Yeah, I think overall we have like a base which is put into a category named box base, just with like the overall setup. But the one thing I really want to touch on, which I want to highlight, are those wall islands on the left and on the right behind the town hall, where there's like so many walls right next to each other, which look kind of strange. So you might think, why would you stack the walls so close to each other anyways? That makes no sense. The answer is Super Archer Blimp. With this type of wall, you're either forcing the attacker to land in the scatter compartment, which means he would not reach the town hall, or the other option is land on the other wall side, which then would be inside the range of the poison tower, which then is going to lower the value for any Super Archer Blimp. So really smart usage of those walls. Question now is, Garvin, what would you really think of this base overall?
I mean, this definitely would be very annoying to attack because of all the open walls. Your troops will go all over the place. But that's a really great point here, is the reason why those walls are like that is because to prevent Super Archer Blimps, which we know are meta. Absolutely great design. I would definitely struggle on this one here. But let's take a look at our next base that we have. We got another Town Hall 15 from Underrated, part of the base building, the world base building, and Time to Throw. Itsu, we're noticing this is not like a box base. This is not anti-2 or ring, but this is more anti-3-star. Are the anti-3-star designs coming back? Are they part of the meta, or is these kind of like a one-off here?
I would say for sure they're coming back, especially because they're a complete different style of the idea of how you're setting up bases. While a lot of those anti-2-star bases are really compact. We have just seen that with the box base. We have a lot of really high damage areas, typically 2 around the 2 rage towers in your base. On those anti-3-star bases, we have a lot of more compartments, a lot of more areas where there's really important defenses. Like this one we have around the tower with the Rage Tower with the Expos, and then on the opposite side with the Inferno Towers close by with the Rage Tower. And then either the scatter shots on the flanks, and either in the middle another small island of defenses with the Sweepers and the Monolith. So there's a lot of damage spread out, which makes this base completely different to attack, and this is throwing some pros off. So overall, a base which is coming back into the meta for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see more anti-3s indeed. So we saw a couple of Town Hall 15 bases. Now, let's go down a bit to Town Hall 13. And this is exactly what he said when he submitted this base. Doesn't think this one is good. Well, he didn't say it. He said it himself. So when you take a look at this base, how would you improve this base design here?
Well, I think we have to not judge this based on Clan War reference, because I feel like with having all of those storages inside the base are really far close to the core, we should kind of judge this on a farming base level. I don't want to offend anyone, but I feel like just based on how the storages are located, it just more look like a farm base where you want to protect the resources. So the one thing on how I would improve it, I don't know, maybe put the Dark Elixir into the core, because this is, at least for me, the most important resource to protect, because I don't think this is a pro base, or like this is a match base, a clan war base. It's really looking like a farm base, which is totally fine and should protect your resources really well, though.
Okay. Yeah, I know for me on this one, I would just try to put a little bit more space around the town hall so you can put traps to try to catch super wizard blimps, like those blizzards and things like that. Like giant bombs kind of seem like they're spread all over the place. Maybe a bunch of them up near the town hall that might help out a little bit. But now let's go back to the town hall 15. We'll take a look at Leave Mask Space. He is a player here for Strut, and we see some of the traps now at town hall 15. And the one thing that catches my eye, Itsu, is the red air bombs, the location of them. I would have thought a lot of times they're placed by the multi-target infernos in the core where the splash is, but now recently there's been a shift putting the red air bombs all near the town hall. Why is that?
I think there's two main reasons. The first reason being super minion blimps. I mean, super minion blimps are super popular at the moment, and the only counter really is either a tornado trap or a lot of red mines, because if all of those red mines are hitting the super minions, they're gone within seconds and the entire attack is going to crumble. That is the first reason. The second reason are healers. If all of the red mines stacked up together are going to hit the healers, they are gone as well in either a queen charge or, for example, a smash attack like super bonus or titans. And going even near that tunnel compartment, all of the healers will be scared of that. I'm really sure about that one.
Absolutely. I know when I've seen those super minion blimps land on top of the town hall, like you mentioned, you make it invisible so they take everything around it down, and then the town hall last, well, that won't work. I've failed quite a bit of times when I've sent it directly like that because of the red air bomb. So great base here, Mask. And let's stay within Strut. We go to a base builder part of Strut. We got Sir Iron. And this is another one of those kind of box style designs where the town hall is kind of on one side. And if we're taking a look at this base here, what's your thoughts?
I mean, overall, Sarah knows what he's doing. I feel like the one thing I really want to highlight, though, again, on those bases is just how important it is on Town Hall 15 to use at least one of those rage towers. They're right now still by far the strongest spell towers in the game you can use. And on this one's the perfect example. You have the Expos close by to the rage tower, you have the multi-inferno towers close by, and the eagle. If that eagle is starting to shoot and being raged up, that is going to hurt quite a bit. Those troops are going to really take a lot of damage. So having a rage tower area and setup like that is a really big key for Town Hall 15 for your defense.
So if you're taking a look at this base, Hitsu, and you had to guess where the tornado trap could be, right? Where would you potentially think it could be? Maybe two different spots, and what's your reason behind the location for you where that tornado trap could be?
I feel like that really depends on what they think, what type of team they're going to face. Let's say they're attacking, like having to face like a super archer blimp team, then they might want to place it behind the eagle because, well, with how the sweepers are set up, you could face maybe a really crazy team, which is going to go with like a warden super archer blimp and try to avoid the two sweepers with just flying in between of those. I think there should be always like a an area which is not getting covered by the sweepers with this specific setup, so that might be the case if someone goes crazy, or otherwise around the town hall to like really make sure that the blimp, which is delivering loons, delivering super minions, as we said, is going to be messed up with getting rotated away from the town hall, maybe into red mines, for example. So maybe that would be my second guess.
Oh, those two great guesses there. But let's jump back now down to the lower town halls to Town Hall 12. And we got Winx coming in saying he's looking for some advice. And if I'm taking a look at this base, right away, the things that stand out to me is the mortars and the expo locations. What I would say is when you're at the lower town halls, since you have access to a flame flinger, you got to find a way to protect your base from that. If you put mortars and expos in a certain area of the base to try to prevent flame flingers from kind of penetrating in to grab multi-target infernos and high-value structures like that, then that's what you want to focus on the base building side. So I would try to move the borders from the outside and put them inside the base more to kind of protect those areas. What about you, Itsu? How would you try to improve the space?
I mean, I have to admit, I have not played Town Hall 12 in quite some time, but being a queen charge attacker or overall someone who enjoys playing around with the range of the queen and what is possible, I think one of the big weaknesses might be that I think he misplaced the Town Hall by one tile, because you can reach the Town Hall with the queen from the Wizard Tower and Air Defense compartment on the top right, like right the bottom right of the Town Hall. So if he moves up the Town Hall to the top left one tile, then I think this should be not possible anymore, if I see this correctly. So that might be something you want to do to really make sure that you're denying the queen some value, as the queen is such an important tool for the attacker in general.
Absolutely. That small difference can make all the difference in your defending attack. So let's take a look at the last base number 7, coming in from Bullet Drop, which we haven't seen, being kept a secret from us. And what is the base that we got to break? Oh, well, well, spam indeed. I think this is probably the best base to use in Legends, right? This has got to be difficult to take down.
Yes, please use it so I can feel great again with doing my legend attack. That would be incredible. But I think I know this base layout, if I remember correctly. It might be one of my community members, Julian, who has shared this base. This sneaky.
Oh.
No, but like overall, I think the background story for this one is kind of like giving a shout out to like those spam attacks, which are like not having the best image in the pro scene, like especially E-Dragons. I think they're like really famous for just being a safe 2-star attack strategy. But I just think that if you want to 3-star consistently with Electro Dragons, you have to be actually really good. It's kind of underrated how much skill it takes to actually 3-star with those Electro Dragons consistently. And he is one of those Electro Dragon enjoyers, so I think that's kind of the story behind that. But either way, it's a fun base. If I would use it in Legends, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, that wraps it up here for breaking down some of these bases. Thank you so much for sending them in. We had a pleasure and a lot of fun to take a look at them and try to see where the traps could be. And we'll see you guys next time. Welcome back here. It's time now for the grand finals of the Clash Masters Gold Edition. We're giving away that golden ticket either this match or the next one if ChazMac Gaming EA forces a bracket reset. We'll take a look at the bracket to see where we're standing to see the very final match. Eric, are you ready?
As ready as I could be. The real question is, are the teams ready? Because ChazMac EA just came out of the lower bracket. They just came off of another 14-star war where Rapad has been sitting back. They've been sitting there waiting for an opponent, waiting for somebody to come out of the lower bracket and challenge them, as they are also coming off of a 14-star war. So both of these teams coming in hot, but I don't know. This could go either way here. I can definitely see this going either way. Either we see Rapad Gaming returning to the World Championship for a second year in a row, or we see ChazMac EA claiming their first entry into Worlds.
And I think both teams would deserve this win for sure. I mean, they have done incredible over this tournament, but I feel like having this one extra win in the best of 3, like with this system, with this setup, is a huge deal in Clash of Clans. So I feel like even if maybe one of the matches is going to, like the first match, it has to be going for ChazMac, it would be then another win which they would need. So that's a tough task if you have to face Rapad at the moment. But I mean, with this ChazMac lineup, anything is possible, I guess.
Yeah, anything is possible, but it's going to be very difficult to take them down in a break or reset. So now it's time to get your votes out. We're not going to vote for this match just as an individual. Go ahead and get your vote who you think is going to get the golden ticket. If you think Rapad is going to win, then go ahead and vote Repotted. Either they win match 1 or match 2, and you're correct. Or if you think ChazMac Gaming EA is going to win, that means you think that they're going to win match 1 and match 2 for the golden ticket. So with that in mind, who are you all going to be selecting? Chat will obviously start to vote on the YouTube channel over at the Clash Masters, but now we will take a look at the scoreboard overall at where we currently stand, and Itsu clearly in first place here. Chat's making a comeback here. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's doing great as far as his predictions, but chat's on our tail here. They can overtake us with this one here. But I do have a feeling that the chat is going to vote for the team that's already ahead there. I feel like they're going to go for Repotted Gaming because obviously the odds are they'd be right because of the fact that ChazMac EA will have to win 2 wars to actually be able to claim that golden ticket. So I'm kind of more interested in the percentages. I want to see those people who are voting for the swing, the bracket reset, and then the ChazMac win. So that's what I'm interested in seeing, and we'll see how that plays out too.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy, but let's just take a look at the rosters first of those 2 amazing teams. Repotted Gaming with the roster, which has done phenomenal so far in this tournament with General X, Mac, Timtastic, Emir, and Temper right there. It is not going to be easy to beat them. ChazMac Gaming EA already have, well, we're not able to do that, but they have now their chance to try to turn this around. I think we could take a look at their roster up next, Colin.
Yeah, ChazMac Gaming EA, so strong. Coming with 3 stars and 3 stars. I guess the true question mark is Hades. He's the only one that hasn't been able to 3-star because they're the ones that have been putting up 14 after 14 after 14. But yet, out of all the 14 stars, you're saying ChazMac Gaming EA still lost? Yeah, because they were defeated by Repotted, who put up another 14 stars, and they won on percentage. So this is what the match literally may come down to, is the smallest of fails. Ton of pressure down the line, and you have to fight out for the golden ticket. It's not like Navi coming from the lower bracket, and then you get a golden ticket just because they make it here. No, you have to win it right here in order to get it, Eric.
Now, that's kind of an interesting thing that you bring up there with Hades, because a lot of teams end up facing the same situation where they are not like a purely national team, they're an international team. Like 4 of the players are Japanese players, but then you have 1 extra player. You have Hades, who is from South Africa, and so he's potentially facing a language barrier to be able to communicate with the team, and that could have a big impact on his ability to plan and do the teamwork with the team, and that kind of potentially sets him back. Obviously, he has been able to hold his own there, even with that potential obstacle. But I'm kind of curious how much of an impact that would have.
Yes, but now we have to do it one more time and decide which teams we think are going to win this match right here. Who does want to go first?
I can go first. You know, you're always saying Carbon because you're looking at chat. I'm gonna go Repotted. I think either they got this chance to get the golden ticket, and if they don't get it right now, then they got a second chance opportunity. I don't think you're gonna be able to defeat Repotted 2 times in a row. What about you, Eric?
Well, you vote them, but I have my predictions tied with you overall. So I'm gonna go with the side here. I think we see the bracket reset. I think we see ChazMac EA make the comeback. I do think that they have the consistency, and I think they can win this.
I mean, I've already said in the beginning that I think that Repotted is one of the 2 teams who possibly could get the golden ticket. And since they're a German team as well, I'm kind of cheering for them. So I would go with Repotted again and think that they're going to make it and get the golden ticket.
So the question is, who have chat decided? Who have they gone with, and who have they jinxed? Is the real question. Oh, they're going with ChazMac Gaming EA.
Right.
Okay.
So that means if I'm wrong, I'm tied with chat. If that would be Eric, would be what I would be. Oh no! Oh no! I better not be wrong here. That means oh boy! Oh no! Well, I guess we'll find out very soon, because this is the grand finals, my friends. This is it. We potentially have 2 more matches, maybe. We'll have at least 1 more. If Repotted wins, that's it. They get a golden ticket because they're coming from the upper bracket. And the prize pool between these two teams right now, first place, $18,000. Second place, $10,000. So to think, there's many tournaments that don't even equal the difference in prize pool of $8,000 right there. So that is a ton of money that they're also fighting for.
But not only that, Carbon Fin, I think you're not actually configuring what they would get if they get a golden ticket, because
That's
the last
true.
place prize
That
at
is
Worlds
true.
is also even exceeding the first place prize in this one here. So there is an enormous amount of money to play for
Woo.
here. Let's kick it off. Trying to get back into the World Championship on one side with Recorded and Chazmac EA trying to make their first appearance. Heroya started us off here for Chazmac EA with a, looks like a Super
Ooh.
Archer blimp, as he
Yes.
has the blimp arrive into the core of the base there safely, Carbon.
He's looking to grab all this value with these super archers. And then the super barbarians is the play. As he looking to grab the scatter shots. Can he do one more invis left? Scatter, scatter, scatter. No, that final scatter shot does not go down. Will that play a role here in defending this base here for Mech, as the queen is now deployed to the top side? Gonna slowly pat their way around. Doesn't, oh, no, he does have two super wall breakers, because it looks like he wants to break the wall leading towards this town hall.
Absolutely, but then also maybe want to get out of the town hall compartment into that left side compartment as well. So we'll see what he can do here. But the question is, should he have invested that last invisibility to get through the scatter shot? Is that a mistake that could ultimately cost them and put his team behind? With this much on the line, you really can't afford mistakes at this level. So here we go. The wall break gets the queen to transition through. The king goes to the outside. Electro Titan out there. Super Barbarians trying to push the king back in. And if he goes in there and gets the multi down and the queen takes the town hall, he's in a good spot. But there's that invisibility. That's what he was holding for. He needed it. He had a plan for it. And it does successfully get him through the town hall takedown.
He was able to get this king now to come back to go for the multi, as more super barbarians are going to be used around. 13 left here with a defending queen next to that multi. Luckily, there is no more spell tower to have to worry about, so that's going to be really clutch here, as the ice golem's going right in front of this queen. Super barbarians, headhunters to help take her down, as this world champion Ned needs to run through the rest and finish it off.
I like that all the ground scouts are pulled by the Super Barbarians left side. They're getting cleared up there before the world champion arrives into that area, making sure that she has the ability to get through without getting distracted. So he's got Tinky out in front of her on top of that, and with the Tinky there, he's doing pretty decent, but there's a lot of base left here. He's got a couple of light troops that he can throw in. Super Barbs collapsed into the last side Archer Tower, and his RC has to clear the corner. And now we're going to see if the scatter shot is going to be what decides the attack or not. He missed it at the start. It is the last line of defense. It will be the last thing that he approaches. He steps in. Tinky already went down. She's on her own right there. And It's going to be close here, but I think he's got it under control. There we go. Heroya! Picking up the opening triple of the war here for Chazmac EA.
Well done. 3 stars to kick it off for them in the grand finals, which means that Repotted is going to have to answer. They know it. They're going to have to put up 14 stars, it looks like, to keep pace with what Chazmac Gaming EA, just another level. The Super Barbarians is completely crushing through this tournament right now, that all the base builders right now are scrapping all their bases and testing that attack. They're going to have to build something, come up with a way to stop this attack. Is it just putting wall segments to stop it from easily able to then move your way in? Then you can easily wall break into certain compartments. Like, where do you go from here?
Right. It's difficult. It's a tough choice there, because we've been seeing these open wall bases for so long, and they're so good at stopping so many different attacks there. They mess up a lot of queen charges. They cause a lot of the smash attacks to go in this big group to have a path to leave the base and go off track there. And it's kind of a catch-22. You make your base stronger to one attack, one type of meta there, and then out of nowhere, when all the bases are already set, we see another new meta emerging rapidly onto the scene here. And at this stage here, this is insane to see so many Super Barbarian attacks there. But I feel like we're going to see a shift in the meta on the base building. And we're going to see those quarters start to get closed up a little bit there and force the wall breakers and cost a lot of extra troops there to move through the base.
Absolutely. And again, the Super Barbarians, why use anything else when this is working so well, especially with everything that's on the line? As a Warden build, he's now going to go across. He's going to freeze up the Sweeper so the Blimp can try to path his way all the way towards the Town Hall compartment. So he lands. There's the Invis just barely beating out that Sweeper. That push through. There's the double clone. There's a Rage. There's an Invis. And he can get a ton of value as he did not find a Tornado Trap. And oh my, this base is going to go down.
Absolutely. Just needed to secure the Town Hall takedown, but he's still continuing to pick up targets down south there. Working on the Expo. Town Hall does drop. Carbon, there is not much left here. He got a lot of value out of that, and he has the entire core of the base there wiped out. He's got the CC pull, and he can draw it down, and he can fight it in safety with that Electro Titan.
Yeah, the Electro Titan is going to help take care of this Lava Hound down south with 33 Super Barbarians to use. Ice Golem out in front. Barbarians going right through this Wizard Tower, making easy work of it. As now he can push his way into the defending Queen, the Scatter Shot, with more Ice Golems coming down. The Electro Titan absolutely just annihilating those Lava Pups from that Hound as he can continue to take his time. And Eric, what is left of this base here?
Well, he has one little potential issue here, and that's the Eagle Artillery still staying standing. If he doesn't get the Queen to follow the King right here, that could be a problem. But she does. She's staying right there by his side there. The World Champion will start to work on the other side. And with the King and the Queen, or sorry, the Queen and the World Champion on defense removed, the World Champion can move off to the left side there, and there's not much out there that can really slow her down. The Dinky should be able to get the stuns. The defense is she's engaging one at a time. He reinforces with more Super Barbarians. He's got a lot of force moving here, and I mean, when this attack is set up so strong with that Super Archer Bomb, if he is able to get that gamble to pay off there, if he's able to get that Blimp, which it was able to arrive and take out that big chunk of the base there, there's not a lot that can stop it at that point.
Yeah, you can't stop this attack if the Blimp gets the value. It's pretty much as simple as that. As it went right through this base, absolutely crushing it and making it look so easy. If you're not doing this attack right now in the current meta, you're literally hurting your potential hit rate. This can get you 3 stars. I am going to be practicing this right after these matches here because of how strong it is. They are proving that this is the attack to do. And the thing is, Eric, you don't even have to send the Blimp for the tunnel every time. You can send the Blimp in a perfect spot to take out important defenses and then just have your heroes go grab the town. That's what makes this attack probably very hard to defend because of that fact.
Well, also the fact that there's no one specific target that you're looking for there. So while a lot of the pro players will know that this is a very big part of the meta right now, it's also incredibly difficult to stop because there's so many different options on where you could need to put your traps there to be able to stop it. So like a lot of the people right now are putting their tornado traps like right behind the town hall with all the red air bombs right there, which is great for stopping the super minion bombs that land at the town hall. But the super archer bombs, you need to catch that Blimp way earlier, and the further you get from that town hall, the more unpredictable that Blimp path is going to be, and you may end up just wasting your tornado traps. So it's a really tough call as a base builder to try to figure out how to counter that.
It really is so difficult. The question is, do you add a second tornado trap into the game to try to help stop something, you know? Right? I guess, what are your ideas to try to stop this attack? I have no idea. The base builders, I'm sure they'll think of something, right? They'll find ways to make it difficult, but then that's just going to open up other attack strategy to make those stronger. But Yada's coming in with not super bowlers. At least he's got one bowler here with the Hogs, the Queen Charge Hog Riders. All right, so we're not bringing the Super Barbarians here, which I'm curious of what made him decide not to bring that. Is because the kind of a lot of the closed compartments doesn't give him access to the whole base to move around. As he does use that Yeti Blimp, not only does it take out this section with the multi and the defensive rage spell tower, but, oh, where's your healers trying to heal that queen up? It pulls out the clan castle.
I don't think I've seen Yada use a lot of Super Barbarians, but he's also a player who's been able to pull off a lot of different strategies. I think in the previous wars to this, he did some attacks with bowlers, he tripled with those. He did some attacks with dragons, he tripled with that, and he's just trying to get a little bit of everything. He just wants to come out here and show his versatility, and that is his strength here, as he is a smash attack expert. That's what he uses in Legend League, is the bowler attacks, but he's diving in here with the Queen going directly at the Town Hall. The funnel is nice and clean there because of that Yeti blimp, and you can definitely see that he not only is able to do some of those attacks that he's very comfortable with, but he also can adapt, and he can be proficient in all of the different attacks at the same time. But here comes the Super Hogs in at the top of the base there, as he goes past that defensive world champion, not using the ward ability just yet, but it looks like he's going to push to the Eagle Artillery, which is expected for the Twin Hog portion of the attack.
Yeah, as he waits on this warden ability, being very patient with it. At this point, is it too late? Because we've got Hogs pretty much already gone. As he tries to get through this Eagle, now burns it. As the Queen is continuing her path in towards the multi on the other side, but the defensive rage, that's about to activate.
Yeah, he lost a lot of Hogs there. Like, usually you want to use the ward ability early into an attack. Maybe use a freeze to delay it just a little bit there, but if you start to lose too many troops there, then you're wasting value of the warden. But he does get the road champion through the heavier defenses. Last one left is that scatter shot. The scatter shot's gonna hold her back there. She goes down, and now the warden's gonna abandon the target there and go after the Queen's target. The Queen trying to push through, but the healer's trying to switch over, and she's in a little bit of trouble as well, but she has her ability, so that might be the difference here.
Yeah, those now Hog Riders are distracting the Wizard Tower. Giant bombs on the outside. Queen's ability is able to remove the scatter.
Ooh.
35 seconds. The Queen's going to be on the wall. He's got a sneaky goblin to help with cleanup, and it's looking good here to get a 3-star. That's not a super barbarian as long as he's got the time.
Oh, he's got the time. He's got the time. 5 seconds for storage. The Queen has quick and easy access to everything left. I've got to see Yada's hit rate. I know a couple months ago he was the highest hit rate player in the world, and he has definitely been showing that off here, as he has, I think, gone flawless through the entire playoffs. I don't think I've seen him miss a single time. This guy is absolutely stellar.
They are all stellar. All of these players right here on these teams are bringing such crazy attacks. The 3-stars left and right. You really have to be putting up a perfect war to keep pace, or 14 stars. One mistake literally can cost you. This is what it felt like at the Town Hall 14 meta. Remember when it was like perfect wars after perfect wars, and it's starting to come back right now. So we'll see what happens with the meta as it starts to change. But obviously, it's not going to change in the next however many attacks in this tournament here. So Super Barbarians is still probably going to be coming in with a lot of the attacks remaining.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if it's like you're saying, a Town Hall 14 offensive meta, because it still is very difficult. Most teams are not pushing the kind of hit rates we were at Town Hall 14. These teams are just playing on a completely different level, and they definitely are stepping it up here in the playoffs as they play for this massive $50,000 prize pool and the golden ticket that's on the line between these two teams. But we have Super Barbarians mixed with some Super Dragons for this one here. I'm a big fan of this here. I think the Super Dragons with the Super Barbarians to help assist the World Champion to the backside here is a very strong approach here, as long as, once again, we gotta have Super Dragons wipe out those core buildings, everything around the CC, including Town Hall and the Eagle, and as many of those multis as we can get. Yeah,
the Queen, though. Ooh, okay, not pulling the storage. Don't really need it because he's at the funnel. Okay, Queen up towards that top side. Needs to set a funnel up there so the Super Dragons can go right on in between for this defending Queen. Scatter shot. We do have the double rage right in the core. The rage up both the multis, Eagles, scatters, expos, so much stuff. But notice it is ground expos throughout this whole base.
Yes, but watch that sweeper, especially the left side one that is going to be approaching that from the side. If the dragons veer too far in front of it and the blimp doesn't actually take it down, then it could push the dragons into the expo and the archer tower on the far left side of the base there and mess up their pathing and prevent the core from going down. But the blimp travels in, it arrives, the crash damage takes the sweeper. That's a very significant factor here, because now the super dragons are going to charge to the core, and no knockback means they are delivering right into the most important block abilities they need to take down.
Wow, look at these Super Dragons pushing right on through. They do split across a couple different defenses. They do not grab that multi on the backside, but let's see how much of an influence it's going to be doing on these trips, because it is raised up. Oh, you can't drop the Royal Champion over into that test bomb. That's going to be nasty, because there's probably going to be ground skeletons that pop up through there.
True, but he has all the super barbarians as well, so he can assist.
He does,
I
yeah.
feel like you just need to wait, let the queen move along here. He's got extra spells here to assist. I think if we just get the road champion down and then if we get the defensive road champion down with the heroes and then have his road champion go in after that multi from the top side, that would probably be the strongest approach. Then everybody can arrive together at the end, but he puts his road champion down south. That might be okay. That might be okay. It's hard to call right now, and it is a very difficult decision that he has to make, and he has to make it on the fly with all the pressure on.
Yeah, with the super barbs now, with a rage as well for his royal champion, getting through this left side. That freeze still to utilize. He's going to rely on his RC to try to go for that multi-target Inferno, but the RC is trying to clear the bomb tower, and the second bomb tower will do a lot of damage to his royal champion. There's another ground skeleton. There's the freeze and trying to keep his RC alive.
20 seconds. He's got to get back to that multi-inferno carbon. If the road champion goes down, then he's not going to get there in time. Or he has to go through a wall. It's going to be very close. If the road champion does drop, he has to turn back. He has to get there quick. If he doesn't get there, and he's not going to unless the walls are weakened up. No, they're full health. It is going to be a time fail. 99%. That's what I was thinking. I thought the road champion needed to come in for the top side specifically for that multi to prevent that from happening, but he had to make a split-second decision there, and unfortunately, that wasn't the answer to get the triple, but it is one building off of the score from ChazMac EA.
One score, one building. Well, that's it. 99% right now. ChazMac Gaming EA have got the lead, and that's literally could cost you the war. Just like that. Well, it will come down to Hades, because we'll see how his attack is. He's the one that hasn't been able to triple. He's usually the last attacker for ChazMac Gaming EA, and he will set the tone. But here it is. Now ChazMac EA, can they add another triple? They are bringing the Super Dragons. Okay, they're not all Super Barbarians here, as is the Lightning to take out a multi, some Builder Huts, and that Eagle Artillery to start.
Heavy investment there, but no recall in this one here, so he'll just form half of the funnel with the rocket balloons. Baby Dragon down south there. Baby Dragon in his arms as well. Very important detail there.
Yep.
And we'll see if Chihuahua can get it done here, because he's been very impressive this entire tournament as well. And I don't think he's missed either. I think he's been flawless the entire way through on top of that. So, I mean, I just continuously remember his celebration every single war.
Yeah.
But he will go ahead and drop in a Stone Slammer to go in towards the Town Hall and drive the Super Dragons right down the gut of the base.
Yeah, trying to just overpower this Town Hall, take that down, pulls out this Clan Council of Super Minions, as that Queen is now responsible with her ability, taking out the defending RC. There is an opening in that wall which can allow the Queen to step into the scatter shot and help secure that.
Nice slammer opening there. We'll fight off the rest of the CC troops there, but it's the only troop in the area. Getting the multi down would be nice. I don't know if there's still rocket balloons inside of the CC, but the Dragon does step up. And I don't know what'll come out of there. I think maybe he did get a full pull. I guess he's able to get through, and the road champion, unfortunately, taking a lot of damage from these expos in the middle of the base.
Yeah, that Queen going down to the scatter shot really hurt there, as now he's trying to push through the defending King, but the Phoenix is grabbing that backside ground expo. That goes down. Can continue to work through the defensive. No, never mind. Can't get through the Clan Castle. Sneaky Airmine took it down, and this one is not looking too good here, unless something we can do with these healers and that Raw Champion hanging on for dear life, but no abilities is gonna hurt.
He's got those healers, though. Healers that give him just a glimmer of hope here. If the King can get to the defensive Queen first, if he's the first to arrive, then he gets a chance there, but the Road Champion gets overwhelmed, and he'll just coast up the percentage here. It's his first miss, and he's sad. He's in a... It's okay. He's still got good percentage out of it. They can maybe work with this, but it does offset the miss that we saw out of Rapata Gaming. So they're still going to have to triple to be able to take the lead. But it does look like Rapata Gaming is going to have the percentage after this exchange here, as long as they can keep their percentage higher than this.
Well, because there was a 99% for Rapata. So if they triple, it will swing back to their favor, as it is at 90, and looking like that's where it's just the final two can't even say troops, they're pets. The final two things left are pets that are trying to grab. Yes, the Dinky grabs one more building. You never know. But it is at 91% here in the grand finals. Yes, it's coming down to this. ChazMac Gaming, EA, if they win, they don't get the golden ticket just yet. They have to then play Repotted Gaming again for a bracket reset because they are coming from the lower bracket. They got knocked down to the lower bracket by Repotted Gaming, where both those teams put up 14 stars. Craziness. That was such a wild war. Insane. But hey, golden ticket. You got to do whatever it takes.
Definitely. But I mean, this Japanese team is definitely very good, or primarily Japanese team, all except for Hades, hailing from South Africa, representing down there. Let's see what they can do on defense, as he is the person receiving this attack here from the fully German team out of Repotted. Mech sending in a Super Dragon attack of his own. This one with a little lightning and with recall. He can use that lightning. It's just enough to take out a sweeper and nothing else. So that means he can set up an entry for the Dragons, and that also means he's probably coming in opposite of the Town Hall from the very bottom of the base here with the Dragons, although it's hard to say opposite of the Town Hall because it's relatively central in the base.
Yeah, it's a little ways in the base, so you can't easily just pick it off towards the edge. As the Yeti to the far right side got a little bit of a valley, not taking out that cannon, as it looks like there's going to be seeking air mines right where these healers are about to approach, because there was one by the mortar potentially. But he is able to pull this queen back, and where will he want to send her again in this space?
And how far does he want to send her? Like, it's difficult. Like, if you're doing a recall queen charge and she's just kind of coasting along there, and you're not really having her be in any danger, and you're like, she can go a little bit further there, but every second could count there. So you need to establish a minimum funnel there, and you gotta pull the trigger and get her out of there at some point there, and get the other side of the funnel for him, because if you wait too long, you end up with a time fail. You could end up missing your chance to go to the World Championship. So Mech now gets the Dragons moving, and he will protect that blimp with that ward ability on the entry.
Yeah, he protects the balloons, protects the Super Dragons as the blimp lands and makes it to the Town Hall, rages it up. Town Hall goes down instantly. Dragon Rider came out of here as well. There was no red air bombs over there that he pulled, so these balloons are easily now going through the Grand Ward and taking out some fantastic value so far.
Yeah, but his queen was a little bit late on the invisibility to protect her up there, so she did end up getting forced to ability. And as soon as these dragons go down, he could be leaving her all on her own with a lot of base left here. I'm not sure. He did get a full CC pull, right? I'm pretty sure he did. He still has a poison, so I'm not 100% sure there.
I don't know.
But maybe there's a CC here that is still inside. He's got a dragon lock onto it now. I don't think he's going to have enough punch to take it. That could potentially be a problem.
Does he freeze the multi and the sweeper so the Super Dragon can finish off the Clan Castle? I mean, that might be the play, but
okay, he's going for it.
Freeze it again for you.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
now he can use the poison for the ground skellies.
Yes. Wow. Well done. And what this means, if this 3 stars, hang on. The healers have transferred. Time. No, there's no cleanup up top.
Might be okay.
Eric?
There's got a couple archers chipping away. He's gonna get back to the storage. This is gonna be very close, Carbon.
This is gonna be probably full health. RC,
come on, move it.
They got a 99 already. Eric, it's gotta be a 3 archer. Come on.
Come on, Archer, down south. Go north, RC. Go north. She goes to the. Oh, let's go. Take it. Oh, they're both at a fraction of HP. The Archer is moving just barely too slow. 99. 98 and a triple on the board, but 2 stars left behind. Carbon, that's tragic. He was so close.
Literally, 99, 98. They are buildings away from these extra stars here. This is the grand finals. If they do lose, it would force the bracket reset, right? And they would have another chance, but they don't want that second. They just want to win it here outright and take that golden ticket. But you just, like you said at the very beginning of the attack, when do you recall that queen, right? If you recall the queen a little earlier, and then he started the Super Dragons a little early, right? Those are, who knows? It all plays a role there. But oh, the time fail, you feel gutted there. You just wish the archers were just a little bit stronger. But now Kuma with some pressure on. They got a star lead, but they don't have the percentage lead, as it is a Skelly, Donut, Lalo trying to remove Expos and a clan council at that. Will it go down? Yes, CC's down, Expo's down, and the other Expo is down as well.
Very, very strong start here. That definitely frees up that left side of the area from a lot of the damage, making so that the heroes can move into that area and claim out a couple of these multi-infernos, maybe get the Eagle Artillery down. He's got a blimp on standby. A lot of times when they go after these big skelly donuts to claim Expos in the CC like that, we run it very similar to how you do the zap into Kill Squad Lalo with the Log Launcher, but this one has a blimp, so a little bit different there. But I guess if the Queen goes one way, the King goes the other. A Valkyrie joining with the King there to help him power through any potential ground skellies in the Tesla farm there, which are popping in that area. And if he has that lane now created, he can put the Road Champion right in between and sweep out all of these multis.
Yeah, with this Queen's ability, though, being forced, she's trying to get that scatter shot, but... Oh,
got it.
No!
Oh, no, doesn't got it. Oh, no.
Why did you say
I did
get it? Why did you say that? Why?
My bad.
Oh, that's going to hurt.
All right.
It's getting repaired, too. It's getting repaired as he's now starting this Lalo towards the tunnel, and the poison spell behind the tunnel is back.
Okay, well, that's a bit of a problem. Maybe the Road Champion get the poison. I don't know. I think he's going to end up taking the poison, and he's going to have the blimp go in and secure. He does get some balloons under ward ability protection to take the shots there of the scatter shot, and he does eventually get it down. And the blimp lands in. He's got a Yeti bomb inside that he raises up there, able to secure the town hall takedown. And the Yetis are actually tanking all these ground expos and keeping some damage off of the Road Champion, who decides, of course, she wants to stand in the poison, and she goes down.
But the problem is we have the defending Queen, a scatter shot, and a multi-target Inferno Stealth. One Dragon Rider to sneak in somewhere with two Headhunters, which must be used for the Queen now. There's balloons to the left. Headhunter, one of them's down. Sending a second one a little delayed because that ground expo did some work against it.
It's a lot of damage here.
This multi,
it's a lot of damage. Yeah, I think, okay, well... Carbon, this is looking like a defense here.
Yeah.
And there goes Black Air Bombs on the Dragon Rider to top it off there. So if it wasn't already failing enough, it is going to shut down right there, as this air defense will easily hold the line, and a couple of archer towers mixed in with it. He's going to try to gather some percentage here. We never know if we see a bigger miss out of Rapata that ends up making the percentage a very impactful thing here, but right now, Rapata, with all the time fails, has a huge percentage advantage. So we will have an opportunity now for them to maybe slip one past and not time fail for a third time, and then take the lead at 10 stars.
Well, they just have the 3-star to then take the lead. Exactly. And because they have the 99, the 98, they've got the percentage lead, but they have to convert. If they don't 3-star, then again, it swings the Chasmac Game EA to 3-star, and they could win. But if Rapata triple, then they take the lead. And then Chasmac triple, then Rapata have another chance to triple, and it might come down to temper yet again against the same team, right? These teams could, in theory, face each other 3 times in this tournament, because Rapata sent them to the lower bracket and they could play in a bracket reset. That would be insane here, as now Timtastic is like, all right, we're going with the Super Barbarians. They have been so strong in this tournament, so let's continue with them. But I'm not going to use a blimp Super Archers. I'm going to Skelly Donut, the Eagle, and the Clan Castle.
Going after the Expo as well, making sure to reduce as much damage in the area as possible if the spacing already fits. And he's able to claim all of those. Very nice spot on that there. Might pick up a little bit more. No, not extra, but that's fine. He got all of his primary targets, and he revealed the Tesla farm as well. So now he's got information that he can use for the other parts of the attack here, and he will go ahead and use the ward ability to protect the blimp, and the blimp is going to go through and Yeti bomb out the town hall with the CC already removed there. He doesn't have to worry about having to go with all air or any special troops there. You can just go for what has the most punch, and Yetis will take down the town hall, but he didn't quite get anything else in that area other than, I guess, the sweeper.
Ooh,
would have been nice to pick up that monolith that he threw at.
that all the ground expo on the other side where that queen platform is almost went down. That would have been so nice. But a Dragon Rider is sneaking in for this multi, then can go in for the defensive, the rage spell tower with the warden assistance. Oh, this is some value so far.
Yeah, trying to get the balloons to go after some of the perimeter defenses along the top of the base there. And the Dragon Rider gets the assistance into the other ground expo. This Dragon Rider working with the Warden here, picking up tons of value, but all the traps will claim it out now. And that other multi will stay steady, but that's fine. It got so much value up there.
Yeah.
I think that was definitely worth what he used into it. And now the Super Barbarian swarming across the bottom half of the base here. And he just needs to keep the heroes protected. There's a lot of base left, and now Monolith still stands looming in the core of the base there. And the Royal Champion is the only troop that is going to be capable of getting in there to deal with it.
It's going to come down, how does he use these spells for that Royal Champion? She needs to clutch this up as the ground skeletons are coming over to this queen. Ability forces, but her ability shots are now forced through these skellies. That's a problem. Now he sends, super barbs. They need to go with the multi. They don't. They go to the defensive rage spell. More ground skeletons do pop, but he needs to use his spells here.
Nice freeze right there, getting the Diggy to get in there, get the stuns, but all the Super Barbarians have died out down south. He's got 2 more balloons. He probably needs to throw them into the what do you even use the balloons for? I don't even know. I'm panicking. I'm not even playing. I can't even understand how much pressure he's under. More ground skellies. He pop stars the ability, clears the Teslas. He's very, very close here, Carmen.
The unicorn is healing the Royal Champion. The unicorn is trying to save his attack here. He's got the balloons. He's got the minions.
There's the cheer! Baby, it's a triple!
Whoa!
Wow, Carbon
keeps his hopes alive and gets the 3-star for repotted, and now they take the lead.
Wow, that's insanity! Guys, they are 1 attack away from returning to the World Championship in Helsinki, Finland for 2023. Just announced, by the way. Just announced. We found out where World is going to be played out there, and they are controlling their own fate now. They have control of this war, and all they have to do is survive through 1 more attack.
1 more indeed. They actually don't care what the final. Well, they do. Depends. It'll make.
They do.
It'll influence their attack, obviously. But if they just focus on the last attack, and it's Temper who did triple with the final attack in their previous match against them to send them to the grand finals. If Temper triples, doesn't matter. They lock it up with the final attack to get that golden ticket. But if Chasmac Gaming EA get a 2-star low percent, then that completely changes the game. All he will have to get is a 2-star and a certain percentage to win the golden ticket. But here we go. The final attack for Chasmac EA, and it's Hades. He definitely needs to try to get the 3-star. He's bringing the Super Barbarians with the Super Archer Blip.
Gotta make this happen. He's missed the last couple of wars here. Need to make sure that this one is different, because this is the one that counts the most here. This is the one that can force the bracket reset and give them the chance to get to the World Championship. And he's able to get a lot of value there. Very, very solid amount of value right there, Carbon. But time efficiency is going to be important here. And so far, he's handled the clock extremely well. Immediately getting the heroes moving on the side of the base there. And he can start to wrap into the base here. But he does need to get the queen delivered to that town hall to make sure that her ability's intact and she can take it down and keep everybody else from having to go there.
He does find the Tornado Trap, which is slowing his heroes down just a little bit, but he does have the wall breakers to try to break in towards that town hall. And there's the first one. Ooh. Archer Tower might switch to the target of it. No, the Super Wall Breaker is perfectly safe and easily now allows this queen to step into the town hall. But he's got 2 invises. Might have to invest 1 for the queen to grab. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, definitely. The king needs to pop his ability soon down south here and get the passing set for the queen, so she'll go directly forward. There she goes down to the air defense. She steps in. She locks on the town hall. She needs to take it. He has an extra invisibility. He's going to invest it, but it's not just going to be wasted on just taking the town down. It's not wasted. It's going to take the defensive Grand Warden and a Tesla as well, keeping the queen safe, and the tanking gets back out in front of her. She assists with the Monolith takedown. Hades looking really, really good here. Chasmac EA is looking to try to get back into this bracket reset and force it to war number 2.
Oh, it's gonna come down to Temper. To think he's got this attack, and literally, Temper, your attack right here, if you think about it, if you just think about this tournament, is $8,000 worth of an attack difference between first place and second place. If he triples the final hit, they go and get the gold ticket. If he doesn't, a bracket reset is forced, and it comes down to the final match. But Temper, this is it. You need to triple here. Because in theory, obviously, you triple, you get the golden ticket. You win $18,000, but then you're guaranteed at least last place, right? 8th in terms of the prize pool of worlds. And that is, what? I don't even know. It's like $30,000.
I think it's like $30,000 or $40,000.
$30,000 or $40,000. So this attack is literally like worth almost $50,000, roughly. Close to that mark.
No pressure, though. No pressure.
There's your title for a video. $50,000 attack right here, coming down on the line. Oh my gosh, Temper, no pressure, right?
No pressure. Yeah, but I mean, you get that golden ticket, and you go to play at Worlds, and there's a $1.25 million prize pool for the World Championship. So you gotta get there first, and you get there if you triple this and nothing less. You have percentage advantage. This is the highest stakes possible right now, and it's do or die. You triple and you go, you miss, and you tempt fate. And you let ChazMag EA force it to war number 2, and then we've already seen what they can do. They've put up some crazy wars here, 13 and 14 star wars every single time, and that is a very difficult obstacle that they're trying to climb over right now, Carbon.
Absolutely. This is the moment. Can they get through ChazMag Gaming EA for a second time? Because if they do, they get that golden ticket. And Temper is in for the final attack here in this match, looking to get a golden ticket. To think that your attack with a, oh, look at him. He's taking a deep breath. He's like,
yeah, I'm looking at that camera.
Okay.
I'm looking at that camera.
Focus.
Just breathe.
It's not a scaly donut.
Focus.
He's got a poison spell, and it's a queen charge hog attack, not a super barbarian. So this attack, literally, you don't know what will happen usually to the very end. Like a super barbarian, if you get the value with the super archers, you're like, oh, it's a 3-star, it's done. But this, it could go any way.
Not only all the money involved, but just the experience of going to Helsinki and playing in the World Championship. Like, that is an unforgettable experience that you'll be able to carry forward for the rest of your life, even long after the money's gone. But let's see if Temper is able to push his way in. The Queen going directly at the defensive World Champion. Very clean entry into the base. They're going to go in and take the scatter shot down. Flameflinger, nice and safe here. Expo staying under control here. Carbon, he's looking good. A very clean entry into the base.
Yeah, but he needs this Queen to go get that Air Expo because it would be range of this Flameflinger. He makes that invisible to reroute the Queen to the sweeper. The Builder Hut sends a couple balloons. Range up. Out comes the Clan Castle. Archers are coming there, and he needs to get the poison down, but the wall break will give him access to the Tower of the Park with a freeze. Oh, the eagle shots, though, are coming down on the Queen.
Watch the Queen. He's going to pop her ability early. He preemptively pops the ability so he doesn't die through the eagle artillery strikes there. Steps his way in, locks onto the town hall, and first star secure, but he's still a long ways away.
Boy.
A minute and 40 seconds on the clock as the Hogs starting for the left side of the base here. He's got the King working that side. Everything's going smooth, but his Queen goes down! And that's trouble, but the healer transfers safely, Carbon.
Yeah, but the healer transfer is going to help here as the Warden ability goes off to help continue this push with the Hogs around. Did the Queen get enough value to allow this healer transfer to be worth it? The Flameflinger is still going up top, trying to get out that top side rage tower. He does have a headhunter or two for the King up top to help clear that. Needs to get to the defensive Queen. There's a freeze.
Nice. Here comes the headhunters. They cross through. One of them hits a spring trap. The other one hits a giant bomb, but they do get the defensive Queen down into the scatter shot. He's got barbarians working down south. King working down south. He's got a super dragon. Get a deal with the defensive King. Pops his RC ability. 2 more Hogs on standby, throwing in wall breakers for cleanup. He's trying to push. He's almost there. He's got all the time in the world to cross the finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, your next golden ticket holder to the World Championship of Clash of Clans, Reported Gaming, hailing out of Germany, are going to take it and claim that 4th seed.
Congratulations, Repotted Gaming, going undefeated in the playoff stage of the Clash Masters Gold, earning themselves the 4th golden ticket in 2023. Congratulations to them. Totally deserved. What a victory, and earning it straight up, winning all their matches, not even losing a single one here. What a performance. So many amazing matches. Hats off to them and every other team that competed. Wow, I am just blown away here, Eric.
I am as well. My heart rate is like 300 beats per second here. I probably need to go to the hospital. My goodness.
Oh boy.
Oh wow.
Hey,
all right. Well, that.
Take one of his healers. Take one of his healers that he had left
Okay.
over there.
And we got an extra heal potion.
Yes,
All right.
yes.
Itzy, that was absolutely insane. It literally could not have been much closer.
Yeah, and I feel like, especially, I always have to think about, for a lot of people, where is Temper coming from? Where was he last year? Because this reported lineup was last year on the World Championship. Fun fact, he was too young. He was too young last year to participate in the World Championship. So joining now the team, finally for the World Championship lineup this year, and being in this position twice. I mean, he made this not only in the upper bracket final, but now in the grand finals as well of this qualifier. This is insane. This player, how he handles pressure, is just from a different world. Clutching it out twice on Town of 15 in this stage. I mean, it cannot get any more crazy than that with all of this. I mean, it's insane.
To think that Temper didn't reach the minimum age requirement last year to play in this tournament, and he's the one that got the clutch attacks, not only in the first match against ClashMSTRS Gaming to go to the grand finals, but also the one in the grand finals to get that golden ticket. Well done to you, Temper, and the rest of Repotted. Unbelievable performance as they got this golden ticket here today.
Yep, no need to go to round number 2 here. It's all over. That's such a big pickup right there. That is insane, and that means that our teams that are advancing to the World Championship so far are Navi in the number 1 seed, Tribe Gaming in the number 2 seed, Glory for Forever for the number 3 seed, and now Repotted Gaming taking that 4th spot there, and all the other teams will have to go to the last chance qualifier and play for the other 4 seeds, which is going to be started soon. So definitely start prepping your teams there. If you want to play, it's open for anybody to sign up. And that's what's always impressive about these tournaments is every single one of these start is a completely open qualifier where literally anybody can get in here and play, but we see the same teams tending to return to the championship playing from the same even footing on every single time, every single tournament we play in.
Yes, I mean, all of those chat warriors out there can prove their point that they're actually better than all of those pros who are doing so bad attacks like every single time. They could have done this better. Well, there is your chance. Open qualifier, anyone can join. But now let's take a look at the recap of this match, which we just have witnessed with the incredible performing team on your screen. ClashMSTRS Gaming EA in the end was not enough. It was a nail biter. Both of those matches were reported, but in the end, just a couple of percentage short.
Yeah, 91% yet again, but it was Repotted Gaming. Triple, 98, 99, triple. What a performance that they put on here in the grand finals. You hats off to them. Totally deserved victory, totally deserved golden ticket. And the thing is, in the Clash Masters here, you have to go through, obviously, the qualifiers to get in, and then the Swiss stage, right? Where you really prove to get to the playoffs, and then they go undefeated in the playoffs, so they truly deserve it. ClashMSTRS Gaming EA, they would have deserved it as well if they got a golden ticket, so they were unbelievable. But what that means, like you mentioned, in those teams, we'll bring up the bracket here so you can see, the teams that all have the golden ticket, that, Eric, you mentioned earlier, they can't compete in that final push for the final 4 teams. So, ClashMSTRS Gaming EA will be competing, but Repotted can just take a deep breath and relax now, Eric.
True, but for all the people who want to give it a try, the prize pool for the last chance qualifier actually goes beyond the 4 teams that end up making it through there. So there's definitely a lot to play for here. 4 more golden tickets to go to the World Championship, but I mean it's gotta be feeling good here for Rapata today. That's an enormous win there, and they're going to Helsinki. This is exciting.
Yeah, and I feel like especially with the performance Chess EA had this tournament, I think they can be going into the next Last Chance qualifier with a held high, because the performance of them was really good. But let's take a look at the prediction table overall. As
Eric! I just beat him out. Let's go!
Oh no, you got ahead. You got ahead.
Oh, wow. There it is. Chat, what happened? 4 for 14. Oh, no. But Itsu, man, 9 for 14. That is impressive. How do you do it, Itsu? What do you know that we don't? Obviously, everything you know that we don't.
I think this might be the best prediction performance I ever had. So it's great that we have the first time ever a prediction table on those golden ticket qualifiers. It's just a nice timing, a nice coincidence, I would say.
Yeah. That's how convenient.
How convenient indeed. But hey, Itsu, we're gonna have to get your insight for the golden tickets when that World Championship is underway. But one final look here at the bracket, again, for maybe anyone that just joined and you're like, wait, who won? Well, it was repotted, going from the upper bracket and staying in the upper bracket and going 1, 2, 3, 4 victories, 4-0, getting their golden ticket. Impressive stuff. And I am just blown away from what we saw. Obviously, the storyline of this tournament was the Super Barbarians, 100%. But it's going to come down to how the base builders decide to switch up the bases, because we were seeing that some Super Dragons were starting to come in and towards those later attacks, but those Super Barbarians are just so crazy strong when done right. Well, obviously when done right. What we didn't see was the 1 star that came in with these attacks. Even though you don't take out the Town Hall, you're able to take out Crazy Valley, and then it's your heroes relying on grabbing the Town Hall. But that's what I was most impressed for in this tournament. What about you, Eric?
I think every time I try to do the Super Barch, I drop in the Blimp, I put in my Warden, I don't click my Warden ability, and I accidentally click my Blimp, and then I open up on the edge of the base there, dump all my troops, and then I die, and then I go cry in a corner. That's usually how that attack goes for me, but... Okay. So they did well. They definitely did well. Very impressive attacks all the way through. I'd say the most impressive attack that we saw consistently through that entire tournament was what Synthé was doing with those crazy skelly donuts at the Town Hall. That definitely was the highlight moment for me to see, and just pushing the limits on what's possible at Town Hall 15.
Yeah, I feel like for me it was just the highlight, the last attack, like knowing the fact with the background story that he was like kind of like getting into the team because he was finally old enough to play in that team for the World Championship. And as well, not playing the Super Barbarians, like instead playing one of the probably hardest strategies to execute on Town Hall 15, a Queen Charge Hog Rider attack, which is not easy at all. And pulling that off in this specific situation just is really, really tough. So I think that attack with all of those information like together made it to kind of the attack of the qualifier. If even though it might have not been the most creative, but just like the all-rounder package is just incredible for this one.
It does. Like at this point, you gotta go for what you think is gonna take the base down. Hey, a Queen Charge Hogs, it is a very difficult attack to execute. He did it with all the pressure on the line and getting it done. And they have earned their golden ticket. And if you missed it, anyone that's watching, the next World Championship will be held in Helsinki, Finland. Yes, it will be back in the headquarters of where Supercell is. It will be actually taking place at the same time. Clash of Clans and Clash Royale, just like last year, both together competing out there. So if you want to watch Clash of Clans and Clash Royale, you're a fan of both of them, you're able to do it in one spot the same weekend, which is, I believe, like November 24th weekend, 24th, 5th, and 26th. That weekend and when it's going to be. So make sure you put it on your calendars if you want to head out to go get tickets, fly out there, be able to see the teams, compete in person, because it's an amazing atmosphere to be able to witness all that, because last year was just like none other, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to just go back to Helsinki in general. But like last year when we went, we were out there in September, and they didn't have any. There, like, it wasn't cold enough to like have anything freezing yet.
Yeah,
I don't know what it's like in November there, but when we were like going out to the saunas and stuff like that, and like the Finnish saunas, and be able to jump into the Arctic Ocean there after coming out of the sauna, you know, like I want to see that. I want to be jumping into ice. That's what I want, and I hope it freezes up there by the time we get there. I'm kind of just cheering for it. Kind of weird, but I want to be cold, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Idea.
Oh, hey, you know, I can't wait. It's gonna be a lot of fun, but I'm hearing that we now are able to sit down with Temper here, and we've got an interview with the man of the hour, Temper. Congratulations on earning your golden ticket. You got it done with your team when it matters most. What is going through your mind right now?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, we can't really believe it right now. We're super happy that the work and the time we put into the game, like into analyzing our opponents, building bases, testing them, etc., that it now finally paid off. We did it. We qualified, and yeah.
That is unbelievable. And Itsu mentioned that you were too young to compete last year, and now you're competing here in this stage. So what was your thoughts of watching Repotted play on the big stage last year, and now the very next year you're able to actually be there in person and compete?
Last year I helped the last roster. Last year I helped them a bit with like testing bases and stuff. It feels amazing that I am now are also part of the team and managed to qualify for Worlds as well.
Yeah, you guys are joining some amazing teams that are going to be playing in Worlds, with 4 more teams to come. Is there any team right now? Obviously, there will be some changes that will come between now and when the World Championship comes. But is there any team that is like the scariest in your mind that you guys may have to face?
I think playing Trap Gaming is extremely difficult, simply because they do lots of different strategies, and it's really hard to predict what they are going to do.
Absolutely. Tribe Gaming is definitely one of the best teams for sure, as well as Repotted, you guys earning that golden ticket. And one final question we have here, Temper, is we know the meta. We saw Super Barbarians. Did you guys practice a bunch of Super Barbarians coming into here, or we were thrown for a shock for Super Barbarians? It was kind of like it came out of nowhere, but what was your guys' planning and your testing when it came to that attack strategy? Because you guys were doing it really well along with the other teams.
We obviously did Super Archiblimp and Super Barbs a lot. And I'd say around 1 week before the Swiss stage, we saw Cynthia do other kinds of Super Barbarian attacks, like Donut Super Barbarians. And we tried it out a bit ourselves. But overall, we were also a bit shocked that so many teams were using them in so many different ways. Mainly the last 2-3 days we practiced different approaches with it.
Well, that is awesome. And again, congratulations on earning yourself a golden ticket, and you'll be able to fly out to Helsinki and compete in person on the world stage. Do you have any final words, Temper?
I to be honest don't know what to say.
No, well, is there anyone you want to thank before we head off?
We had lots of people that helped us in testing and analyzing, especially Reen from Entropy, and also Daniel, who helped us a lot with base building and testing.
Awesome. Well, again, congratulations to you, Temper. Cannot wait to meet you out in person in Helsinki. It's going to be a wonderful experience. Best of luck to Repotted. You guys will do great. Cannot wait to see you guys out there. Welcome back the guys from the desk, Eric and Itsu here. Man, what a performance from Repotted. It was unbelievable, going undefeated. They're 4-0, and again, congratulations to them. Right, Eric?
Absolutely. That's a big thing there, to make back-to-back world championship appearances. And that's definitely like one of those things where you start to see a team that is trending, where they get the world championship again and again and again. And a lot of the same teams that have been to the previous world championships had repeat appearances, 2-3 in a row there. So maybe that's the story for Repotted. Maybe we see them returning again and again, and maybe this is their year.
Yeah. Maybe it's the year indeed, but I just love the interview with the German emotions. I think that's always kind of cool. But yeah, overall, it's really showcasing kind of what he said with what is going on behind the scenes, because we only see the 5 players in front of the camera or like doing the attacks, but behind the scenes a lot of stuff is going on with like building the bases, testing the bases. And he talked as well about analyzing their opponents, like really knowing, okay, what are the tendencies those people like to do? Do they like to use the super archer beam? Should we bait it, or should we open walls, close walls? Like, what exactly are our options? So I feel like there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff going on. So I really like that he kind of give them a shout out as well, because I think those a lot of times are like the unsung heroes, if you want to name them like that. But it's really a big part of the work going into that.
Absolutely. It helps so much. Usually, just like you said, those 5 players, they're the ones that get the 3 stars, but it's the base builders and everyone part of the team that helps out so much. And it's been an unbelievable journey so far to get that 4th golden ticket here, part of the Clash Masters Golden Ticket Edition. Is there any final words, Eric and Itsu, you guys want to provide before we sign off for this tournament? Eric, you first.
GG Repotted Gaming. We'll see you in Helsinki.
Yep.
Yeah, we're looking forward to see all of the players, and well, to all of the other teams, best of luck in the Last Chance qualifier, because this is going to be the next big step for those teams, and they have to be ready. Build those bases for Super Barbarians. Remember, they're strong now for whatever reason suddenly, but they are strong now, so keep in mind.
It's out of nowhere.
They're closing your walls is going to be important if you want to defend them.
Absolutely. We're going to learn about the base defenses. You know, these base builders are going to come in with new styles of defenses leading up to the World Championship. I cannot wait to see what happens. And again, congratulations to Repotted Gaming getting the 4th golden ticket. And of course, thank you to Supercell, the production, Itsu, and Eric, and of course, the viewers at home. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show and cannot wait for the Last Chance qualifier to find out who the final 4 golden ticket teams are going to be able to join Navi, Tribe Gaming, Glory Forever, and now Repotted Gaming. Till then, see you guys later. Clash on.